Dark Gold. Dark Series, Book 3. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 10. The kitchen was already warm from the blaze Stefan had built in the stone fireplace. The aroma of coffee and cinnamon laced the air. Alexandria walked beside Aidan into the room, their bodies brushing occasionally. He glanced down at the top of her bent head. She was wary now, afraid of him and the implications of her physical response to him. Yet now, without her knowledge, her body instinctively sought the shelter and comfort of his. She was beneath his shoulder, his arm sliding easily around her waist, across her back. She didn't even seem to notice. The feel of her skin against his was driving him mad, but he walked with his usual easy grace and revealed none of his emotions on his face. He smiled at Marie as she turned from the counter where she was beating an egg mixture in a bowl. She had so much warmth and affection in her for so many, not least for him. She humbled him with her ability to take so many into her heart. Aidan. Alexandria. I had no idea you were in the garden. She was smiling at them, but her sharp eyes were taking in his carefully blank expression and the shadows in Alexandria's eyes. Joshua slept a little fitfully. I think he's really missing you, dear. He's such a sweet little boy. And his beautiful curls. Alexandria smiled. He detests those curls. Marie nodded. What little boy wouldn't? Alexandria wasn't nearly as pale as she had been all the other times Marie had seen her, and she certainly didn't look dead, as she had when Aidan carried her into the house. She had been well fed by Aidan, Marie was certain. She took a deep breath. I wanted to thank you for what you did for Aidan the other night. It took courage. Stefan said Aidan would have died had you not gone to his aid. Aidan is like a son to me, or a brother. He is our friend and our family. Thank you for bringing him back to us. Aidan stirred restlessly beside Alexandria, but she ignored him. You're welcome, Marie, although I'm certain he would have found a way without me. Aidan is nothing if not resourceful. I'm indebted to you for all you've done for Joshua. Aidan bent his head to brush a kiss onto Marie's temple. I have told you for years that you worry too much about me. But you are correct. Alexandria saved my life. Alexandria made a face at him. And it was such a brilliant decision on my part, too, she whispered for his ears only. His hand came up to caress the nape of her neck. I thought so. Stefan came in with an armload of wood. Aidan, you're up. He beamed at them both. And Alexandria, you certainly look better than the last time I saw you. But I give you credit, you know how to get things done. Self-consciously, she brushed a tendril of hair from her face. I can be rather bossy, Stefan. I didn't mean to be. It's just that I've lived for so long on my own, caring for Joshua, that I'm used to doing everything myself and figuring things out. Besides, Aidan is so stubborn, and he seems to have everyone around here buffaloed. She was taunting him, the little devil. Aidan knew it, and something inside him responded to the teasing. He felt, for the first time in centuries, for the first time since he was young, that he was not alone. He was in his home, not a house, but a real home, with his family surrounding him. Joshua slept peacefully in his bed, Marie and Stefan were laughing and joking in the kitchen, and beside him was the woman who was his life, his very breath, the blood in his veins. She had given him a heart, so he was now capable of knowing love and laughter and appreciating the miracles he had been favored with. That handsome man came back, Marie suddenly said, her eyes bright and innocent. She remained very busy at the counter. Stefan choked on his coffee, and Aidan had to pound on his back. He looked suspiciously from one to the other. What handsome man. But he was beginning to have a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Marie touched Alexandria's arm lightly. You're Mr. Ivan. He was quite upset and worried about you. He even called the police when we wouldn't allow him in. They were by yesterday morning. Nice, polite officers. I believe you've met them, Aidan, a time or two. Marie was beaming. Thomas Ivan came by again? Alexandria asked, shocked. Oh yes, dear, Marie said guilelessly. He was quite worried about you. He called the police? Alexandria couldn't take it all in. 2 detectives. They insist you and Aidan contact them as soon as you return. We told them Aidan had taken you to a private hospital, that you were very ill. Aidan has donated money many times to their causes, and even helped a few out individually when they needed it. All on the up and up, of course. Loans with very little interest, but certainly within the law. I had the impression Mr. Ivan had angered them with his accusations against Aidan. I can imagine he did, Aidan said dryly, glaring at Marie. Marie didn't seem to notice the signal. I thought it sweet that he was so worried about your safety. One could hardly blame him for his concern. She smiled. He wanted them to search the house, but of course, the officers refused. He left his number and wants you to call him, and he left something else. Let me just get it for you. She sounded like an excited schoolgirl. Aidan leaned one hip lazily against the counter, but there was nothing lazy about his golden eyes. He followed his housekeeper's every movement, unblinking, his stare like that of a great predator eyeing its prey. Stefan moved closer to his wife uneasily, but Marie didn't seem to notice, bustling over to the refrigerator. I have to talk to the police? Alexandria asked, completely unaware of Aidan's menacing stance. I can't talk to the police. Aidan. She reached for his arm, her hand shaking. I could never do it. What if they ask me questions about Henry, or something about those women? Thomas Ivan will have told them I was there that night. I can't talk to the police. What has Thomas done? With a great sense of satisfaction, Aidan curved an arm protectively around her shoulders. He swept her close to him, offering comfort. Marie pulled open the enormous refrigerator and turned, a huge bouquet of roses in her hands, the vase cut crystal. He felt Alexandria's swift intake of breath. For you, Marie said blithely, ignoring the black scowl on Aidan's face. Your Mr. Ivan brought these for you. Alexandria moved away from Aidan to cross the room. They're so beautiful. Roses, she said breathlessly. I've never received flowers before, Marie. Never. She touched one dewy petal. Aren't they wonderful? Marie was nodding and smiling in agreement. I thought we might put them in the living room, but if you want them in your private bedroom, that would fine too. Aidan's hands itched to strangle the woman. He had known Marie from the moment of her birth 62 years ago, and they had never exchanged a cross word. And he suddenly wanted to strangle her. He should have ripped Ivan's throat out. Flowers. Why hadn't he thought of flowers? Why hadn't Marie mentioned it to him first? Why had she accepted them? Whose side was she on anyway? Flowers. He had the urge to rip those petals off one by one. Look, Marie cooed, he even had the thorns removed so you wouldn't hurt yourself. What a thoughtful man. What time did you tell the police we would see them? Aidan interrupted, afraid that if he didn't he would erupt into violence. He detested the way Alexandria kept caressing the petals of one of the white roses. Stefan cleared his throat and glared at his wife. They asked that you contact them at your earliest convenience. It seems that Ivan is particularly insistent, especially since 2 bodies, burned beyond recognition, were found a few miles from here. I told the police I was returning from the store when I saw the blaze and called it in from the car phone. Alexandria's face went white, and she looked up at Aidan as if for direction. Are they going to question me about that, too? Aidan reached out a hand, gently fingering her silky hair. Of course not. Kara. Do not be so alarmed. They believe I had already taken you to the hospital. If necessary, we will be able to prove such a thing. The police want only to answer Ivan's ridiculous concerns by seeing you alive and well. I assured him you were safe when he was here last, but he would not take my word. He has thoroughly insulted me. In spite of her fears, Alexandria laughed. You were lying to him, you idiot. I wasn't safe. A vampire had bitten me, remember? He raised an eyebrow at her. Idiot? In all the centuries of my existence, no one has ever called me an idiot. Well, that's because everyone's afraid of you. Thomas had good reason to think you were lying. Don't act like one of those ridiculous men in whatever century who fought duels of honor. I have fought more than one duel in my time. Idiot, she said disrespectfully, but she was laughing. Alexandria buried her face in the flowers, inhaling the sweet fragrance. Then she raised her head and caught Aidan looking at her with that possessive, masculine intensity that caused her heart to turn over. Do I really have to talk to the police? Can't you just do it? There was some satisfaction in her blaming Ivan, Aidan thought, but it didn't help to have her cuddling those accursed flowers. Stefan shook his head. Actually, Aidan, the police are very interested in those bodies. It seems the way they burned was quite remarkable, as if the flames were burning from the inside out. There was nothing left but ashes. They couldn't ID the bodies through dental work either. I think they'll insist on speaking to both of you. Alexandria slumped against the counter, leaning heavily on Aidan. I'm not very good at lying, Aidan. Everyone always knows when I'm lying. She sounded so dejected, as if it was a terrible sin that she couldn't lie, that he smiled. Do not worry, Kara. I will handle the police. All you have to do is sit in a chair and look fragile and delicate, Aidan assured her. She frowned at him as if she thought he was making fun of her. I can't look fragile. Or delicate. I'm sturdy, Aidan. He laughed then. He couldn't help it. The sound was deep velvet, a pure note that made Alexandria smile even as she nudged him. Don't laugh, you ape. I swear, Aidan, you're so completely arrogant. It's scary. Has he always been this way? She was smiling at Marie, her first genuine smile at the other woman, a sharing of feminine minds. Always, Marie said solemnly, her heart lightening. She had not realized just how afraid she had been that the household would change, that she and Stefan would no longer be welcome. She knew Aidan would never throw them out, but if the tension between Alexandria and herself was not resolved, sooner or later she and Stefan would have to find their own place. And Aidan's home had been her home her entire life. When she married Stefan, he had moved in and accepted the life she led, had accepted and grown to love Aidan Savage, too. I think the living room is the perfect place to put the flowers, Alexandria agreed. When Thomas comes over, he'll be able to see them. Aidan found himself gritting his teeth. Alexandria was already flitting from the kitchen. He caught Marie by the shoulder before she could follow, leaned down, and put his mouth to her ear. Couldn't you have thrown the damn things out? The words came out somewhere between a hiss and a growl. And just for the record, you traitor, Ivan is not her man. I am. Marie looked shocked. Not yet, you're not. I believe you still have to court her. And of course I would never throw roses out, Aidan. When a man goes to the trouble of giving a woman flowers, she should at least have the pleasure of seeing them. I thought you didn't like this bum. He can't be all bad. You should have seen his concern for her. I tell you, Aidan, he's really taken with her. Marie was deliberately, innocently enthusiastic. I don't think you'll have to worry about her when she's with him. She attempted to sound reassuring. Behind them, Stefan was choking again. Aidan swore eloquently in 3 languages and followed Alexandria out of the room, shaking his head over the workings of the female mind. Stefan put an arm around Marie. Wicked, wicked woman. She laughed softly. This is fun, Stefan. And it's good for him. Be careful, woman. He is not like other men. He might kill to keep her. His nature is that of a wild predator, Stefan warned gravely. We've never seen him like this. Marie sniffed. He will behave himself. He wouldn't dare do otherwise. That girl wants to run. She has sense, that one, and plenty of courage. Spirit, Stefan agreed. She will lead him a dance. But she doesn't realize the danger she will always be in. Or the danger Joshua will be in. She needs time, Stefan, Marie said softly. She will have us to help her, and Aidan will guide her. Aidan paced after Alexandria, pushing down the swirling demon raging against that soft, faraway look that had crept into her eyes. Intellectually, he understood the lure Thomas Ivan represented to Alexandria. She wanted to be human. She wanted to feel human. She wanted to work and live in the human world. She believed Ivan could give her that. Even more, she would not have to deal with the unfamiliar, frighteningly intense sexual feelings Aidan evoked in her. He reached out and caught the length of her hair in his hand, bringing her to an abrupt halt. Do not worry about the police, Alexandria. They will not ask you anything about the vampires. They have no idea they were vampires, and they believe you were in a hospital. If they ask, just tell them you do not remember anything. She was quiet a moment as she arranged the roses. He could sense her unease. Aidan? Can I leave here? Would you let me go? Involuntarily, his hand tightened in her hair. He let his breath out slowly. What brought this on? Piccola? I just want to know. You said I wasn't a prisoner here. Can I come and go as I please? Her teeth were tugging at her full lower lip. Are you planning on dating this joker? I want to know if I can leave this house. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pulled her against his hard frame. Do you think you could survive without me? His mouth was close enough to her neck that she could feel the warmth of his breath. Despite her every intention not to respond, her body caught fire. Her sapphire eyes searched his face. He gave nothing away. She had no idea what he was thinking, and she wasn't going to merge her mind with his to find out. He was drawing her deeper and deeper into his world, a world of the night, a world of sexuality and violence. Alexandria wanted her old life back. She wanted familiar things around her, things she had some control over. His perfect mouth touched her throat. A brush of flame. His golden gaze met her eyes. Do not ask questions you do not really want the answer to. I will not lie to you, even to make it easier. She closed her eyes as warmth flooded her body. He made her feel cherished, made her feel beautiful, made her feel unfulfilled and empty without him. Her fingers tightened around the stem of one of the roses. She jerked her hand away with a little cry, cradling one finger. Let me see, he said softly. His voice was tender, his touch gentle as he pulled her hand to him for his inspection. A pinprick of blood welled up from her index finger. Sir Galahad left a thorn, he murmured as he bent his head and took her finger into the healing heat of his mouth. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. Her body blazed with need. She stood as still as she could, watching him the way a cornered mouse does a cat. He had already taken over her life. It was there in her mind, in her body, her terrible need of him. She wanted to cry. Even if she managed to escape, to somehow get Joshua out and run away from him, she would carry him with her everywhere she went. Abruptly, she jerked her hand away from him before the flames leapt any higher. His name is Thomas Ivan, not Sir Galahad, and I doubt very much if he personally took the thorns from the roses. Aidan nodded solemnly. You are right. Piccola. He would not think of such a thing himself, nor would he perform the task. He would think it beneath him and a waste of his time. He reached around her and removed the thorn, then examined each stem carefully to assure himself she would not get hurt again. Why do you have to make him sound so petty? She demanded, exasperated. She was determined to be attracted to Ivan. Women all over the world had multiple lovers. If other women could be attracted to more than one man in a lifetime, so could she. It didn't have to be just Aidan Savage. He was worldly, sensuous, impossibly attractive with those haunting eyes and that perfect mouth. Any woman might fall for him, but all it was physical attraction. She could get over it like a bad case of the flu. A virulent case of the flu. Aidan turned away from her to stare out the window. He didn't know whether to laugh or be angry at her wild thoughts. She was so determined to find anyone other than him. Aidan? Stefan walked in. I informed the police that you and Alexandria had returned and that she would be up to speaking with them this morning. I made certain they understood she would be unable to go to the station or even to stay up long. They're sending a couple of detectives over now. Detectives? Aidan raised an eyebrow. For so trivial a matter? Stefan cleared his throat and shifted his weight uneasily. I believe Mr. Ivan has some political pull. He went above the department's head and even, according to the detective I spoke with yesterday, went so far as to check to see that all of us were in the country legally. I believe he wished to have us deported. Alexandria gasped, her chin lifting. He did. What? I'm sorry, Alexandria, I should not have repeated that within your hearing. Mr. Ivan was terribly upset at not being able to get in touch with you, Stefan said. Aidan could have strangled the man for attempting to get Ivan off the hook. Alexandria had been annoyed. Without her even being aware of it, she was already thinking of the members of his household as part of her family. That is no excuse for Thomas to throw his weight around and try to get you and Marie deported. He didn't even care about completely disrupting your lives. And what about Joshua? He would have had to go into a foster home. Her anger at Thomas Ivan was rising. She detested people who thought they could have their way because they had money. Though she would never admit it to Aidan, never concede that tiny bit of power, she was less and less inclined to work with the man or be involved with him in any meaningful way. Surely she would find other creative outlets. Actually, Stefan confessed, avoiding Aidan's sharp gaze, I believe it was Aidan he was more interested in deporting. He had an investigator run a background check on him, hoping, I think, to come up with some hint of criminal activities. Unsavory is the descriptive I believe he used. Alexandria bit back a sudden laugh. Perhaps Thomas has more intuition than we gave him credit for. Unsavory is an apt word, don't you think, Stefan? I wouldn't mind having Aidan deported myself. I think it would be prudent to retire to the kitchen and eat my breakfast, Alexandria, Stefan said diplomatically. Your only choice, Aidan growled. Stefan grinned at him unrepentantly and paused in the doorway. You might want to give Mr. Ivan a call, Alexandria. The detective said it might stop him from harassing them every 10 minutes. He's been calling them every 10 minutes? A slow smile curved her mouth. He must really be worried. Isn't that sweet, Aidan? He's worried about me. He must really want me to work for him. What a break. With the money he pays me, Joshua and I can. She trailed off, looked quickly up at Aidan. His hand curled around the nape of her neck, his fingers moving in a soothing massage. I am proud of you, Alexandria. Your work must be extraordinary to have Ivan after you to this extent. You deserve to feel good about yourself. He didn't believe for one moment that Ivan's interest in her was purely business, but he knew she was truly talented. Aidan was a shadow in her mind, seeing her vivid pictures spring to life in her imagination. She smiled up at him. I used to dream about working for Thomas Ivan. His company is always on the leading edge of graphic designs, and his games are like full-length movies. When the rumor hit the street that he might be looking for another graphic designer, I started sketching night and day. I didn't believe I'd really get a chance to show him my work, let alone that he would want to hire me. From what I saw of your drawings, you are very talented, he acknowledged softly. But perhaps you might want to correct some of his false impressions of vampires. Her eyes flashed at him, but a dimple deepened in her cheek. Make them more ruthless and merciless, you mean? She asked mischievously. She touched the petals of the nearest rose and bent once more to inhale their fragrance. I can't believe he sent me flowers. A rude noise escaped from somewhere deep in Aidan's throat. I just saved your life. What are roses compared to that? He was glaring at the long-stemmed flowers, his golden gaze intense and menacing. Alexandria glanced up at him, saw the dark, determined set of his mouth, and burst out laughing. She spun around and went up on her toes to cover his eyes with her palm. Don't you dare. If my roses wither, I'll know exactly who's responsible. I mean it, Aidan. You leave my flowers alone. You can probably destroy the entire bouquet with one ferocious glance. Her body was soft against his, her laughter warm against his throat. His arm circled her small waist, locking her to him. I was only going to make them droop a little. Nothing too dramatic. His velvet voice turned her heart over. Little butterfly wings were brushing at her stomach. She could feel his muscles, hard and masculine, imprinted on her form. Why did her body have to melt every time she came into contact with him? Even when he was being bad, a petulant, jealous child, he made her laugh. Why did all this have to be happening with him? I'm going to take my hand off your eyes, but you aren't even to look at my roses. If I catch you. She trailed off, meaning to intimidate him. Slowly her palm slid from his eyes, her fingers accidentally touching his mouth. At once her heart slammed hard against his. Or was it his heart slamming against hers? She didn't know, but the electricity was crackling, and he was too close. Don't you dare, Aidan. She made it an order. His eyes had gone hot, liquid gold, blazing possessively down into hers, melting her insides. Dare what? He whispered, his sorcerer's voice slipping under her skin like a flame. His gaze was so intense, she felt the same flames licking along her nerve endings. His mouth was now mere inches away. Her tongue touched her lower lip. Enticed him. Tempted him. She closed her eyes as his mouth came down on hers. Fire swept through her, consumed her. His arms crushed her to him, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but his perfect mouth and the earth moving beneath her feet. She belonged to him, with him. There could never be another. Only Aidan. Only the two of them together. She was his. The words beat in her head, imprinting themselves forever on her heart. On her soul. Alexandria reluctantly pulled her mouth from his, burying her face on his chest. "You aren't playing fair, Aidan," she said, the words muffled in his shirt. The warmth of his breath touched her neck. "This is no game, Kara. It never has been." His mouth closed over her pulse, sending it racing. "This is for all time. I have no idea what to do with you. I don't even know if you mean the things you say." The confusion in her mind was very real. He was swamping her, giving no relief, no time to figure things out for herself. That wasn't what Aidan wanted. Alexandria needed to trust him, to see him as a friend as well as a lover. The urgent demands of his body and nature gave them very little time, but he was determined to make the most of it. She could laugh at him, make him laugh at himself. It was a start to friendship. Slowly, reluctantly, his arms released her, and he stepped away, providing a measure of relief for both of them. "Thomas Ivan needs to be taken out and shot," he said deliberately to make her smile. "He's a spoiled brat who made too much money too fast." She relaxed visibly. "I wonder if he thinks the same thing about you." With his vivid imagination, he probably envisions a stake through my heart, he muttered. "That man has a sick mind, to make up all that nonsense. Did you happen to pick up his last game, the one with the vampires and their army of women slaves?" "Well, it's obvious you have," she pointed out, pouncing on that. "Secretly, you probably love his games. I'll bet you own every one." Her eyes widened, and a slow, wicked smile spread across her lips. "You do, don't you, Savage? You have all his games. You're a secret fan." He nearly choked. A fan? That man could not find the truth if it was staring him right in the face. As it was the other evening. She raised an eyebrow. "His games are fiction, Savage. No truth intended. Only imagination. That's why they're entertainment, not truth. Admit it, you like his games." "It is never going to happen, Alexandria, so do not hold your breath. And another thing, when you talk to that pompous ass on the phone, do not go all syrupy." He folded his arms across his chest and looked down at her from his superior height. "Syrupy," she echoed indignantly, outraged at the accusation. "I never sound syrupy." Her large eyes flashed a warning at him, daring him to pursue his point. He dared to. "Oh yes, you do." He clasped his hands together and made a face, his voice rising an octave as he simpered. "Oh, Marie, the flowers are so beautiful. Thomas Ivan gave them to me." He rolled his eyes as he mimicked her. "I did not say that. And I never act that way. For some reason, you just can't bring yourself to admit you like Ivan's games. It must be some macho kind of nonsense, although a lot of men play them and enjoy them." "They are pure trash," he insisted. "And there is not a grain of truth or sense in any of them. He romanticizes vampires. It would be interesting to see what he thought if he was introduced to one." It was a veiled threat, nothing less. Aidan fairly purred with satisfaction at the mere thought of it. Alexandria was horrified. "You wouldn't dare." "Aidan, I mean it. Don't you even think about doing something so evil." "Was it not you who said there was no such thing as a vampire?" he inquired innocently, his white teeth very much in evidence. His mouth again. She found herself staring up at it, fascinated. His smile had softened its lines into pure sensuality. She blinked to bring perspective back into her life. He should be outlawed. His smile widened, dispelling any hint of cruelty, and he leaned close to her. "Remember, I can read your mind." Piccola. Her blue eyes flashed at him, and one small fist thumped the middle of his chest. Hard. "Well, stop it. And don't flatter yourself. I wasn't exactly giving you compliments." "No?" His hand touched her face tenderly. "Keep fighting, Alexandria. It will not do you any good, but if it makes you feel better, go ahead." Arrogant, primeval ape, she sniffed, turning away before he could read her need of him in her eyes. She deliberately went to the telephone. "I believe you have Thomas's number?" He reached around her, his arm brushing her shoulders, his scent enveloping her. Any of his kind would recognize his brand, would know she belonged to him just from his scent on her. The human, however, would never notice. Irritated by the thought, Aidan found the business card beneath the phone and handed it to her. "Call him," he dared softly. Her chin went up. She was human. She would be human. Even if she wasn't this. This creature, whatever he was, would not rule her life. Defiantly, she stabbed at the buttons on the phone. To Alexandria's amazement, Thomas himself answered. It seemed so out of character. "Thomas? This is Alexandria Houghton," she said hesitantly, not certain, now that she had him, what to say. "I hope it isn't too early to call." "Alexandria. Thank God. I was beginning to think that man had you locked up in a dungeon somewhere. Are you all right? Do you want me to come and get you?" Thomas sat up, pushing at the hair falling across his forehead. The sheets had wound around him so tightly for a moment, he had to fight just to move. No, I'm fine. Well, still a bit shaky and I have to rest a lot, but I'm doing much better. Thank you for the roses. They're beautiful." She was acutely aware of Aidan standing close to her, listening to every word, listening to the tone of her voice. She had an impulse to try for syrupy. The man had no right monitoring her personal conversations. "I'm coming over, Alexandria. I have to see you." Thomas said it almost belligerently, determined not to be denied. "I believe I have an interview with a couple of detectives this morning," she said in a gentle reprimand. Beside her, Aidan stirred restlessly. Her voice was far too soft for his liking. Far too sexy. She was a Carpathian now, with all the sensuality and the mesmerizing effect on humans of one born to his kind. Aidan's subtle, possessive movement brought his body even closer, and she could smell his scent. It invaded her very being, sending liquid warmth pooling unexpectedly in her midsection. Alexandria hunched her shoulders and stepped away, backing up against the antique cherrywood piece the phone rested on. "I was so worried, Alexandria. And that strange man. How well do you know him?" Thomas had lowered his voice to a conspirator's whisper. Alexandria was acutely aware that it did not matter how quietly Thomas spoke. Her own hearing was so sharp now that she could hear at great distances if she chose. It only stood to reason that Aidan's hearing would be even more intense and his ability to control it far better than hers. She felt color wash into her face. "You don't know Aidan at all, Thomas. You barely know me. We only met for one dinner, and that was interrupted. Please don't say things against someone who has been a great friend to me." For some unknown reason, Thomas's slights against Aidan annoyed her, but it was the last thing she wanted Aidan to know. "You're very young, Alexandria. You've probably never met a man of his caliber before. Believe me, he's way out of your league. He's likely very dangerous." Her fingers tightened around the receiver until her knuckles whitened. What did Ivan know? And, therefore, how much danger might Aidan be in? Her teeth bit down hard on her lower lip. She really couldn't bear it if someone suspected the truth and drove a stake through his heart or something. She might not want to feel that way. She might even be betraying mankind, but she couldn't help herself. The idea of losing him was terrifying. Aidan reached around her and gently covered her hand with his. In her mind danced the image of a shark with Thomas Ivan's white, practiced smile. Deliberately, Aidan teased her with the image until she was forced to laugh. "This is no laughing matter, Alexandria," Thomas said huffily. "I'm coming over to discuss this. You can't stay in that house with that man." "I wanted to work for you, Thomas," she replied softly, "not have you dictate my personal life." She closed her eyes. She had wanted the job so much. She also wanted to be human, to live and breathe and function in a world she understood. "I'm coming over," he said decisively. Alexandria was left with a loud click and a dial tone. She glared up at Aidan. "Do I look like someone to push around?" she demanded as she banged down the phone. Please order me around. Tattooed on my forehead." "Let me see," Aidan said, leaning close. His mouth was inches from hers. Not at all. It says, extremely kissable." She pushed at the wall of his chest, but found him immovable. "Don't try your winning little ways with me, savage. I've been told you're a dangerous man and that I'm way out of my league, whatever that means." "How could I be dangerous?" His body was trapping hers with its heat, with its aggression. She ached for him so easily. "Am I dangerous?" His voice whispered over her lips like silk against her skin. "If you don't get out of my way right this minute, I'm going to." She pictured bringing up her knee hard and watching him writhe in pain on the floor. The image in her mind was as vivid as his shark's image had been. Aidan leapt away from her, laughing as he did so. "You have a nasty little temper, Alexandria." "Another annoying habit," she said smugly. Chapter 11. There was something unnerving about the house. Thomas couldn't put his finger on it, couldn't find the exact word to describe it, but he wished he could. It wasn't just the owner. The house itself seemed alive, a silent sentinel watching him. If he could put this feeling onto computer screen, capture the images to depict the way the house lived and breathed, stared malevolently at him, he would be one of the wealthiest men in the world. There was something very wrong with the entire setup at Aidan Savage's, and he meant to get to the bottom of it. The setting was dramatically beautiful, the house itself was architecturally perfect, yet he sensed some deeper, underlying monstrous being lurking there. He found himself thankful the usual early morning fog wasn't present as he climbed the steps to the huge, ornate front door. Even the police car parked in the circular drive was oddly comforting. He knew the detectives didn't like him, but their presence gave him the sense of security he needed to face Aidan Savage. Frankly, the man scared the hell out of him. It was his eyes. Savage had the disquieting, eerie, unblinking stare of a predator. There was power and intelligence there in that molten gold gaze, yet at times Thomas was certain the eyes had flashed with red sparks and glowed with a weird intensity. A few years back, for one of his games, Ivan had researched jungle cats, tigers, leopards, and the like, and he remembered how well cats could see in the night, a perfect adaptation for predators. Their large round eyes had huge pupils that closed down to slits in the light of day, but widened dramatically in the darkness. And he vividly recalled their deadly stare preceding an attack. Thomas shuddered and tried to shake off his feeling of dread as he stood before the door. His imagination was clearly working overtime. Savage was dangerous not because he was a night predator, but because he was staking out Alexandria Houghton as his territory, and Thomas Ivan intended to do the same. That was all. They were rivals for the same woman. Nothing sinister, nothing more. He had always had trouble keeping his imagination under control. He stared at the intricate stained glass panels in the door. They were beautiful, patterned with strange symbols and shapes. The more he studied the glass, the more he felt as if he were falling into it. Caught in it, like a fly in amber. That nameless dread began to build again, and for a moment he could barely catch his breath. To enter this house was to be trapped forever in an eternity of hell. The pattern began to move and change before his horrified stare. It wanted to draw him into its spiral, carry him into hell. His heart was pounding so loudly, his ears hurt. Thomas nearly screamed when the door swung open, breaking the spell. Aidan Savage stared down at him from his superior height. The man was dressed casually in a faded jeans and a V-necked shirt, but he looked at once strangely elegant yet wild and untamed, out of time and place, like some all-powerful tribal chieftain from times gone by. The shoulder-length hair, as golden as his eyes, added to the impression. "Mr. Ivan." The voice was so perfectly pitched, it seeped into Thomas's heart and soul, coiling itself inside him like a living, breathing thing. "I am so pleased you could take the time to stop in and reassure Alexandria. I am certain your visit will ease her mind. She has been quite anxious that you might not hold the job for her." Savage's solid weight blocked the entrance to the interior. His voice was pleasant, soothing, but the words stung slightly. It made Thomas a mere employer, nothing special to Alexandria Houghton, and certainly no threat to Savage's designs on her. Thomas reached for his own voice. A smoldering anger began to burn in him, giving him the impetus he needed to deal with this man. He was Thomas Ivan. He owned his own company, was wealthy, famous, a force to be reckoned with. He was no coward to snivel on a doorstep. "I'm glad we could meet again under more auspicious circumstances." Smugly superior, he offered his hand. The moment Savage gripped his fingers, Thomas winced at the man's enormous strength. Savage wasn't even trying, didn't even seem to notice his own casual power. Cursing silently, Thomas shook hands. And then Savage smiled. A gleam of white teeth. Strong. Sharp. No humor, no welcome. A predator's smile that never once warmed those strange, unblinking eyes. "Do enter my home, Mr. Ivan," Aidan invited, stepping back to give him room. And all at once entering that house was the last thing Thomas wanted to do. He actually stepped backward, a cold shiver of fear racing down his spine. Savage's mouth curved into a cruel yet almost sensual smile. "What is it?" The voice, so calm, so smooth, like velvet, was taunting all the same. The two detectives had been there for well over an hour, and in that time the demon in Aidan had been growing stronger and stronger. He had all but sprouted fangs as one of them did everything but beg for a date with Alexandria. Did she really need yet another suitor? He was going to have to post a sign on the lawn stating that all males courting Alexandria Houghton did so at their own peril. Alexandria walked the two detectives to the door, and at once Thomas Ivan forgot his fear. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She was hauntingly beautiful, more so than he remembered. Even the police officers were staring at her, mesmerized. Thomas choked back the jealous rage welling up out of nowhere, surprised by the intensity of his emotions. Under Savage's steady stare, he forced himself back under control. Alexandria's face lit up when she saw him, and Thomas sent a triumphant grin Savage's way. He entered the house quickly, pushed past the detectives, and clasped both of Alexandria's hands in his. Something deep within Aidan coiled dangerously at the sight of her hands in Thomas Ivan's. His breath stopped. His heart ceased to beat. The demon within stirred and roared for release. Fangs exploded into his mouth, and the red haze of the beast flamed in his eyes. As Thomas leaned in close, intending to kiss her cheek, Aidan fought for control so that he could casually wave a hand, directing a flurry of dust spores to whirl and dance beneath Ivan's nose. As Ivan inhaled, he began to sneeze violently, the spasms racking his entire body. Alexandria stepped away from him and raised an inquiring eyebrow at Aidan. When he looked far too innocent for her liking, she glared at him. It was hard enough for her to deal with the two bewitched policemen. They seemed oddly mesmerized by her voice, her eyes, her every movement. They had been so solicitous of her, so careful of what they said, so worried about her health, that she was beginning to suspect that, along with the exchange of blood, Aidan had somehow shared his sex appeal with her. And she definitely didn't want it. Aidan showed the detectives out the door, exercising great restraint not to throw them out bodily. He had not anticipated their human reaction to Alexandria's haunting beauty. He certainly had not anticipated his own reaction to their wanting her. He could smell their arousal, read their thoughts, and he wanted them out of his sight before he did something unforgivable. Something stirred in his mind like the brush of butterfly wings. Aidan. Startled, he glanced at Alexandria. She was frowning at him. "Stop being so mean to Thomas." Joy surged through him. She had voluntarily merged her mind with his and was communicating in the way of a life mate. He smiled, completely unrepentant. "Stop holding his hands. You're being childish." "I am not holding his hands." "And stop letting him kiss you." "He didn't get to kiss me." "Aidan, stop." "I mean it." He raised a hand, and the dust dispersed. Embarrassed, Thomas turned away from Alexandria, wondering what had happened. He never had sneezing fits. Never. Why would he suddenly have one now? Was it somehow this house and those damned unblinking amber eyes? Alexandria was smiling at him with her lush mouth and inviting dimples. "Please come and sit down, Thomas. I'm sorry you were inconvenienced by my illness." Her voice whispered over his skin, and he felt a shaft of desire pierce him. She was dressed simply in torn, faded jeans and a pearl-buttoned cardigan. She was barefoot. Yet she looked incredibly sexy. Thomas had always preferred sophisticated, high-fashion women, yet he couldn't tear his gaze from Alexandria's unpolished beauty. The housekeeper entered carrying a tray with warm croissants and cream puffs and a silver coffee pot. Unexpectedly, she smiled a welcome to Thomas. "Mr. Ivan, your flowers have certainly brightened up our home." He settled on the couch complacently. He was winning over the housekeeper. Feeling particularly charming, he bestowed a slight nod and a brief smile in her general direction. Aidan caught Alexandria by one slender arm and guided her firmly to a high-backed chair facing Thomas. After seating her, he remained behind the chair, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders. Alexandria must rest soon, Mr. Ivan. She is still quite weak. The interview with the detectives was longer than we expected and quite hard on her stamina. It was a reprimand, a reminder that it was Thomas Ivan who had forced Alexandria, as fragile as she was, into talking with the police. Yes, of course. I'll be brief. I merely wanted to see that she was all right and to discuss our working arrangements. Thomas accepted the cup of coffee Marie handed him, then gazed up at the man standing so protectively behind Alexandria's chair. Once I lay out my expectations for this project, it's really Alexandria's genius that has to take over. The storyline is unique and very frightening. We have top actors willing to read the roles for us, and we intend to create a product unrivaled in today's market. Everything is in place, but I need the perfect artwork. That's so exciting, Thomas, Alexandria said, acutely aware of Aidan's hands on her shoulders. His thumb was stroking slowly, sensually over her clavicle. You are using that syrupy voice. Aidan pointed out wickedly, his voice brushing her mind like the stroke of his thumb. The teasing note in it set her heart to melting. You mean you need Alexandria's artwork? Mind your own business. I'm deliberately flirting a little. You have heard of the concept, haven't you? In fact, I think you wrote the book on it. We will have none of that nonsense. His voice whispered in her mind, his laughter soft and inviting. Alexandria glanced up at his face. It was a mask, his golden eyes still on Thomas. Yet she had the sensation of such intense intimacy, it was almost as if they had made love. Her feelings for Aidan were strong and growing more so with every conversational exchange, with every blood exchange, with every merging of their minds. At the realization, fear welled up in her, sharp and ugly. Breathe. Piccola. You always forget to breathe. Aidan sounded amused, mockingly male. Alexandria chose to ignore the taunt, instead sending Thomas a high-powered smile that jerked his head up and set his body tightening with urges and demands. Thomas was intensely aware of Savage standing like some Greek god behind Alexandria's chair, with that damned unblinking stare and his hands on her shoulders as if he owned her. That deadly stare, never once moving from Ivan's face, was completely unnerving. Thomas had the feeling Aidan could read his lustful thoughts, his every intention. He took a sip of coffee to calm himself. Perhaps we could go out for breakfast, Alexandria, he suggested silkily, deliberately challenging Aidan's hold on her, and discuss the details. That stare never wavered. Alexandria is unable to leave at this time. The doctors were very specific as to her resting hours, were they not, Alexandria? Perhaps that should be taken into consideration when you are deciding if Alexandria can do the work you need. Aidan sounded the same, quiet, mild, almost expressionless, as if none of this meant a thing to him and Thomas was no threat of any consequence. Yet Alexandria stiffened at his words and would have interrupted had Savage's hands not tightened, holding her still. Thomas noticed with satisfaction the rise in tension between them. The chemistry, the intensity between the two, was unmistakable, and he detested it, knowing that it threatened his relationship with her. But Alexandria wasn't happy with it, and that was good. Ivan smiled his easy, charming smile and leaned forward. Alexandria has the job no matter what the restrictions on her hours. I have the contract with me and am prepared to meet any price. Take that, Savage, he thought. Don't think you can push me aside so easily. Shark attack. Look out. Kara. He is swimming toward you. Aidan deliberately lightened the mood between Alexandria and himself. Alexandria glanced back at Aidan and saw his calm mask. The golden eyes never wavered from Thomas's face, but in her mind she could hear the echo of his soft laughter. In spite of her annoyance, she wanted to laugh with him. I'm pleased to hear you say that, Thomas, she answered in her most syrupy voice, deliberately trying to annoy Aidan to pay him back. The doctors are being extremely careful, and as I have the responsibility of my younger brother, I need to be cautious with my health. Follow their instructions to the letter, Thomas replied, leaning even closer. I wouldn't want a repeat of this episode. It scared me to death. He made it personal, his hand reaching out to rest on her knee. For some reason, his touch repelled her. The coffee cup balanced in his other hand suddenly shifted, and the hot liquid spilled over his hand and wrist. With a cry, he clattered the cup onto the tray, in the process managing to drag his arm across the cream puffs. The sleeve of his immaculate suit came away covered in goo. "Oh, Thomas." Alexandria tried to jump to her feet to help him, but Aidan's hands kept her in place. "I know you did that, you Neanderthal. Don't for 1 minute try your innocent act, because it won't work. You're deliberately embarrassing the man." She accused Aidan of it hotly, working hard to avoid any humor welling to the surface. He can keep his damned hands to himself. Aidan was calmly unrepentant in the face of her wrath. "You keep touching me whenever the mood strikes you. That's rather like the pot calling the kettle black. Stop provoking him. I want this job. The idiot is so besotted with you, he would stand on his head if you demanded it. The job is not going anywhere. No one says besotted anymore." She couldn't think of a scathing enough retort. Aidan acted so completely without remorse. To add to her seething anger, she could hear that unmistakable note of amusement in his black velvet voice. "I'm sorry, Alexandria." Thomas was mortified. It was those damn amber eyes watching his every move, waiting, just waiting. It was eerie and disturbing, that predator stare. He felt like a rabbit, prey for a wolf. Then he again cursed his own imagination. He gave Alexandria his most winning smile, trying to ignore the man standing behind her chair. Savage gave an impression of indolence, but Thomas wasn't deceived. Whoever this man was, he was a force to be reckoned with. He had staked a claim on Alexandria and was clearly warning Thomas off. "Don't worry about it, Thomas. The tray was too close. In any case, the damage is to your suit, not me." Alexandria's voice was so soothing and peaceful, seeming to surround him, relaxing him. "Alexandria is tired, Mr. Ivan. I must insist she rest now." Aidan's golden stare was unwavering. "I trust you are now satisfied I am not holding her prisoner in my dungeon." He paused. "And in the future, Mr. Ivan, if you wish to know something about me or my staff, I assure you, a private investigator is a waste of your money. I will be happy to answer any questions you have." His smile was amicable, but his powerful white teeth gave Thomas the illusion of being stalked by a wolf. There was absolutely no warmth in those golden, unnerving eyes. Thomas rose to his feet, hating the fear swirling deep within his gut and the humiliation of being summarily dismissed by the man under the guise of concern for Alexandria's health. But he could be patient. She would be working with him. They would be alone, and there wasn't a thing Aidan Savage could do about it. "I regret any inconvenience my concern for Alexandria caused you. I was very worried about her well-being." Ignoring Aidan's hands on her shoulders, Alexandria rose with him. "We understand. Although I assure you, Aidan is a good man and would never harm Joshua or me. You had absolutely nothing to worry about." Thomas looked over her head to directly challenge Aidan. "Oh, I'm sure you're right about that." He understood the bastard, but Alexandria was far too innocent to realize just what kind of a man Savage really was. There had to be skeletons in his closet, a body or two in his past. Thomas intended to find every one of them. Deliberately, he smiled at the man, a cool, intentional threat. "Mr. Savage and I understand one another quite well, Alex. I will call you later." She was following him to the door. As he paused on the front porch, he turned and raised a hand to touch her cheek, certain her skin would be as soft as it looked. For a moment his heart seemed to stop, and his breath caught in his throat. No woman had ever affected him as she did. But even as he reached out to cup her face, he heard an angry buzzing, and a huge black bee dive-bombed him from out of nowhere. With an oath, Thomas jumped back, swatting ineffectually at the persistent insect. As his left foot came down, he turned his ankle and nearly fell. Alexandria's hand covered her mouth in horror. "Aidan, stop it right now. I cannot imagine what you are accusing me of." Aidan returned innocently from the living room. His voice was unconcerned, virtuous, and placid. Thomas fled down the driveway to the safety of his car. Damn the man, damn the house, and damn every awkward thing that had happened. Savage was not going to drive him away forever. From the sanctuary of his vehicle, he waved to Alexandria, happy to see that she looked somewhat distressed for him. He almost wished he had allowed the bee to sting him. She might have insisted on nursing him back to health. Alexandria shut the door with more force than was necessary. "You are the most infuriating man in the world," she accused him. Aidan raised an eyebrow. "One of my more annoying yet endearing qualities." His slow, sexy smile was teasing. Alexandria nearly lost her train of thought, distracted by the melting warmth that smile caused. Abruptly, she caught herself, straightening her shoulders and summoning as much anger as she could manage under the circumstances. "Nothing about you is endearing." That was so. So she broke off, searching for the right word, but her vocabulary failed her. "Nobody should have a smile." "Brilliant," he prompted, helping her out. "Insensitive." Comesto mind. "Childish." "Are you going to behave this way every time he comes here?" Her hands were on her slender hips, her sapphire eyes flashing sparks. He wanted to kiss her. His golden eyes warmed, and his gaze dropped to her mouth. Instantly her body responded to that dark, sensual look. She backed away from him hastily, her hands up for protection. "Don't you dare, you escapee from an insane asylum." "Do not dare what?" His voice was soft, mesmerizing, seductive. She could feel the touch of it like fingers stroking her skin. She ached with it, went liquid with it. "Just stay across the room from me." "I mean it, Aidan. You're lethal. You ought to be locked up." "But I have not done anything." He smiled and moved slowly toward her. "Yet?" "Marie." In a panic, Alexandria called out as loudly as she could. Aidan laughed as the housekeeper hurried in. "Little coward, run while you can." Although they were half a room apart and Marie was squarely between them, Alexandria felt the brush of his fingers on her skin, her face, her throat. They trailed lower, feather-light, to touch the aching swell of her breast before the sensation was gone. "What is it, Alexandria?" Marie asked, her hands on her hips, glaring at Aidan. He held up a placating hand, laughing. "I am innocent. I was a perfect gentleman to her visitor." He spilled Thomas's coffee, made him sneeze, smeared whipped cream over him, and chased him with a bee, Alexandria accused. While Marie struggled to keep a straight face, Alexandria delivered the final outrage. "And he was going to wither my flowers." "Aidan," Marie reprimanded sharply, but there was laughter in her eyes. Aidan was really laughing now, his head thrown back, his golden eyes glowing, his face transformed, almost boyish with mischief. Neither woman could resist the pure joy, the fun he was experiencing for the first time in centuries. It made Marie want to cry with happiness, and it was an aphrodisiac to Alexandria, knowing she wielded so much power over such a creature. She is not telling the truth. Ivan spilled his own coffee and dipped his arm in the cream puffs. I was nowhere near him. And the bee probably just happened by. How can I be responsible for an insect's attraction to that man? He looked wide-eyed and blameless. As to the flowers, I was only glowering at them because she was acting so silly over the damn things. "Silly?" Alexandria echoed. "I'll show you silly, you. Savage. Beast." She started toward him purposefully, but Marie held up a hand. Now, children. Joshua is up, and we wouldn't want him to find the two of you fighting." "We wouldn't want him to find out his hero has feet of clay," Alexandria corrected, glaring at Aidan. He moved toward her then, a deliberate stalking, gliding around Marie in his silent, fluid way, making Alexandria's heart pound frantically in anticipation. His perfect mouth was curved in a taunting smile. Hastily, she stepped backward, tripped, and would have fallen if he hadn't reached out a hand and caught her. "Running away, little coward," he whispered softly, teasingly, dragging her close into the shelter of his arms. Marie discreetly left the room, deserting the younger woman to her fate, hiding a grin behind her hand as she went. "Aidan." There was an ache in Alexandria's voice. She didn't mean for it to be there. It was just that he was so close, the heat of his body enveloping her. His mouth was inches from hers, their hearts matching the same desperate rhythm. His thumb brushed her lower lip in a light caress, sending a flame shooting through her soul. His golden eyes held hers as he lowered his head, his mouth finding hers with unhurried hunger, slowly savoring every inch of the silken interior, exploring, coaxing. His hands slid to her hips, his fingers tightening, pulling her against him, pinning her softness against his hard, demanding body. There was a trace of resistance in her, as if she were still fighting for survival, her sense of self-preservation warning her she was in danger. But the bond between them was growing with their proximity, with each blood exchange, with the explosive chemistry between them. Already her mind sought his, her soul reached for him. Even her heart was softening, becoming willing. Her body cried out to his. Only her head, so stubborn, prevented him from claiming his rights as her life mate. His mouth moved over hers, deepening the kiss, sweeping aside her objections on a wave of fire, dragging her deeper and deeper into a world of sensuality, of the night, of all that went with the demands of their blood. Holy macaroni! Joshua's voice was awed and disgusted at the same time. Do you like that gross stuff, Aidan? Alexandria jerked herself out of Aidan's arms and rubbed at her mouth, trying desperately to regain her breath. Aidan ruffled the boy's blonde curls. Yes, Joshua, I like that stuff, but only with your sister. She is special, you understand. Someone like Alexandria only comes along once in a few hundred centuries. Joshua was regarding his sister with a speculative grin. There was a devilish light in his eyes. She seemed to like it, too. Well, I didn't, Alexandria denied adamantly. Aidan Savage is a jerk, Joshua. A big jerk. The grin spread. She did like it, Joshua stated. You must kiss pretty good, Aidan. She never lets anyone kiss her except me. He turned his face up for Alexandria's kiss, his little arms circling her neck as she bent to do so. Nobody else better kiss you either, except Aidan and me. That is the way it should be, Aidan said complacently. We will have to be especially vigilant now that Mr. Ivan has hired her to do his drawings. He has that look about him. I would be willing to bet he wants to kiss Alexandria. Don't worry, Aidan. I won't let him, Joshua said staunchly. If she does go to work for that guy, I'll follow them everywhere and make him stay away from her. That would be just the thing, Josh. The approval in Aidan's voice had the little boy beaming proudly. I can't believe, Alexandria interrupted, that you are having this conversation with a 6-year-old. She hugged her little brother tightly to her and returned the warmth she had been missing. He had been too long away from her, but not so long that he couldn't still argue with her. I'm almost 7. It's still inappropriate. Joshua smirked at Aidan. Don't worry. She always says that when she doesn't know what else to say and wants me to shut up. Aidan reached down and one-handedly lifted the boy up to his shoulder. That is because she liked my kisses and is a bit flustered. We will have to forgive her this time. Oh, I see how it's going to be. Alexandria glared at the two of them, but her dimple appeared despite her best effort at ferocity. You guys are planning to gang up on me. They looked at each other, exchanging a smile. Yes, they said at the same time. Alexandria felt her heart turn over. Joshua had never had anyone but her to watch over him. He had never trusted anyone else, never looked up to anyone else. She couldn't help but be happy that Aidan was taking such an interest in him. Aidan was stealing her heart with his gentleness. Joshua was her world. She could see Aidan's genuine affection for the boy, could see that they were developing a real rapport. And she felt tears welling up in her eyes at the sight of the two of them together. Come on, big fellow, we need to get you some breakfast. Mr. Ivan left wearing his food on his clothes, the man's so clumsy. You should have seen him, Aidan informed the boy. Joshua giggled. He spilled his food? Aidan glided easily toward the kitchen, as if Joshua's added weight was incidental. He was a complete fool. Even Alexandria had a difficult time trying not to laugh, not that she would admit it. She pretends she likes him, he whispered, knowing perfectly well she could hear his every word. Alexandria trailed along after them, uncertain whether Aidan needed another kick in the shins or whether she should just act dignified and ignore him. It was a difficult choice. I can read your mind. His voice in her mind was like a physical caress. Her eyes flashed fire at him. She would kick him, the first chance she got. He knew exactly how he affected her, the cad. 1,000-year-old playboy. Hound dog. Swine. He deserved to be kicked. Hard. I never spill my food, Aidan, Joshua confided solemnly. At least not anymore. When I was baby I did. Sisters do not have the same effect on their brothers as they do on grown men. Believe me, Alexandria could make me spill my food. Joshua shook his blonde curls. No way, Aidan. It is true, Joshua. I do not want to admit it, but she definitely could. Scary, is it not, the effect women have on men? Why? She's just a girl. He rubbed his nose and grinned at his sister. And she's always telling us what to do. Right now, I'm going to tell you to eat your breakfast and get ready for school. Alexandria aimed to sound tough, though she was trying not to laugh. Joshua was far too precocious for his own good. I'll walk you. Aidan turned slowly and regarded her with his steady golden gaze. Alexandria ignored him, all too aware that he objected to her going out. But she was determined to be assertive. She was not going to change her entire life because of him. The more she allowed Aidan to convince her of things she could and couldn't do, the more she was drawn into his world. I'm going, she reiterated firmly. You think, he said softly, lowering Joshua to his feet. He ruffled the boy's silky curls. Someone has to take care of you. Joshua and I are determined to look after you whether you like it or not. Joshua grinned up at her, innocent, boyish, unaware of any undercurrents. Because you're sick, Alex. You know, like you always take care of me when I'm sick. He slid into a high-backed oak chair. Once I was really, really sick, and she never left me, even to go to sleep. I remember that, Alex. You had pneumonia, she affirmed softly, reaching down to touch his shoulder affectionately. There was such tenderness in her expression, Aidan turned away to prevent himself from pulling her into his arms. She was struggling to stay human, and he really couldn't blame her for it. Her entire world had been turned upside down. For someone who viewed him as a fictional creature, the legendary, horrifying vampire, she was doing quite well. Marie cooked pancakes this morning, Joshua said. I told her I wanted them because they're your favorite. She made funny faces out of them. The blow was almost physical, a punch in the gut. Alexandria's paled, and she suddenly found herself examining the immaculate kitchen floor. Everything reminded her of the terrible price she paid for remaining alive. There had to be a way to change back. If a vampire or a Carpathian could bring her across, then modern medicine must have an antidote. She would secretly do research, find a way to take care of Joshua by herself, without the help of Marie or Stefan, and certainly without Aidan. He was becoming far too indispensable for her liking. She sensed his golden eyes on her, knew he was watching her closely, could feel the exact moment when his mind reached out to hers. She deliberately resisted, wanting to exert her independence. His laughter was soft and taunting. Are you going to wear shoes when we take Joshua to school, or do you plan to escort him barefoot? He asked softly, unconcerned with her defiance. I don't think you need to come, Aidan. I'm quite capable of taking Josh to school all by myself. You have to remember, I've been doing it for some time now. He reached out and tugged a lock of her hair. True. Piccola. But that is not the point. I had to research the school very quickly, and while Stefan checked it out for me, I really have not had a chance to evaluate it for myself. This will be a good opportunity to do so. You're guarding me. She made it an accusation. He shrugged lazily. He saw no reason to deny it. That too. She flashed him a resentful look. All at once tears were burning behind her eyes, and that only made her more angry. I don't need a guard. I know better. She caught him by the arm. Joshua, hurry and finish your breakfast, then brush your teeth. Aidan and I are going to talk. Come into the living room when you're ready to leave. Okay, Alex, Joshua replied. Though her small fingers wrapped barely halfway around his powerful wrist, she dragged Aidan out of the kitchen. You can't keep me prisoner, Aidan. And I know you aren't guarding me to keep me safe. What's out there that would hurt me? You said yourself vampires can't be out past the dawn. I can go with Joshua alone. You have no idea what you are facing. The light, even the early morning light, will hurt your eyes and the sun will burn your skin. You will have to wear especially dark glasses and get used to the sun gradually. As your life mate, I am responsible for your health and safety, and I must protect you at all times, even from yourself. If you wish to accompany Joshua to his school, then I will go also. You're making certain I return. Your coming with us has nothing to do with Joshua's school or my safety. You think I'm going to take Josh and run for the nearest airport? If I had any brains at all, I would. You can just stay here, Aidan, and let me take care of my brother. I've been doing it for years. Her blue eyes were flashing at him, fiery with determination and defiance. Aidan allowed a slow, masculine smile of amusement to soften his mouth. And a very good job you have done, Alexandria. Joshua is a fine boy. He has stolen the hearts of all of us who reside here. But I would be remiss in not escorting the boy at least once to his new school. Apparently, he has had problems in the past with a bully or two, and he made it clear that a show of force could be very helpful in establishing better relationships. I will have Stefan bring the limo around. You aren't listening to me, Aidan. But he had successfully defused her anger. She wanted Joshua to be happy. She had been only too aware of his troubles at the old school. If he wanted the big car and a few big adults around to back him up and make a strong first impression, then who is she to deny him? I don't think I like you very much, Aidan. You always seem to get your way, she capitulated reluctantly. He ruffled her hair as if she were Joshua. Get used to it. Piccola. Everyone obeys me. I'm not afraid of you the way they are. Perhaps not in the same way, Alexandria, but you are most definitely afraid. Otherwise you would not try to run away from me, from us, the way you do. The teasing note in his voice was doing things to her insides she didn't want to acknowledge. She had to escape. It was the only way. The only way. Marie stuck her head in the doorway. The phone, Alexandria. Your young man again. She winked. He is eager, this one. He is not Alexandria's young man, Marie, Aidan said, annoyed. He's old enough to be her father. Marie only laughed as she sailed back toward the kitchen, ignoring his bad mood. Hello. With deliberate malice, Alexandria sounded as sweet as she could as she took Thomas Ivan's call. Oh, Thomas. Her eyes were on Aidan as she gushed the other man's name. The theater? Tonight? It's short notice, and I don't know if I'm quite ready for a night out. Aidan could easily hear the suave, persuasive voice on the other end of the line. We would just sit quietly, Alex, and I'd bring you straight home. An early night. She closed her eyes. A night away from all the tension. A night in the real world. Her world. It was appealing. And by accepting, she would also learn whether she was a prisoner or not. That sounds wonderful, Thomas. But straight home afterward, I don't want the doctor yelling at me. She looked at Aidan when she said it. Aidan raised an eyebrow, but his features otherwise remained expressionless granite. For some reason, that made her heart beat faster than if he had looked annoyed. Aidan Savage was planning something. She didn't know what, but she was certain of it. She hung up the phone. I'm going to the theater, she said defiantly. Aidan nodded. So I heard. Do you think it wise? She shrugged. I'm well enough. My health appears to be back to normal. I am not concerned with your health at this moment, Alexandria, he said softly, only his. Chapter 12. Aidan, may I have a puppy? Joshua, sandwiched between Aidan and Alexandria in the car, carefully avoided looking up at his sister. Alexandria stiffened resentfully, her chin up. Aidan's hand slid along the back of the seat and rested lightly on the nape of her neck. His fingers curled around the slim column and began a slow massage. Joshua, it is fun to tease Alexandria that I am the big boss and can overrule her, but we both know the truth. Alexandria is your sister and your guardian. Why would you ask me such a question? Ah, Aidan. Joshua stared down at his hands. She always says no. Don't you, Alex? She says it's too hard to find an apartment that will allow a puppy. But now we live with you. A puppy could live there, don't you think? He looked up hopefully. Your house is really big and I'd take care of it, except when I'm at school. Well, Joshua, I do not know, Aidan answered seriously, giving the matter consideration. Puppies can be a significant amount of trouble. Marie and Stefan have many duties, keeping the household running. To be fair, they would have to be consulted also. This is not a decision to be made lightly. In any case, before you take the issue further, I think discussing it with your sister should be your primary starting point. Joshua shrugged and grinned engagingly up at Alexandria. She already said we could have one if we ever found a place that would let us. Alexandria tried to focus, but her eyes were burning even behind the extremely dark glasses Aidan had insisted she wear. The car windows, too, were darkly tinted to help block out the sun, but it still felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing at her when the light touched her face. It was terrifying. And it meant that once again Aidan had been telling her the truth. We haven't been in Aidan's home long enough to know if we're even going to stay, Joshua. She ignored the fingers tightening around her neck. And it isn't fair to saddle Marie with such a job so early. Let's wait and see what happens. I'll be starting work soon, and we're all just settling in. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying we should wait a little bit longer, okay? But, Alex. There was a whining note in Joshua's voice. I think Alexandria is being very fair, Joshua. Aidan's tone brooked no argument, and Joshua subsided immediately. She was oddly grateful to Aidan. Ordinarily, Joshua would have tried to wear her down. And right now she was so tired it seemed difficult to think or function properly. Her eyes were streaming, and the muted sunlight was searing her arms and face. She wanted to cry, to scream against the fate that had done this to her. All along she had hoped Aidan wasn't really telling her the truth. That he merely had some devious reason for trying to convince her to believe him. We will be home soon. Kara. The words moved through her mind, wrapping her in velvet and warmth, like the comfort of his arms. I can't accept this. She said it aloud, oblivious to the fact that Joshua sat between them, all ears. I just can't, Aidan. It was a measure of her state of mind that she had said anything that might upset Joshua. She was always so careful around him. Aidan's hand slid lower down her back, tangling in her silky hair, linking them together. Do not worry so. All will be well, he said, easily smoothing over the moment. The car pulled to a stop, and Stefan opened the door on Aidan's side. Instantly unfiltered sunlight poured in, a streak of heat and light, and Alexandria knew immediately that Stefan had been instructed to open Aidan's door rather than her own. Aidan, as always, was protecting her from her own folly. Even with his large frame blocking out most of the light, throwing a protective shadow over her, she clenched her teeth against the burning sensation. With her eyes closed behind the dark glasses, she kissed the top of Joshua's head. Have a good day, Josh. See you tonight. She was astonished that she could sound so normal. Will you be there when I get home? He asked anxiously. He still hated letting her out of his sight, still feared he would lose her. Lately, the feeling had crept into his dreams, nightmares, really, that Alexandria was gone far from him forever. He wrapped his arms around her tightly and buried his face on her shoulder. What is it, Josh? At once, her own fears and physical pain were swept aside so that she could comfort him. Nothing bad is going to happen to you, is it? His anxiety was in his voice, in the tautness of his small body. Alexandria wanted to answer him, to reassure him, but the words caught in her throat and refused to come out. Only a tiny sound escaped, of something between terror and pain. I will be with Alexandria while you're at school, Joshua, Aidan said softly, the smooth, easy pitch of his voice so pure, it was impossible not to believe him. I will never allow anything or anyone to harm her. You have my word on that. And even if she is resting when you get home, she will be up in the evening to be with you. In his sister's arms, Joshua visibly relaxed, and Aidan patted the boy's head, a rush of affection unexpectedly washing over him. Joshua was wrapping himself around his heart. But behind the dark glasses, Aidan's eyes were restless, searching, an uneasiness growing in him. He was able to tolerate the light of morning, but the price of being Carpathian, a creature of the darkness, would eventually steal up on him and claim his great strength. I'll be home at 2:30, Joshua announced like a little adult, and he kissed Alexandria one last time. Your lunch, Stefan reminded him, handing the boy the backpack Marie had purchased for him a few days earlier. Thanks, Stefan, Joshua called as he ran after a boy who had already become his friend. Jeff. Hey, wait up. Alexandria tried to watch him run, but the light nearly blinded her, like needles piercing her pupils, making them water continually. She had no option but to close her eyes tightly. She drew her knees up and huddled miserably against the back seat. Aidan shifted, a mere rustling on the rich leather, but she could feel the warmth and comfort of his solid frame beside her. Still, she didn't want his comfort. She didn't want anything to do with him. He had promised Joshua that he would look after her, that she would always be there for the boy, but she couldn't face living the life of a creature existing off the blood of others. No sun. No day. No real sharing of Joshua's life. She groaned softly and covered her face with her hands. Stefan shut the door, blocking out the terrible light, and Aidan's arms circled her slender shoulders. It will not be like this for all time. Kara. It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun is barely up yet. Sobs were trying to push past the lump in her throat. Your skin must become accustomed to daylight slowly. She felt the brush of his mouth on the top of her head. Stefan started the car. Wait, Aidan commanded, and Stefan obeyed instantly, turning in his seat in inquiry. Aidan remained silent, scanning the surrounding area, a slight frown touching his mouth. Perhaps we could use the services of Vinny Del Marco and Rusty. Please get them here immediately and instruct them to remain with Joshua until he is safe within the walls of our home. Arrange for one of their associates to remain with Marie as she goes about her business, and please ensure that she postpones as many errands as possible. His voice was even and calm, without alarm, yet it frightened Alexandria. What is it? She demanded. Stefan was asking no questions. Obviously, he was well aware of the significance of Aidan's orders. Tell me. Joshua's my brother. Is he in some kind of danger? Aidan's arm tightened around her as the car pulled away from the school, preventing her from leaping from the moving vehicle in an attempt to get back to Joshua. Alexandria struggled, but he was enormously strong. It will be taken care of. You said vampires can't take the dawn. Who else would hurt him? He's just a little boy, Aidan. Bring him back to the house. Her voice was veering out of control, bordering on hysteria. Joshua needs to live a normal life. Nothing will harm him. Vinny and Rusty, very reliable bodyguards, will protect him. Joshua is not like us, Alexandria. He remains in the world of humans. We must return to the house and the sleeping chamber until the sun begins to sink. She hated his voice. So gentle, so compelling, mesmerizing her into doing anything he wanted. So reasonable while she was out of control. He appeared not to notice her struggles, her hysteria. He made her feel her protests were childish, her behavior unreasonable. She took a deep breath and fought to regain control. Let go, Aidan. I'm all right now. I think I will hold you just a bit longer. Piccola. I am in your mind, and I know that you seek to deceive both of us with your false composure. Relax, now, just breathe with me, and you will see that I have taken care of everything. Joshua will be safe with the arrangements I have made. I don't think you quite understand, she enunciated distinctly. I am Joshua's sister. I am the one to decide what is safe for him or not. I want him with me. He cannot be with you, Alexandria. It is impossible, Aidan said patiently. His thumb found the frantic pulse at her throat and gently stroked it. Joshua will remain in school. It isn't your affair. I want him home. Do you think arguing with me is going to change what is? You are what you are. Cara mia. There is nothing that can be done. When she tried to move away from him, his arm prevented her escape. This arrangement is not going to work, Aidan. I refuse to allow you to dictate what I can or can't do with Joshua. It isn't your business. Furious, she strained harder to get away from him, but she was beginning to feel so very tired. Aidan cradled her head against his chest, his hand wrapped around her throat, her life's pulse beating into his palm. There is no way for you to live apart from me, Alexandria, and in your heart you know it is true. Perhaps that is why you struggle so desperately. You are not yet ready to surrender your freedom into my keeping. I hate you. He didn't understand at all. From a very early age, she had been forced to take control of situations. She was used to it now. Liked it. She was good at it. Having someone else dictate her actions, tell her what she could or couldn't do, was terrifying. and she feared that Joshua was slowly but surely being taken from her. She made herself go limp, and she did what Aidan said. Breathed in. Breathed out. She felt the familiar push at her mind and tried to resist it. But even that was not something she could control any longer. He was too familiar with her blocks, her defenses. She blinked her mind, picturing a chalkboard and erasing everything that came across it. Kara, trust me a little longer. I know what is best for Joshua. He will have to learn to face some things on his own, just as Marie and Stefan and their children have had to do. Bodyguards will ensure that he is safe. She did not respond. Where had her life gone? How had things gotten so crazy? So out of control? Perhaps Aidan had simply hypnotized her, and all the things that were happening were merely tricks her mind was playing on her. Or the truth could be even worse. If he was a vampire, if vampires existed, and the legends and tales were true, he could make her his slave. Make her do anything. She had to find out if Aidan spoke the truth or if she was under some spell. She feared now that she had stayed because every time his golden eyes rested on her with possession and need, she had melted inside, had wanted him, wanted someone to feel that intensity for her. Sex. Had she allowed him to try to separate Joshua from her for sex? God, she hated herself. Hated what she had become. She needed to find a doctor. A psychiatrist. None of this could possibly be real. She belonged in a padded cell. She needed help. Desperately. The car pulled into the garage, but it was still not dark enough for her vulnerable eyes. Stefan opened her door, holding out a hand to help her. She took it meekly, determined to hide her intended defiance. She could feel Aidan's golden gaze, his all-seeing eyes probing her face beneath her dark glasses, but he didn't say anything. She hurried into the house, and the relief from the sunlight was instantaneous. The heat searing her skin was gone, and the needles stabbing at her eyes disappeared. She realized that the heavy drapes were pulled, darkening the interior. Biting down on her lower lip, she made her way through the house, uncertain where to go, which way to turn. She finally reached the huge front entryway, yet she could not go out. Exhausted and in despair, she collapsed by the door and wrapped her arms defensively around her upraised knees. She was terrified for her own sanity. In the kitchen, Aidan hesitated, wanting to follow her yet oddly uncertain, suddenly afraid for her. Marie and Stefan exchanged a look of anxiety. Aidan never showed signs of indecision, of uncertainty. Alexandria had shaken his self-possession. And they, better than anyone, knew just how dangerous he could be without his vigilant self-discipline, his taut self-control. Aidan, perhaps if I talk to her, Marie ventured. She is so frightened of me, she cannot even trust her own mind, her senses. She knows in her heart that we are one, that I would never harm her, but still she refuses, in her mind, to acknowledge it. She thinks perhaps she is deranged. Most people could never accept what you are demanding of her, Aidan, Marie counseled softly. She is young and innocent, not a worldly woman. Her life has been very narrow. Joshua is her reason for living. She fears him slipping away from her. She needs to feel in control of something. His golden eyes slashed at her. What are you saying? You are very dominating. You command people. You make all the decisions. Alexandria is still struggling just to accept what has happened to her. You, better than any of us, know this, yet you still demand she do exactly as you wish at all times. He shoved a hand through his tawny mane. I have given her more leeway than I have ever given anyone. You do not understand the demands of a life mate. I can barely manage to think straight. I need relief, Marie, as crass as that sounds. The beast in me grows stronger each day. I do not know how long I can successfully wrestle him down. You are that beast, Aidan, Marie said severely. Alex is a child. A terrified child. And she has good reason to be. Give her the time she needs to adjust. What of the others seeking her? And there are others. At least 2 more. You read the papers. A serial killer on the loose, they say. But it is the vampires. I feel their presence. They seek her. They can feel her, that she is one of us and unattached as yet. That is not so. You are her life mate. Your blood is in her as hers is in you. There is no way one of them could lure her from you. In all our years together, I have learned that much. It is your Carpathian nature blinding you, Aidan, your urge to keep your life mate always under your wing, to claim and protect her. Despite outward appearances, that part of you is still wild and uncivilized. But Alexandria is just as essentially human. She was not born Carpathian. She has no idea what is expected of her, what is even happening to her. She doesn't understand yet. Aidan sighed, rubbing his temples. She suffers needlessly. If she would but merge her mind fully with mine. She wouldn't yet trust what she learned anyway, Marie insisted. Aidan sighed and turned to Stefan. We have to retire to the chamber soon. But I felt the presence of something unclean watching Joshua's school. I believe the others will strike against us soon. Please be alert to any danger to any of you. Stefan nodded. I have made the necessary calls, and the security system is in place. Do not worry about us. We have been through this before. Too many times, Aidan replied sorrowfully. Why you stayed and chose to live this life so far from our homeland, so dangerous for you and your sons, I do not know. Marie said softly. Aidan bent and brushed her cheek lightly with an affectionate kiss. I guess I do, he admitted. Please see if Alexandria is ready to go to the chamber. I do not wish her to think I am dominating her. Marie nodded, and Stefan followed his wife through the house, uneasy with the way things seemed to be going. Aidan was dangerous, powerful, more beast than man when push came to shove. And he would allow no one or nothing to take Alexandria Houghton from him. Stefan could easily read that in Aidan's protective, possessive posture when he was close to her. And Aidan's thin veneer of civility was wearing thinner by the day. Marie and Stefan's search for Alexandria came to an abrupt stop when they saw her huddled beside the front door. She looked small and lost, a forlorn little girl tormented beyond endurance. Her knees were drawn up to her chin, her face down, hair spilling around her, hiding her expression. She was shaking, pale, the terrible daytime lethargy of the Carpathian people slowly creeping over her, taking control. Clearly it was frightening for her to feel her body turning to lead, as if all control was lost forever. Alexandria, Marie said anxiously, approaching the huddled figure, are you all right? Her concern seemed genuine, but Alexandria was under no illusions. Marie's first and only loyalty was to Aidan Savage. Anything she said would be reported to him immediately. Alexandria did not lift her head. Inside her was a growing dread that she was utterly helpless, caught in a snare, a maze so tangled, she would never get out. Aidan was far too powerful to fight, and for some reason, he wanted her with him. Alexandria. Marie gently touched her bowed head. Tell me, should I get Aidan? Alexandria squeezed her eyes shut. Aidan. It always seemed to come back to Aidan. No, I'm just finding everything overwhelming. I need time to adjust. Her voice was so tight, she felt so close to a breakdown, she was afraid to speak. She struggled to stop the inner trembling threatening to shake her apart. Was she crazy? Did she belong in a mental institution? She had to find a way to get Joshua away from these people. She should have asked Thomas Ivan for help. But the truth was, he could never hope to win against Aidan. Aidan would never let her go. She didn't know why, she didn't understand how, but she had an absolute conviction that he would follow her to the ends of the earth. She bit down on a knuckle to keep from screaming. How could she hope to fight Aidan? Could she even survive without his help? If she checked herself into a hospital, admitted to hallucinations, what would happen to Joshua? Without warning, she could feel the need to touch Aidan creeping up on her, entering her mind. No matter how hard she tried to wipe the idea away, it persisted. She wanted to know he was there, somewhere close. Insanity. Her own mind had turned against her. The more she fought herself, the worse it became. She needed him. Needed his reassuring touch. Marie gave a soft exclamation as droplets of blood dotted Alexandria's forehead. She turned toward Stefan, afraid for the girl. They needed Aidan immediately. Clearly the struggle taking place in Alexandria's mind was causing her agony. Tears welling up in her own eyes, Marie knelt beside Alexandria and put a comforting arm around her shoulders. She felt so small, so fragile, her body trembling so hard. Marie was afraid she might shake apart, break into a million pieces. "Please let me help you, Alexandria," the housekeeper begged softly. "What can you do?" Alexandria asked hopelessly. "What can anyone do? He'll never let me go." She looked up at the older woman plaintively. "Will he?" Marie's silence was her answer. She felt the girl's shudder of fear. "Aidan is a good man and means only to protect you. Trust him." "Do you?" "With my life. With the lives of my children," Marie said solemnly, truthfully. "But then, he doesn't want the same thing from you that he does from me, does he?" Alexandria asked bitterly. "He would do anything to keep me here, even deceive me about what is real and what isn't." Without warning, she leapt to her feet, nearly knocking Marie over. Then she was struggling to open the front door. Stefan yelled a warning. Marie shouted for Aidan. And Alexandria jerked open the heavy door and ran out into the relentless, murderous sun. At once 1,000 needles pierced her eyes, and her skin blistered, smoke swirling around her as she burned. She didn't know if she screamed because of the pain or because Aidan had told the truth. This agonizing reaction was not the result of a hypnotic suggestion. Stefan tore off his shirt, flung it over her head, and lifted her collapsing body into his arms, rushing her back into the safety of the house. Marie was sobbing, reaching anxiously for her, but Aidan got there first, dragging her out of Stefan's arms, cradling her against his chest. For a moment there was absolute silence as he laid his head on top of hers, his eyes closed, his heart pounding, his soul scarred. "Never again." He hissed the words aloud. "Never again. Kara. Will I allow this kind of defiance?" He repeated the warning in her mind, meaning it, swearing it. He was frightened for her, furious with her, furious with himself. The emotions swirled and flared within him until the conflagration was nearly out of control. She could feel his rage beating at her in her. His arms were like steel bars as he held her. "I am in your debt, Stefan," he said simply, his voice, as always, calm and peaceful, at terrible odds with the rage like a living entity inside him. He swung around and was gone, his supernatural speed blurring their movement to human eyes. Alexandria heard the bang of the basement door as they moved into the narrow stone hall leading to the sleeping chamber, but Aidan himself made no sound. None. Not even the sound of breathing. Alexandria remained quite still. Her pain was tremendous, her blisters large and ugly. Aidan was careful not to jar her burns, careful not to hurt her. She was beyond caring. She knew something terrible was about to happen. Aidan, always so cool and calm, was a seething cauldron of black emotion. The walls of the tunnel rushed by, a blur of granite, then Aidan was placing her on the bed and turning away from her. She sat up carefully. "You're very angry with me," she said softly. He didn't reply, instead busying himself crushing herbs in a bowl made of agate. She could smell their fragrance rising. Then he lit candles, and a smoky aroma mixed with the scents of the herbs. Alexandria swallowed hard and lifted her chin in defiance. "I'm not afraid of you, Aidan. What can you do? Kill me? I believe I'm already dead. Or at least living some kind of life I don't want. Will you take Joshua away? Threaten him? Harm him?" "I've been in your mind, and I don't think you are like that," she said bravely. He turned his head slowly, his golden eyes resting on her face. A chill went down her spine. Those eyes were soulless, ice-cold. "You do not know the first thing about me, Alexandria. Nor have you taken the trouble to learn. Do not presume to fight me. You are a mere fledgling, one of the ancients of our people. You have no conception of the power I wield. I can make the earth move beneath your feet and the lightning crack above your head. I can call the fog and become invisible." There was no boasting in his tone, just fact. Just black velvet. "I can do things you cannot imagine." Alexandria felt the permanent link he had forged between them, and she could feel his rage, black and terrible, seething below the surface. "What I did today, I did to myself," she whispered. He moved toward her, looming large, towering over her, an invincible figure, powerful beyond imagining. "You betrayed me. You betrayed Joshua. I told you what would happen if you went out into the sun. You pretended to yourself that you would see if I was telling the truth. But you already knew it was the truth. You took a chance on destroying yourself, leaving Joshua to strangers, to an uncertain future without protection. You would protect him. Without you, my existence is no more. We are linked in life and death. If you choose death, you are choosing death for both of us. Her hands were trembling as she swept back her hair. That can't be. You do not wish it to be, he corrected her, and he took possession of her right arm. But it is so. I do not lie to you, Alexandria. I have allowed you a certain amount of resistance, but only because this is all new to you. The gel he began smearing over her arm was cool and soothing. You're saying I don't have a choice. That I've never had a choice, she ventured. Your body and mine made the choice for us. Your soul is the other half of mine. My heart is your heart. Our minds reach for the reassurance and intimacy of the other. We are not complete when we are alone. We are two halves of the same whole. That is the truth, Alexandria, whether you like it or not. She swallowed hard, wanting to press her fingertips to her pounding forehead. It isn't true. It can't be. She denied it out loud because she didn't want it to be true, because she would not believe in him and his nightmare world. Why do you think I can touch your burns as I do without causing you agony? I am blocking the pain for you. This treatment would be torture for you without me. It isn't true, she repeated in a small whisper. I am angry enough with your stupidity to prove my words. Kara, do not argue with me. My body cries out for yours. Not with a mere human need, but with the need of the Carpathian male for its mate. I burn for you night and day. My only relief is when I sleep the sleep of my people unaware. Do not tempt me to prove my words, because there will be no going back. She hunched her shoulders, averted her face from him. Aidan could feel hot, seething rage swirling in him, mixing with the urgent demands of his body and the Carpathian male's need to control. He bent closer to her, reckless now, not choosing his words or actions carefully as he so often tried to do. You are unable to allow a human male to touch you. You feel revulsion, not pleasure, and you know it. I have been in your mind. I have seen your thoughts. You hunger only for me. The images he reflected back to her were her own. Hot, erotic things she had no real knowledge of. Things she found humiliating to have even thought of. Her kneeling at his feet, touching him, her mouth moving over him, his body atop hers, commanding hers, taking hers, hot and furiously. He knew, and he was taunting her with her own private fantasies of the two of them together. You really are a brutal animal with no thought for anyone but yourself, she whispered, pressing her hands to her burning face. And I care nothing for you. I feel nothing for you. His hand caught and spanned her throat, his thumb forcing her chin up so that she met his blazing golden eyes. I could make you my slave, Alexandria, teach you to please me in far more ways than you envisioned. Deliberately his thumb feathered across her trembling mouth. Alexandria could feel tears burning in her eyes even as her body burst into flame, into need. Aidan was right. She had no thoughts, no resistance. When he touched her, she was only a body drowning in desire, going up on flames. There was nothing left of her, of who she was or what she stood for. Never had a man been able to control her before. Whatever Aidan Savage had made her, she was no longer Alexandria Houghton. Aidan's mind sought hers, and instantly the anger in him melted away. She was sliding toward shock. Too much had happened too quickly in the last few days for her human mind to assimilate. He cursed his own body, raging for release, causing him to say and do things he would never ordinarily consider. He wanted her with every cell in his body, and just now he had pushed aside her needs for his own. No self-respecting Carpathian male would ever do such a thing. In that moment he realized just how close to turning vampire he really had been. He felt contempt for himself, for his own selfishness and weakness, when she was having such a difficult transition. Kara, I am sorry. Please do not be afraid of me, of us. The words were spoken in his most beguiling voice, but they seemed to fall on deaf ears. Her mind shut down, protected her, spared her from any further ordeal. She turned her face away and slumped onto the bed, curled up in the fetal position. Aidan stood over her, angry with himself, unsure what to do to repair the damage he had caused with his stupidity. He had been so afraid he had lost her in that moment, etched for all time onto his soul, when she had flung open the door and gone willingly into the killing sun. He could withstand the light, the burning, because he had conditioned himself to do so over time. Now, after centuries of study, he had nearly unlimited powers. One of them was healing. So he closed his eyes and sent himself out of his own body and into hers, finding the terrible burns so deeply seared into her skin, repairing them from the inside out. He was careful and precise, and when he was finished, he moved through her to once more enter her mind. There he found confusion and terror. A deep fear of not being fully human and a desire to prove that she was. He could find no intent to kill herself. She had simply wanted to prove him a liar, deceiving her into believing she could not re-enter her own world. She had wanted it to be so. He stretched out beside her, gathering her weary body into the protection of his arms. She had reason to be afraid of him. He was demanding things of her she had no conception of, making her feel things she wasn't ready for. The intensity of her sexual feelings alone was disturbing to her, so much so that she wanted to run from him. He rested his chin on her head and stroked her silky hair. It disturbed him that she had some crazy idea of going to a human doctor to be cured. Anything but stay with him. On some level he was hurt, but mostly he was amused that she would think she could defeat him, outsmart him. She was so determined. He admired her for that. You just need time. Piccola. I am sorry for the clumsy way I have handled this situation. My only excuse is my fear for your safety. He knew she could hear him, but she didn't respond. He hadn't really expected her to do so, but he tightened his hold a bit. Sleep now, Alexandria, the healing sleep of our people. Sleep deep. He took no chances, gave her no choice. He wanted her under, away from her own mind, away from the terrible drain of her thoughts and fears. Chapter 13. Aidan woke with his body raging at him. Not with the compulsion for nourishment, the need for blood that was always with him, but with stark, urgent arousal unlike any he had ever experienced. He groaned aloud. Beside him, Alexandria lay in slumber. She was pale, her hair spilling over both of them, binding them together. He wanted her. He had to have her. If he stayed beside her for one more moment, he would be unable to stop himself from claiming her. He leapt away from her as if burned, his skin hot, painful, searing. He swore softly. How could he feed her in this condition without the act turning into something erotic and wild? Inside, the beast, always wild and untamed, roared for her. Hungered. Needed. It had no logic, only that heavy, relentless ache growing more merciless every day. He ran an unsteady hand through his unruly hair. The situation was explosive now. There was no way to supply her with her life's blood without claiming her body. Yet after what had occurred earlier, he knew she needed more time. The beast within was raging, and he could no longer control it. Marie had believed he could. She had faith in him. But she did not know the demands of the Carpathian male, the heat rising between mates. She did not know how close he had come to turning. He groaned aloud again and turned away from the figure lying so still on his bed. In his lair. He flinched as the word entered his mind. The beast was becoming more dominant. And the only way to control it was to merge with his life mate, let her gentleness, her light, guide him away from the darkness spreading a stain across his soul. He cleaned up before he woke her, dressing with care in a soft silk shirt and black trousers, hoping an old-world elegance would enhance his appeal. He secured his long hair at the nape of his neck. The shirt he left open at the throat, more because he was having trouble breathing than to be sexy. As he sent his mind to wake her and watched her take her first breath, his body hardened with such an intensity, he found himself swearing again. He could feel sweat trickling down his chest and lower, between his legs. She stretched, her body moving sensually under the quilt. He thought he might burst. Her tongue moistened dry lips, left them glistening and inviting. He closed his eyes against the sight, but he could smell her, hear the rustle of the sheets. Alexandria sat up slowly, disoriented. She had vivid images of an erotic dream, hands on her breasts, a mouth pressed to hers, fingers moving in her, then a hard, aggressive body blanketing hers, pinning her down. Her body ached with need, craved his touch. She squirmed, felt the creamy invitation calling, beckoning, tempting him. She opened her eyes and met Aidan's hot golden stare across the room. Danger. It was there in his carved features, in the intensity of his eyes. She remained perfectly still, not taking her gaze from the predatory creature watching her. She was afraid even to breathe. If she moved, if she sighed, he would be on her. She sensed it, knew the erotic dream was his, knew his control was fragile and that he was battling his every instinct. Get out of here, cara mia, he whispered hoarsely. The velvet roughness of his voice felt like a tongue lapping at her sensitized skin. Get out while you can. Red flames seemed to light the gold of his eyes, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. His muscles bulged with the effort to remain stationary. She wanted to go to him, to soothe him, or to inflame him further. The consequences be damned. Her body was on fire, a living, breathing flame nearly out of control. It was only her shyness that prevented her from tempting him further. Her shyness and her fear. She rolled off the bed and fled, running as if 7 demons were behind her. Running from herself even more than from Aidan. Behind her, Aidan stood as still as a statue. If he moved, he was afraid he might shatter with pain, with need. He could not hold out much longer. God help them both if she did not come to him soon. Alexandria slowed down once she was in the safety of the tunnel. She could feel Aidan still in her mind, still reaching for her, calling to her. She could taste his kiss, feel him touching her. She closed her eyes and leaned against the rock wall for support. Her legs felt like rubber, refusing to take another step. She wanted him. Not with a sweet, gentle longing, but with a savage, wild need that demanded hot, clawing sex. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the thoughts she had, the images taunting her. She made her way up the stairs, grateful that Joshua didn't see her. Her shower did nothing to alleviate her hunger, did nothing to wash away the feel of Aidan or the rich, spicy taste of him. The hot water running down her skin, between the swell of her breasts, down her stomach, to her tight blonde curls, only served to heighten her sensitivity. She had to fight the urge to call Aidan to her. She ached for him, needed him, her body all liquid heat and throbbing with desire. She had to call him to her to stop this aching. She needed to feel his mouth on her skin, his hands on her body. She needed him in her, an urgent, wild mating that would go on forever. And then she remembered his words. He could make her his slave. He could make her do things she had never even pictured. Well, she was picturing them now. Where did the images come from? Damn you, Aidan. Damn you for doing this to me. She turned up her face to the spray and shut herself off from him. She heard the echo of his despairing cry, the roar of the wounded animal, the growl of the hunter who had missed his prey. Without him in her mind to feed her own hunger, the terrible urgency lessened. It did not go away entirely, but real hunger crept in. She was pale and needed nourishment. She needed him. With an unladylike oath, she dressed in jeans and a ribbed top and headed for the sitting room next to her bedroom. It was to become her studio. She found that Marie or Stefan, obviously on Aidan's orders, had already purchased supplies for her. They were top quality, things she had never been able to afford before. Ordinarily, she would never accept such a lavish gift, but the artist in her thrilled to the beauty of the tools. She heard Joshua before he came looking for her. Home from school, he was laughing with Stefan in the solarium, then chatting with Marie in the kitchen over cookies. Alexandria found herself happy and sad at the same time. Joshua needed the company, and the older couple displayed genuine affection for him, but she was sad that her relationship with her brother was changing, that he would no longer rely solely on her. By the time he came rushing up the stairs, bellowing boisterously for her, she had regained her composure. Joshua flung himself into her arms, and she lifted him, spinning him around in circles until he shrieked happily with dizziness. "Look at all this stuff," she cried joyfully, showing off her treasures. Joshua puffed out his chest. "I helped pick them out. Aidan and I went shopping. I showed him all the things you always picked up and put back. I could tell you wanted them, though." We had fun shopping for you. He said it was to be a big surprise. She clutched a box of charcoal pencils to her, all at once finding it hard to breathe. He did he? When did you do this? Joshua grinned at her. A few days ago. While you were so sick. He picked out some new clothes, too. Look in your bedroom closet. You should have seen the saleswoman. She was looking at him like... I can imagine, Alexandria broke in dryly. She followed as skipping Joshua back into her bedroom. He thought of everything. He said when a woman as beautiful and as good as you got so sick, a man should do whatever he could to make things better for you. Joshua threw open the double closet doors she had never touched, using only the bureau for her jeans and tops. In her entire life, Alexandria had never owned enough clothes to fill a closet of this size, yet it was jammed with dresses, coats, skirts, slacks, and blouses. She bit her lower lip and touched a long black evening gown. It was by a top designer. She dropped her hand to her side. Why did he do this? She whispered aloud to Joshua, repeating in her head. Why did you do this? It is only money. Kara. I have nothing else to use to pay for my sins. He sounded alone and lost, ragged. She unexpectedly felt tears in her eyes. Everything in her wanted to run to him, comfort him, but his words from that morning continued to echo in her head, and she closed her mind firmly to his tricks. Become his slave. It would never happen. Sis, don't cry like a baby, Joshua admonished. Aidan did it 'cause he wanted to. You should see all the neat toys he bought me. You know, I asked Marie and Stefan about the puppy, how much work they thought it would be. Persistent little devil, aren't you? She closed the closet doors firmly on the new clothes, determined never to wear them. Aidan says persistence pays, Joshua quoted happily. Alexandria took a deep breath. He should know. On second thought, she was going to wear those dresses. Every last one of them. Wear them when she worked with Thomas Ivan. When she went out with Thomas Ivan. When she fell completely and madly in love with Thomas Ivan. For a moment she felt Aidan stirring in her mind, the kind of move a large jungle cat might make while stalking its prey, a mere ripple, and then it was gone, as if it had never been. Had she imagined it? Quit thinking about him, she snapped at herself, angry that her mind would not stay away from him. Joshua looked up at her, wide-eyed. About who? The puppy? Why? Did you already find one? Is it a boy dog? There's definitely a boy hound dog somewhere around here, she replied grimly. Then, relenting, she ruffled Joshua's curls. I'm kidding, Josh. And no, I haven't found a puppy yet. I haven't even made up my mind yet. I want us to be sure we're happy here before we make such a permanent decision. I'm happy here, Joshua said instantly, decisively. She hugged him. I'm glad you're happy, little buddy, but I'm not certain I am. It's much more difficult for adults to adjust to living together than it is for kids. But Marie and Stefan are so great, Alex, and Aidan is the best. He helps me with my homework. We talk all the time. He's cool. And he said, I don't want to hear what he said just now, okay? I have work to do, honey, remember? We have to have money to eat. But Aidan has lots of money, and he said you wouldn't have to work if you didn't want to. She let her breath out slowly, holding on to her temper. She was sick of hearing what Aidan had to say. She was sick of his being in her mind, taking over her every waking moment. I like to work, Josh. Now find something to do quietly or scoot. He made a face, but settled down quickly with her old set of colored pens and a sketch pad. They settled into the familiar routine easily. Occasionally, she asked his opinion on an idea, and sometimes he showed her his drawings. Alexandria felt they were very good for a 6-year-old. She corrected a line here and there when he asked her to, but mostly she encouraged him to do it his way. For a short time, she felt as if she and her world were normal again. But Aidan was always present. She could feel her mind tuning to his, reaching out to find him. Her ears listened for the sound of his beautiful voice. She found herself staring blankly at the paper before her, and twice she actually drew his likeness. Both times she tore it up quickly before Joshua could spot her obsession and tease her about it. She tried not to be aware of Joshua's heartbeat, of the ebb and flow of the blood running in his veins. She pretended she didn't notice the way Marie's pulse fascinated her when the housekeeper called Joshua to dinner. She ignored the remembered taste in her mouth, the feel of Aidan beneath her lips, the way her body writhed against his, craved his. She groaned and tried to turn away from yet another picture she had drawn of him. His mouth was set in that sensual, inviting line that seemed to mock her, lure her. Pure temptation. She touched a fingertip to that mouth she had drawn so perfectly. "I won't let you do this to me," she whispered softly. She wanted him so badly. She needed him to comfort her, to make this world of madness and insanity make sense. She needed him to take away the gnawing, frightening hunger that kept her from fully enjoying Joshua's company. Most of all, she needed him to merge his body with hers, to feel his mouth and his hands taking away the terrible burning, the emptiness. She needed his heart beating the same rhythm as hers, his mind invading hers, the ultimate intimacy, locking them together, sharing every wild fantasy as his body took possession of hers. She went through all the normal motions that evening, helping Joshua with his homework, pretending to enjoy a show on television. They argued about the value of a widescreen TV. Stefan took Joshua's side, saying it was a necessity for old eyes. Marie sided with Alexandria that it was the ultimate in conspicuous consumption. But the blood rushing through all their veins was like a symphony, drowning out the sounds of the program and making Alexandria afraid for them. She tried to enjoy getting Joshua ready for bed, reading to him, having a short pillow fight, tucking him in. She had always loved their time together at night. Joshua was always so clean and sweet. But the loud beating of his heart interfered with her enjoyment now, and she felt trapped in the middle of a nightmare. Alexandria dressed with care for her date with Thomas Ivan that night. But as the dress slid over her skin, she felt the brush of hot velvet. Her hands shook as she put up her hair. She had not seen Aidan once since she had fled him earlier. She felt him, always there, close, but he had taken care to stay out of her sight. Instead of being grateful, though, she was depressed. Maybe it didn't matter that she was going out with another man. Maybe he didn't care. And why should it? She didn't want him to care. She wanted to find a human man, one she was attracted to, one she wanted to make love with. Not something obsessive and wild, but something gentle and loving. A human, normal man. She inspected her nails. Formerly frustratingly stubby, they were now long and beautiful, well manicured, almost as if she'd had them professionally done. Even her hair seemed thicker, more luxurious, her eyelashes long and thick. Her skin, however, was pale, nearly translucent. She sighed at her image in the mirror. She looked the same but different. More. She didn't exactly know what. Just more. The dress clung like a second skin, emphasizing her full breasts and tiny waist. It could have been designed just for her. She ran a hand down the soft material covering her thigh. Her heart slammed against her throat when she looked up to find Aidan's golden eyes watching her in the mirror. He stood behind her, his tall, powerfully built frame, his blonde good looks complementing her own. She could taste him in her mouth. They made an erotic picture in the mirror, Aidan tall and heavily muscled, with his brilliant, hungry eyes, Alexandria slender and petite and pale. "You look beautiful, Alexandria," he said softly. His voice was compelling, whispering over her skin with the same heat as the velvet dress. She couldn't read his expression, only feel the molten gold of his gaze. I won't be out late," she stammered like a wayward teenager. And then she would have given anything to take the words back. Aidan didn't smile, didn't change expression. She felt a shiver go down her spine. All at once her defiance seemed stupid, like baiting a tiger. That unblinking stare. Was he going to let her go? Only moments earlier she had been somewhat depressed that he would. Now she wanted nothing more than to run for her life, far away from him. He shook his head slowly. "Dio. Alexandria. You persist in thinking me a monster. Take great care, Piccola, that you do not create one." He left the room as silently as he had entered. She trembled at the threat. She touched her mouth. He had been staring at it. Her lips tingled so, she swore she could feel the brush of his mouth against hers. She closed her eyes, savoring the feel of him, then cursed that he could so easily control her. She was human. Human. And she was determined to stay that way. Alexandria lifted her chin. She would not be swayed by his sex appeal, and she would not be intimidated by his threats. She slipped on her shoes and glided regally down the stairs. Thomas had arrived precisely on time and was waiting for her in the living room, grateful that Aidan Savage had chosen not to inflict his presence on him. His breath caught in his throat as Alexandria entered. She seemed to be more beautiful each time he saw her. She amazed him, haunted him, wrapped him up until he could think of nothing but her. His work was suffering as a result. He was daydreaming about her when he was supposed to be completing the storyline for his latest video game. He even dreamed of her at night, hot, erotic dreams he had every intention of making come true. Thomas, this was such a good idea. She greeted him in a voice that seemed to penetrate right to his heart and stir a response somewhat lower in his body as well. Then he felt the weight of those damned golden eyes on him. Relentless. Merciless. They saw his reaction and damned him for it. Aidan Savage lounged with deceptive laziness in the doorway, one hip resting against the wall, his arms across his chest. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. His mere presence struck terror into Thomas's soul. Thomas took Alexandria's cape and enveloped her in it, breathing in her perfume. You look extraordinary, Alexandria. No one would ever know you'd been ill. Aidan did stir then, a mere rippling of muscles suggestive of a lethal predator. Nevertheless, she has been extremely ill, Ivan. I trust you will see to it that she is well cared for and returned home early. Thomas smiled suavely, oozing charm. Damn the man. He wasn't a teenager escorting his first date to the prom. He deliberately took Alexandria's hand in his, knowing it would annoy her blonde guard dog. Not to worry, Savage. I intend to take very good care of her. He urged her to the door, anxious to be away from Savage and his living, breathing, monstrous house. Alexandria went with him willingly, seemingly as eager as he was. Out in the night air she stopped and took a deep breath. He can be a bit overwhelming, can't he? She said, smiling. Smiling to rival the stars. Freedom. Blessed freedom. It didn't matter at that moment that Ivan's smile still reminded her of a shark's toothy grin, or that she could hear his heart beating every bit as loudly as Joshua's, or, even worse, that she could smell his arousal. She was away from Aidan Savage and his influence, and that was all she cared about. Overwhelming? Is that what you call it? He's completely overbearing. The man acts as if he owns you, Thomas burst out. She laughed softly. You get used to him. He can't help it. He's accustomed to giving orders. You probably know what that feels like, she added mischievously. He found himself laughing with her, relaxing as they made their way to the car he had waiting. He had deliberately hired a limo and driver to leave himself free for whatever might happen in the backseat later. I made a good start on the sketches, Thomas, she volunteered, but you didn't specify what character traits were particularly important to you. I think you should decide ahead of time how you want individuals portrayed instead of leaving it all to me. I'd prefer your input, Thomas said, opening the door for her himself. He wanted to do it, and that surprised him. Most of the time the small courtesies he performed were only for effect. But Alexandria Houghton was haunting. Doesn't that house bother you? She arched an eyebrow. Bother me? The house? It's beautiful. Everything about it is beautiful. Why do you ask? I sometimes feel as if it's watching me, biding its time, hating me. Thomas, you've played too many of your own video games. What a vivid imagination. Her laughter slid over him, touching him in places usually reserved for intimacy. His hand inched across the seat toward hers. He wanted her more than he had ever wanted any woman. But then he glanced out the window and saw the reflection of eyes. Glowing red, feral eyes filled with hate and the promise of retaliation, the promise of death. Unblinking cat's eyes. The eyes of a demon. Of death. He shivered and a moan escaped. What is it? Her voice was soothing, like the soft sound of running water. Tell me, Thomas. Did you see something weird? He was choking on fear. Out the window, do you see anything? She leaned around him to look at the reflective glass. What am I supposed to see? The eyes were gone as if they had never been. Was it savage? His own imagination? He cleared his throat and managed to smile. Nothing. I guess I just can't believe my good fortune. In the close confines of a car, it was difficult for Alex to ignore her growing hunger. It seemed to gnaw at her insides, spread like a cancer. Her mind seemed to amplify the sound of blood rushing in Ivan's veins. Beckoning, calling. But her stomach heaved at the thought of touching him, and she fought to keep a smile plastered to her face. He seemed to find every excuse to touch her, brush her leg, her arm, her hand, her hair. She hated it. Loathed it. He made her skin crawl. She hated herself for not being able to return his amorous glances, his touches. She smiled at him, said and did all the appropriate things, but inside her stomach was rebelling. Somewhere deep inside her soul, a dread began to take shape, to spread. Thomas Ivan was an eligible bachelor, wealthy, charming, famous. Human. He shared her love of fantasy. He admired her artwork. They had much in common, yet even his lightest touch repulsed her. Inside, she began to weep. Cara mia. Do you need me? Aidan's voice crossed time and distance to find her, to wrap her in warm, protective arms. She bit her lip. The temptation to call for him was nearly overwhelming, but she resisted. She would be human. And she would find a fellow human to love. Maybe not Thomas Ivan, but someone. I'm having the time of my life. Just so long as Ivan is not. She felt his withdrawal from her mind, and it felt as if he had taken away her soul and left her dead inside. She lifted her chin and flashed Ivan a particularly brilliant smile. She placed her hand in his as he assisted her from the car. Determined to enjoy the evening, she took his arm as they entered the theater. Men seemed to be pressing against her, breathing loudly. Heartbeats thundered in her ears. The orchestra's overture blended with the surging of blood running hotly in veins. Alexandria concentrated on the play, aware it was exceptionally good, yet she was more aware of Ivan's arm across the back of her seat, of his smell. When he whispered in her ear, his mouth against her skin, she was sickened by it. Twice she almost excused herself to go to the ladies' room just for a respite from him. But she was determined to see this through. She was going to be human even if it killed her. There was a burst of applause just as she heard the words in her mind. It might kill someone. Shut up. She answered him, exasperated, that in the midst of her despair, he made her want to laugh. But Aidan was gone once more. Just his touch warmed her, and the silliness of his warning. He was taunting her on purpose, because he knew she was repulsed by the man sitting so close to her. Beside her, Thomas was clapping. The lights came up, and people seemed to swarm around them. He was in his element, with a beautiful woman on his arm and many acquaintances surrounding them. Powerful men he barely remembered meeting were suddenly stopping to exchange comments on the show. Connections he had been seeking to aid his climb even further up the social ladder were introducing themselves, issuing much sought-after invitations to him and his date. Alexandria Houghton was clearly an asset to him and would be to his career. Proudly, he put her on display, strutting because she was on his arm. And he saw that he was not the only one mesmerized by her voice, captivated by her smile. Even the women, he realized with satisfaction, she seemed to charm, bestowing her smile regally, enchantingly. Thomas circled her shoulders with his arm and drew her closer to him, a display of ownership as they walked out into the night, still followed by his many fans. Alexandria's stomach lurched at the proximity. Then Thomas glanced to his right and froze. Standing not 6 feet away in the shadows was a wolf. Huge. Blonde. With gleaming fangs and red, glowing eyes. Those eyes were staring right at him, the beast's muscular body poised as if to pounce. Thomas's heart actually stopped, then began to pound. He gripped Alexandria's arm and began to shove her back toward the theater. "Thomas, what are you doing?" she demanded. "Don't you see it?" He pointed in his excitement. It was savage somehow, he was certain of it. "It's him, I know it is. He's here." Heads were turning at his raised voice. "Thomas." Her voice was soft and soothing. "Tell me what's wrong. You're very pale. What did you see?" He forced himself to look more closely. The shadows were deep and dark and empty of wildlife. He could see a large planter where the wolf had been. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he allowed himself to breathe. "You're shaking, Thomas. Come on, let's get to the car." Concerned, Alexandria took a careful look around, scanned the area, and found only humans. "You'd better not be tormenting him again." She warned Aidan, but she could not tell if he heard. "I swear I'm seeing things, Alex." The planter over there looked like. He trailed off, not wanting to admit his imagination was out of control. What was wrong with him, anyway, that his obsession with Alexandria Houghton and Aidan Savage, coupled with his macabre imagination, was producing all-too-real hallucinations? It moved. She was looking at the offending redwood box suspiciously. "No," he admitted. "It just looked strange." "Well, I had a great time tonight." "The play was wonderful," Alexandria said softly. "Little liar." The words taunted her, male amusement mocking her. Her chin lifted, and deliberately she placed her hand in the crook of Thomas's arm as they headed for the limo pulling up to the curb for them. "Did you like it?" she asked sweetly, her voice oozing syrup. She could almost feel Aidan wince, and he retreated immediately. Once in the car, Thomas slid close to Alexandria. His thigh rested against hers, and he could feel the soft swell of her breast against his arm. His hand found her chin. "I know you don't know me very well, Alex, but I'm deeply attracted to you, and I'm hoping the feeling's mutual." His mouth was mere inches from hers, and under his mouthwash and breath mints Alexandria could smell everything he had eaten for dinner: the pasta with garlic, the salad with tarragon vinegar dressing, the red wine and coffee and mint. She nearly gagged and tried to put some distance between them. "We'll be working together, Thomas. This isn't a good idea. At least not so soon. But I have to kiss you." "I have to, Alex." He was leaning into her, breathing heavily. She made a sound, shrinking back, but in his ardor he took it for consent. As he lowered his head, his eyes caught the glint of red. He cried out and fell away from her toward his door, staring at the rear window, through which two glowing eyes watched him with clear malice. To his horror, the window bulged inward, then shattered, spraying glass fragments all over him. The huge wolf thrust his muzzle right into the car, fangs exposed and dripping, diving right for his head. Those red eyes glowed eerily without blinking, boring right into him. He could feel the hot breath on him as those white fangs thrust closer still. Thomas screamed and ducked, covering his face with both hands. "Thomas." Alexandria touched his shoulder lightly. "Have you been doing drugs this evening?" She already knew the answer. She could smell it in his bloodstream. "Perhaps we should take you to a hospital. Or a private doctor." Slowly, in fear, Thomas lowered his hands. The rear window was intact. There were no shards of glass. Alexandria was sitting calmly in the seat, her blue eyes anxious. "This has never happened before. I'm hallucinating. It was just a little coke in the men's room. Maybe it was some bad stuff, I don't know." He sounded scared. "What did you see?" Again she scanned the area, trying to find evidence of Aidan or any other danger, but they seemed to be alone. "Maybe it really was the drugs. Should I tell the driver to take you to a hospital?" No. I'll be all right." He was sweating profusely. She could smell his fear. "There's nothing out there, Thomas, really. I sometimes sense things before they happen, and I don't have any strange feelings," she offered, trying to be reassuring. "I'm sorry," he apologized hoarsely. "Have I ruined the evening?" His eyes kept shifting from side to side, and he seemed to have developed a nervous tic on the left side of his jaw. He looked far older than he had at the beginning of the evening. "No, of course not. I had a wonderful time. Thank you for thinking of the theater." "I really needed to get out," she assured him. "But Thomas, I don't believe in taking drugs. I have my little brother, Joshua, to think about. I realize it isn't my business what you choose to do on your own time, but I'm not comfortable with cocaine or any other drug. It's not like I'm some junkie. I just use it occasionally for recreational purposes. Not around me." That alone was a good enough reason not to be with him. She thought much less of him now, knowing that he would use narcotics to enhance the evening, as if he was incapable of enjoying it on his own. Fine, he said sulkily, I won't. The car was already pulling into Aidan's circular drive. The wrought iron gates had been left open in anticipation of her return. For a moment she sat still, staring at the heavy gates. They represented a loss of freedom. She wasn't ready to go back to the house and admit defeat. So Thomas Ivan and she didn't have the least bit of chemistry between them. That didn't mean she wouldn't find another man. She slid quickly out of the car, eluding Thomas's clinging hand. Thank you again, Thomas. I'll see you soon. Be sure to get back to me on your ideas for the designs. And before he could get out to accompany her to the door, she was running lightly up the marble steps to the wide front porch. She waved once and slipped inside. Thomas swore and sat back in the seat. Before he could close the door, he saw the heavily muscled wolf stalking him across the lawn. Go! Go! He shouted to the driver, slamming the door hard. The driver fishtailed out of the driveway and away from the house, and Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. All he wanted to do was get home and get very drunk. Alexandria moved through the house without turning on a light, found the phone, and made a call. She could see perfectly in the darkness and ran easily up the stairs. Aidan thought he had won. He had monitored her all evening, but it wasn't over yet. She was not ready to concede defeat. In her bedroom, she removed the black velvet dress and reached for her faded, comfortable, worn blue jeans and a simple pale blue shirt. The change took only minutes, and she tugged on tennis shoes and headed back downstairs. The cab she called had not yet arrived, so she sat outside on the marble steps and waited. And where are you off to now? Aidan asked silkily, appearing out of nowhere to loom over her, making her feel small and fragile. I'm going dancing. Her eyes dared him to deny her. His body tightened. Dream date didn't go well? There was the briefest glimpse of amusement in her eyes, but her mouth frowned severely. As if you didn't know. Try not to look so innocent. It doesn't suit you. He was unrepentant, grinning at her, turning her heart over. Just the sight of him brought her body surging to life. Go away, Aidan. I don't want to look at you. Am I tempting you? Didn't anyone ever teach you how to be a gentleman? Go away. You're annoying me. She stuck her nose in the air. Her profile in the moonlight took his breath away. With the blanket of darkness enfolding them, they seemed to be the only two people in the world. He drank her in, her scent, that special fragrance that was hers alone. A small, confident smile curved his sensual mouth, casting a sexy shadow across his masculine features. At least I have your attention. I'm going out dancing, she asserted. You're declaring your independence, he countered. It will not do you any good. You belong here with me. You belong. To me. None of those men out there will make you feel as I do. She stuck her chin out. I don't want them to. You're so intense, Aidan. Wild and intense. You make me crazy. I just want to feel. She broke off, unsure how she wanted to feel. Normal. Human. He supplied the words for her. There's nothing wrong with that. You scare the hell out of me. There. She had admitted it to him. Said it out loud. She glanced away into the night, unable to look at him and not burn for him. Your feelings for me scare the hell out of you, he corrected gently. I don't trust you. Why was the cab so late? She clenched her fists, not wanting to be alone with him like this. She remembered the feel of his mouth on hers, the taste of him. You would trust me if you gave yourself fully to me. Allowed your mind to merge with mine completely. I could hide nothing from you if you wanted to examine it. My memories, my desires. His voice whispered over her skin, tempted, beckoned. She glared at him. As if I haven't had your desires dancing in my head all night. Thank you very much, Mr. Savage. I don't intend to become anybody's slave. He groaned, covering his face with his hands. Then his perfect mouth curved into an enticing smile. Are you going to hold that against me forever? After all, if anyone is a slave here, it is me. I would do anything for you, and I think you know it. She bit her lip hard to keep from flinging herself into his arms. The taxi is here. I'll be back later. He was so sexy, and she desperately wanted him. He touched her as she slipped past him, the lightest of caresses, running a finger down her arm, but she felt it in her deepest core, felt it in her soul. She carried the sensation of his touch with her into the cab. Chapter 14. The newest Hot Singles bar was a wild blend of sophistication and sleaze. It made a stab at class by posting bouncers at the entrance to determine who would enter and who would be denied, but it was clear that they took bribes and that any pretty girl was ushered right in. The line was long, but Alexandria ignored it, walking with complete confidence to the door. She had noticed her new effect on people, noticed that her voice enthralled them almost as much as Aidan's did her. She smiled at the man standing squarely in her path. His head jerked up, and he sucked in his breath audibly. He didn't even hesitate, personally escorting her inside. The music assaulted her ears and vibrated through her body. She felt the crush immediately, the press of bodies against her. Mostly she heard their hearts beating, the rush of blood through their veins nearly overwhelming her. A tall man in dark leather quickly claimed her, catching her wrist, grinning at his find. He had a scruffy beard and smelled of cologne, whiskey, and sweat. His left arm boasted a tattoo of a black widow spider in the center of her web, complete with red hourglass on her belly and a hint of fangs protruding from her mouth. The man leered at her and dragged her close to him. "I've been looking for you all night." She wanted to feel something besides her rebelling stomach, but he obviously wasn't her type. She smiled up into his eyes. "It's not going to happen," she said softly, persuasively. The smile faded from his face, and she could see the latent violence in him. This was a man who didn't like to be thwarted. His fingers tightened like a vice. "Let go of me." She said it calmly, but she wasn't calm inside. She had somehow counted on enjoying the best of both worlds tonight, thinking whatever creature she had become would protect her from this kind of thing. The man's laugh was frankly nasty. "Let's go outside, babe." As he made the suggestion into an order by grabbing her wrist, he felt something on his arm. He glanced down and, to his horror, saw his black widow tattoo crawling up his forearm toward his biceps. He could see the fangs clicking angrily, feel its hairy legs on his skin. He froze, then yelled loudly, dropping Alexandria's wrist, slapping and brushing wildly at his arm. Alexandria saw nothing but took the opportunity to glide away, disappearing into the crowd. The man stared down at his arm, gasping heavily, his chest heaving. But the only thing he saw was his tattoo. Nothing moved. He raked a hand through his hair, leaving it wild and disheveled. "I've had too much booze, man," he said to no one in particular. Alexandria slipped through the throng, her head pounding with the beat of the music. Her blood was hot, but her skin ice-cold. Her stomach seemed to rebel at the bodies she brushed against. A stocky man with chestnut hair and a ready smile touched her shoulder. "Dance with me." He was lonely, she could feel it, as well as his deep sadness and near desperation to hold another human being. Without thinking, she smiled in assent and allowed him to lead her onto the dance floor. The moment his arms surrounded her and he pulled her body against his, she knew it had been a mistake. She wasn't human. She wasn't what he needed. And his illusion was no more desperate than hers. His desperation was no sadder than her own. Neither of them spoke. She knew his thoughts, his terrible sorrow for the loss of his wife some 6 months earlier. But she wasn't Julia, his wife. She wasn't even the customary, warm body to help him make it through the night. And he wasn't Aidan, and he never could be. That last thought struck terror into her soul. Why had she thought that? She could find a man. A human man. It wouldn't be this one, but there must be someone. The man stirred. "Come home with me?" "It isn't me you want," she said gently, moving to put a few inches between them. He tightened his hold, pulling her body into his. "It isn't me you want either, but we can help each other," he pleaded, wanting someone to push away the ghosts for a few precious hours. The smell of his blood called to her. Alexandria's stomach lurched, and she felt bile rise into her throat. She shook her head adamantly. "I'm sorry, I can't do this." When she went a step away, the music changed to a frantic, driving rhythm that seemed to goad the man to clutch at her. As his arm tightened across her back, static electricity seemed to arc from the floor into his arm, jolting him. He swore and released her immediately. Surprised, Alexandria stepped away. "What happened?" "You shocked me," he accused. "I did." She inched away from him. Had she inadvertently done so without knowing it? Or had it been an accident? She had no idea, but she was grateful for the timely intervention. She ducked into the whirling, gyrating crowd and made her way across the room, the music beating in her head, through her body. Alexandria found the bar. Several men in suits parted to allow her access. Their greetings were speculative, hopeful. They seemed nice enough. Some were good-looking. Some even seemed legitimately friendly. But she felt nothing. It was as if she was totally empty inside. Dead. Suddenly wondering what she was doing, what she was trying to prove to herself, she spun around, leaned her back against the bar, and stared down at her shoes. There was no way around it. She had never been a promiscuous person. It just wasn't in her. She wasn't attracted to a man for his looks, and even those who mildly intrigued her, whom she had things in common with, didn't stir her physically. "You look sad," one of the suits observed. "Do you want to grab a booth and talk?" "Just talk." He held up his hands, palms out. "I mean it." "No, come on, just talk." "My name's Brian." "Alexandria," she said, but she shook her head. He was too nice to lead on. He said he wanted to talk, but she could read his deeper interest easily. "Thanks, but I think I'll go home." Home? Where was home? She didn't have one. The sorrow was almost too much for her to bear. She looked up, and her gaze was caught on the darkest corner of the room. Golden eyes gleamed back at her. Her heart jumped. She couldn't look away, captivated by the intensity in that unblinking stare. Aidan moved slowly out of the shadows. Glided. Rippled. Stalked like a great jungle cat. He took her breath away. Tall. Sexy. Powerful. Eyes only for her. Locked on her. Beneath his silk shirt his muscles rippled suggestively. He looked elegant, exuded power, was without equal. She found herself trembling in anticipation of his touch. Just like that, the mere sight of him had brought her back to life. Like the Red Sea, the crowd parted to allow him through. No one touched him, brushed against him, or jostled him. Even the suits pressing close to her moved aside to allow him entrance into their private domain. Then he was standing in front of her, holding out a hand, his eyes trapping her gaze. Whether it was compulsion or obsession, Alexandria didn't know. She didn't even care. She couldn't have stopped herself for any reason. She was fighting a useless battle. She needed him, and there he was. She placed her hand in his, and when he closed his fingers around hers and drew her to him, it felt as if she was giving herself away. "Dance with me, cara mia. I need to feel you against me." His words, his voice, were far too seductive to resist. Alexandria slipped easily into his arms. She fit perfectly. He was strong and warm, and the electricity was instantly crackling between them. Her head found a niche in his shoulder. Her body found his rhythm easily. She was born for it, his other half. It was black velvet seduction, pure magic. This was home. In his arms. She closed her eyes, savoring the feel of his body against hers. The music was dreamy, unbelievable in such a place. Not once on the crowded floor did another touch them. He moved them in perfect syncopation, the heat rising between them with every step. Flames seemed to lick along her skin, move to his, and come back again. Aidan bent his head to taste her. His lips, soft, hot, brushed her neck, lingering for a heartbeat on her pulse. He felt it jump beneath the moist heat of his mouth, felt it begin to race frantically. "Come home with me, Piccola," he whispered urgently, his teeth scraping her skin gently, persuasively, gliding back and forth across her pulse. Her blood sang to him, cried out for him. "Do not torment me any longer." Her body swayed with his, liquid and pliant. She had never needed anything so much in her life. She made no sound. She couldn't. But he knew her answer even in her silence. He could read it in her enormous eyes. They moved toward the door, Alexandria barely aware of her surroundings, yet again Aidan protected her from the crush, his body always between hers and the crowd. Outside, the night seemed to greet them, to welcome them, the stars brighter than usual, the air carrying fragrant scents from the ocean. Aidan slipped an arm around her waist, locking her beneath the protection of his shoulder. She tilted her head to look up at him. I should have known you would follow me to protect me. What did you do to that poor man in the leather outfit? He laughed softly. He likes black widow spiders. He also likes hurting women. And I do not like other men touching you. I noticed. He stopped her on the street corner, crushed her to him, and lifted her chin. His golden gaze seemed riveted on her lower lip, and she felt her breath catch in her throat. He made a sound somewhere between a moan and a growl and lowered his head. His mouth fastened on hers, and the earth moved beneath her feet. Her body melted into his until there was only Aidan and Alexandria, a part of the night itself. The surge of hunger, of need, was so strong, so overwhelming, Alexandria clung to him to keep from falling. He wrapped his arms around her, and they were moving through time and space. The wind blew through her hair so that it streamed out behind them in a siren song, rippling in the clear night like strands of silk. His mouth moved over hers, consuming, dominating, hungry beyond human boundaries. His tongue explored every inch of the velvet interior of her mouth, demanding her response. Alexandria heard herself moan, the sound low, pleading. Then the third-floor balcony was beneath his feet. He simply waved a hand, and the glass door slid open. It stayed that way, the breeze from the sea a welcome counterpoint to the heat of their bodies. He followed her down to the quilt-covered four-poster bed, blanketing her body with his own, unable to take the chance she might panic and flee. He could not wait any longer. He could not let her go this time. His hands caressed her soft skin, traced the inviting swell of her breasts, pushed the fabric of her shirt roughly out of his way to expose her body to his golden scrutiny. The cool air felt sensuous on her hot skin, her breasts aching and full under his heated gaze. His hand cupped a breast, held the soft weight in his palm possessively. "Do you feel the darkness in me, Alexandria?" he whispered, his voice husky and aching. "It is growing, spreading. Feel it in me." His mouth found her eyes, her temple, the corner of her mouth, her throat. Each kiss was featherlight, but left a burning brand, his imprint for all time on her soul. "Give yourself to me. For now. For eternity. Feel the darkness in me, and take it away." It was the voice of seduction, a need so consuming, so great, she could not possibly refuse. She did feel the dark need in him, his battle to be gentle with her, to allow her some kind of choice. She felt his desire, stark and hungry, to rip the clothes from her and gorge himself in the mysteries of her body. Her own body responded to the urgency of his need with creamy heat. She moved beneath him, arched upward to offer him her breast. Her eyes closed tightly, and she moaned aloud as he took her into the heat of his mouth. Her arms circled his head, held him to her as every pull of his mouth produced a rush of answering liquid heat from her body. His body was so hard and heavy, trapped in the confines of his clothes. He pushed them aside, tore at her jeans, wanting every inch of her soft, bare skin against him. Aidan lifted himself slightly, just enough so that he could see her body. She lay naked, her skin flushed with wanting him. His hand spanned her stomach, his palm covering the triangle of tight blonde curls, his fingers finding moist heat. Lightning arced through him, through her, and raced through their blood. He cradled her head in the palm of his free hand, dragging her to his chest. "Feed, Kara. Mia. Feed long and deep. You are my other half, the half that stands in the light. Be part of me for all eternity." His finger probed the entrance to her tight velvet sheath, finding heat and readiness and need just for him. He could feel tears burning behind his eyes. He felt her breath over his heart. "I can never go back, can I?" she asked softly in a lost voice. His fingers moved deeper, a deliberate enticement. He felt hot velvet muscles clench around him. His body was raging for release. "Do you really want to go back, Kara? And leave me alone in an eternity of darkness? If you had the choice, would you really leave me?" There was a catch in his husky voice. His hand pushed against her, his fingers probing, exploring, deliberately feeding the fire spreading through her body. His will was merging his mind with hers fully, completely. She could feel it then, the gathering darkness waiting to claim him, a beast crouched and poised, a cold killer without mercy. There was a red haze, desire beating at him, fire racing through his blood. She could feel his agony, his fear that she would not want him enough to choose him, knowing that he would take her anyway, knowing that he could never stop himself. But he wanted her to want him, to need him that much. Her tongue stroked over his muscles, a soft caress. Her teeth nipped his skin gently, teasingly. "How could I ever leave you, Aidan? Do you really think I could? I thought you knew everything. Even I knew better. Almost from the very start, I knew better." And she had. She had hidden the secret away from both of them. His hand explored her thighs, secret shadows and hollows, wringing breathless, mewling cries from her throat. Her hands found the roped muscles in his broad back, her shy touch enflaming him further. He was doing things to her with his hands, by his touch alone, memorizing every beloved inch of her, bringing her into a firestorm of hunger impossible to sate. She kissed his chest, nuzzled the blonde hair there, lapped at his nipple. His body hardened until he thought he might go mad. He forced her knees apart, giving him better access to her feminine heat. He pushed against her aggressively, needing her desperately. Alexandria felt him, hard and thick, insisting on entrance. He felt too large, too much of an invasion. When she would have hesitated, pulled back, he cupped her bottom in his palm and held her pinned against him. "Trust me, Alexandria." He breathed the words in her mind. "I would never hurt you. Your body has need of mine. Feel it, what it demands of you. We are one body, one heart, one soul, and one mind." She found the beautiful pitch of his voice impossible to resist. Her mouth moved of its own accord over his chest, seeking and finding the deep pulse. Her tongue stroked, caressed. His hands tightened on her hips nearly to the point of pain. Her teeth sank deep, and his body surged forward to bury itself in hers. A streak of lightning lit the sky. It sizzled and danced, streaked through the open door, a white and blue whip searing them both, welding them together. She cried out with pain and pleasure. His shout, hoarse and triumphant, mingled with hers. He moved, nearly unable to bear the tightness of her velvet sheath clenching him, so hot and addicting that he wanted to lose himself forever in her. The fiery friction consumed him, became him, until he was riding a crest so high with pleasure that he lost all concept of time and space. Colors danced behind his eyes, vivid and bright. Their scents, musky and fragrant, mingled, a perfume created from their lovemaking. Her mouth on him, erotic and frantic, matched the wild frenzy of his body. He lost himself in pure feeling, burying himself deeper and harder, wanting to crawl inside her so deep that their very hearts and lungs would be entwined, impossible to separate. Alexandria clutched at his back, afraid she was being swept away for all time. Her tongue closed the wound on his chest, savoring the wild, masculine taste of him. His hands were hard on her hips, holding her still for his invasion. It was more than she could bear, the untamed look of him with his hair spilling down, his face taut with pleasure. She moved her hands down his back to his buttocks, memorizing every inch of him. A moan escaped Aidan's throat, deep and husky, the sound dragged from his very soul. He lifted his head, his strange eyes molten gold, hot and fierce with hunger. He kissed her eyes, the corners of her mouth, her chin. She felt his breath on her throat, the stroke of his tongue a caress. Her body clenched in reaction, heightening his pleasure even more, until he thought he might die with it. His teeth scraped the valley between her breasts, so that she ached and arched into him, pushing against his mouth. "You are mine for all time, Alexandria. You know that now." He made it a statement, a command she dared not disobey. Alexandria smiled against his shoulder at his demanding ways. She had no idea what Carpathian women were like, but her male was about to discover a whole new breed. And then she was crying out with pleasure, her throat working convulsively as his teeth pierced her breast, as his arms tightened possessively and his body took hers with a ferocious hunger beyond her wildest imagination. Wave after wave of pleasure swept through her, whirling her out of herself and into him. He was everywhere she turned, everywhere she touched, inside her body, inside her mind, her very blood his, until they seemed one being exploding upward into the sky. They lay together, clinging to one another, their hearts pounding out a rhythm of intensity unlike either of them had thought possible. Aidan's tongue stroked her breast, sending a shiver racing through her blood, through his. He framed her face with his hands, brushed his mouth gently, tenderly, across her forehead, and feathered kisses down her face to her chin. For the first time in his long, seemingly endless existence, he felt truly alive, truly at peace. "You have given me a priceless gift, Alexandria, and I will never forget it. You had no reason to trust me, yet you did," he whispered softly, humbly. "Thank you." She was staring up at him with wondering eyes, unable to come fully back to earth. He was in her body wrapped around his. It seemed impossible that those golden eyes could shine with such intensity, burn with such need, only for her. A slow smile curved her mouth and lit her sapphire eyes to match the glow in his. They simply stared at each other, into each other's soul. She could feel him, thick, hard, beginning to move, an incredible friction of slick heat, so gentle and tender, she felt as if she were melting into him. Aidan moved slowly, savoring each long stroke, his eyes devouring her face. Her initiation had been a wild frenzy. Now he wanted to take his time, build their pleasure slowly. His fingers tangled in her hair. His mouth tasted her satin skin, finding the pulse beating in her vulnerable throat. "You are so beautiful, Alexandria, so very beautiful." "You make me feel beautiful," she conceded. "I still cannot believe I found you." He suddenly lifted his head and stared down at her. His hips continued the slow, languorous movement. "You are going to get rid of that horror-writing video game mogul." She kissed his shoulder, then rubbed her face against the golden hair on his chest. "No, I'm not. He's my boss. I am your boss." "You wish you were my boss," Alexandria teased gently. "I work for him." "I have enough money for both of us to live comfortably," he protested. Then a trace of laughter entered his voice. "Do you know how sick that man has to be to think up that stuff? What about you? You play his games. Worse, you live. Weirder stuff than he thinks up." Her chin lifted. "Besides, I want the job. I love to draw. This is the chance of a lifetime, Aidan, something I've always wanted to do." He did laugh then, lowering his head to kiss her belligerent chin, to plant a row of kisses in the valley between her breasts. "Your lifetime has been extended considerably, cara mia. You can find someone else's fantasies to illustrate, preferably those of a nice elderly woman with no sons and no male secretaries." She laughed with him, secretly suspecting she would end up doing as he wished and jettisoning Thomas Ivan from both their lives. But for now, Aidan's body was doing incredible things to hers, and she did not care to think about any other man. His slow, rhythmic rocking was taking her breath away and fanning the embers of the smoldering fire somewhere in the pit of her stomach. Her body was moving with his, following his guidance without inhibition. She loved the feel of his hands cupping her breasts, the brush of his chin, his mouth, across her nipples. He was stealing her heart with his tenderness. "I have already stolen your heart," he teased softly, reminding her he was sharing her thoughts. "I'm not certain I'm ready for you to know every single thing I think. Or feel." His voice dropped an octave to black velvet seduction. "Or fantasize." Her hands found his hips. "You're the one with all the fantasies. I'm just borrowing yours to try them out." His body surged forward, burying itself more deeply within her. "How am I doing?" He began to move with deeper, stronger strokes, picking up the pace until the smoldering embers were leaping flames. "We have not even started. Piccola. I have the whole night to worship you as you deserve." At the unexpected flash of fire sweeping through her body, she bit her lip, and two small pinpricks of red welled up. Aidan's glittering golden eyes focused there, untamed emotion in their depths. Just that look sent her spiraling over the edge, her body erupting in mind-shattering explosions. Her breathless cry was lost as his mouth found hers, capturing the sound forever. His tongue swept across her lip, a curling caress that impossibly heightened her pleasure. Aidan's every muscle tensed. He was motionless for a heartbeat, and then he threw back his head and surged forward, burying himself in her, her body's shattering reaction to his overriding his control. It went on forever, the release, the spinning world, yet lasted not nearly long enough. He wanted to be there for all time, with Alexandria locked safely in his arms. They lay together without moving, without speaking, savoring the moment and each other. Aidan was the first to move, reluctantly shifting his weight. He gathered her close, as if she might suddenly realize what she had surrendered into his keeping and try to run away from him, from what she was. She stroked his arm as it wrapped possessively around her. Aidan, I can know your thoughts just as you know mine. And I am still me. I don't intend to be locked away in a closet somewhere. He propped himself up on one elbow. Wind blew through the room, bringing with it a mist from the sea. He lifted a hand, and the sliding glass door closed instantly. He dragged up a comforter to cover her even as he moved closer to warm her with his body heat. I did not have the closet in mind, Kara. I thought my bed would be far more appropriate. There was a trace of male humor in his velvet voice. She pushed the hair from her face and looked him in the eye. I am going to work, Aidan. You've created a life here for yourself and Stefan and Marie. But Joshua deserves a normal existence, too. I don't want his life to change so much that he loses everything familiar to him. I don't want to lose that either. This is all so frightening. You're frightening. I will not lose whatever part of me is left. I want you safe, Alexandria. The women of our race are our most precious treasures. Without you, we cannot continue our existence. I need to know you are safe every moment of the day. Alexandria sat up and dragged the comforter over her breasts, suddenly aware of her nakedness. Aidan carelessly threw a leg over her thigh, pinning her in place. There is not an inch of you I do not know. Kara. This is no time to become shy. She could feel a blush creeping up her entire body until her face glowed pink in the night. The way he had positioned his leg, she could feel his maleness pressed against her, his heat and strength, his growing, hardening need. She knew his words were teasing, but she had never been in a situation like this one, and she wasn't certain how to act or what to feel. You're using this to control me. He grinned at her unrepentantly, rubbing against her suggestively. This? What is this? Are you saying I would use our sexual relationship to get my way? She began laughing again. She couldn't help it. You would use anything, Mr. Innocence, to get your way, and you know it. He cupped one breast, his thumb feathering over the sensitized nipple. Is it working? His voice brushed over her skin like velvet. You can't possibly want me again, Aidan, she protested, pushing herself away from him and the temptation of his body. His hands caught her waist and drew her against his already hard shaft. He traced the contour of her hips and stroked her bottom. You are beautiful, Alexandria, he breathed as he rolled her onto her belly beneath him. Aidan. His name came out in a breathless protest. His hands were strong, ruthless, even pinning her in place, his breath on her back, his teeth closing over her shoulder when she tried to squirm free. The position made her feel intensely vulnerable. Aidan pressed against her, his need to take control as strong as his need to give her pleasure. You want me, Kara Mia. I feel it. It's too soon. Not for your body. Even as he said the words, his hand pushed against her to test her readiness, coming away bathed in liquid heat. Oh, God, Alexandria, how can I ever resist you? He needed her all over again. Needed to feel, to be alive, to know she would always be a part of him, his life, that when he opened his eyes and took his first breath each evening, she would be there to give him ever-deepening emotions and to look at him with something other than fear in her eyes. Alexandria might have resisted his dominance, but she could not resist his burning need. The intensity of his feelings swept through her mind, and her body caught fire with his. She pushed back against him, consenting and flaming him further. She was laughing softly, teasing, but her breath caught in her throat when he thrust forward in intimate invasion. Her body tightened around his, holding him, clutching him, rippling with life and heat. One powerful arm tightened possessively around her waist, his body all at once protective over hers. Are we crazy, we two? He murmured. "You're the crazy one," she gasped, moving with him, beginning to spin out of control again that fast. "I have work to do, yet you keep me here, locked to you, a prisoner of your passion," she said, panting. He was building the fire fast, with sure, hard strokes, surging into her, his hands holding her beneath him. "I can't believe I'm letting you get away with it." And she couldn't. It seemed impossible that she would be kneeling on a bed stained with her own innocence and loving this man's possession of her, wanting more, wanting him again and again. When they finally collapsed, holding each other, a fine sheen of perspiration coating their bodies, they were drained, spent, satiated. "I heard you chanting in my head the first time we—" She trailed off. "The words were in your native language, weren't they?" "I ensured our bond again," he admitted. "The thought of losing you through my own stupidity was too much. I recited the ritual words as I took your innocence, to bind us together for eternity." "I don't understand." "Those words make an unbreakable tie for our males. Once said, the bond is eternal." She rolled over and blinked up at him. "What are you talking about?" "When a Carpathian male finds his mate and knows for certain she is the one, he can bind her to him with the ritual words even if he has not yet claimed her body. It is like the human marriage ceremony, but much deeper. Our souls and hearts are one half of the same whole, incomplete when apart. The ritual words bind them back together as they were meant to be." Her gaze narrowed in speculation. "I thought the two were bound by chemistry, by blood. They are destined, true, and the bond is begun." He pushed his long hair from his face and retreated to one side of the bed, as if uneasy with the conversation. "So the woman can still escape if the man doesn't actually say the ritual words?" He shrugged his broad shoulders, his golden gaze all at once unreadable. Why would he be so stupid as to not speak them when he knows her destiny lies with him? He would be a fool. Perhaps it would be nice if he asked the woman what she thought. Human men at least. Ask the woman if she chooses to spend her life with him. Perhaps Carpathian women would also like to have a choice. He shrugged again. "It is the choice of destiny, fate, whatever you wish to call it. The law of the universe. The law of God. We were made this way. The words cannot be revoked. No Carpathian male is going to allow his woman to run around unprotected and unclaimed. You people are living in the Dark Ages. You can't just take over someone's life without their consent." "It isn't right," she argued, appalled. "A Carpathian male cannot survive without his life mate." "Well, just how many years do you want to live anyway?" she demanded hotly. His golden eyes flashed briefly with amusement, and his palm slid up her calf to her thigh. "I would go for another century or two as long as all our nights were like this one." His voice did something funny to her heart, starting that curious melting sensation she so often experienced around him. She wanted to be angry with him, but the truth was, if she could have more nights like this one, she wanted a century or two with him herself. "I am reading your thoughts," he teased, his voice a deliberate caress. "It's time you stopped. Don't you have something else to keep you occupied for a while? And don't think you're off the hook with this thing. You just can't go around making decisions that affect my life without consulting me." She regarded him suspiciously. "What else can you do without my knowledge?" He leaned across the bed and kissed her full on the mouth, lingering to savor the taste of her. "You name it, Kara. And I can do it." She jerked away from him and slapped at the hand that was moving into her tight nest of curls. "Don't be bragging, Aidan. This is not a good thing. I think it is an excellent thing. I will need everything in my bag of tricks to keep you in line. I look forward to each minute of it, Alexandria. You're forgetting my annoying little habits, and I think they've just begun to multiply." He groaned. "You are really going to try to reform me?" "Someone has to do it." Her hand found his. "I'm used to a certain amount of freedom, Aidan. I need it. I could never be happy if you took it away from me." He cupped her chin in one hand, his gold eyes sweeping intently over her upturned face. "I am aware of the compromises both of us will have to make, Alexandria. I do not expect that they will all be on your side. I ask only that you allow me room to make a few mistakes." She nodded. He could so easily steal her heart. With a look. A few words. That voice of his, pure black magic. "How can I be so crazy about you and so afraid at the same time? You are in love with me." He said it quietly. She blinked, shocked, as if she had never considered it. That's a little strong, Aidan. You swept me up in all this so quickly, against my will. You love me, he asserted calmly. She made a small retreat, a few inches across the bed. I don't know you well enough to love you. No? You have been in my mind. You have shared my thoughts, my memories. You know everything about me, good as well as bad. And you gave yourself to me. You would not have done so if you were not in love with me. She swallowed hard. She did not want to face this right now, it was too overwhelming. She tried to be flippant. It's just the power of sex. His eyebrows shot up. You dance so beautifully, she ventured hopefully. I have been in your mind too. Cara mia. There is no hiding the truth from me. He sounded smugly satisfied. Alexandria assumed her most haughty expression, dragged the comforter around her shoulders, and kept silent. Is it really so difficult to admit to loving me? His voice was a caress, wrapping her up in safe, loving arms. Why is it so important to have this discussion right now? I'm with you, and I'm obviously not going anywhere. Because it is important to you. You have this idea that you can't feel love for anyone other than your brother. I never have been able to before. And you think you feel something for me because I put some kind of magic spell on you. What we have together is not from any spell. Perhaps I did bind you to me in the ways of our people, but I could not have done so were you not already mine. You are my true life mate. You would have given your life to save me, even when you did not trust me. Her chin lifted. I thought I was going to die anyway, and I didn't want to live like a vampire. Remember, I thought you were a vampire and that you had made me one. Why would you save a vampire, one so evil? He countered softly. She clapped both hands over her ears. You're mixing me up, Aidan. He gently clasped her wrists and lowered her hands, leaning to kiss her neck. You knew, deep down, where it counted, that I was the one. That is why your body responded to mine. Not some ancient spell, not even gratitude for saving you and Joshua. Your body and soul recognized me before your mind and heart had a chance to do so. Your mind was traumatized by all that had happened. And it did not help much when I reacted so fearfully for your safety. How could you know what was in your heart? What I feel for you is so. She could not find the words to describe the emotions whirling so strongly within her. Intense. Deep. Different from what you expected. And, because it is so different, you do not recognize it for what it is. You are no longer human with human limitations. All your senses have expanded, so your emotions, too, pleasure, pain, hunger, will all be overwhelming until you get used to them. At first your new hearing was almost unbearable, was it not? She nodded. It had been briefly, but she had already forgotten. In a short time you learn to tone down your extraordinary hearing or use it only when needed. In time you will be able to use all your abilities easily, just as I do. The intensity between us will grow, as will our bond. But it is not magic, Alexandria. It is love. Aidan's voice was so tender, so gentle, and so certain, she felt her heart somersault. Chapter 15. The ocean waves rose high and raced toward the shore, spilling foam and salt spray before crashing against the rocks of the cliff and cascading back into the roiling sea. Alexandria trickled sand through her fingers as she watched the spectacular display nature was putting on. The late hour and wild winds ensured that she had the beach to herself. She sat on a sand dune, resting her chin on her knees, and watched the waves. She had always loved the ocean, but after her experience with the vampire, she'd thought she'd never be able to face it again. Aidan had changed all that. He had brought beauty and joy to her world again. She could sit here, alone in the dark, surrounded by the wailing wind, the crashing sea, even the ominous clouds gathering overhead, and realize the magnificence of it all. Aidan was working on one of his many businesses, and she had slipped out of the house to be on her own. While part of her loved the closeness Aidan demanded, the way he was constantly slipping in and out of her mind, she was used to her freedom, used to doing things on her own. And she had needed to just sit quietly and allow all that had happened to her begin to sink in. Aidan was unhappy with her. She could feel the weight of his disapproval. He was with her, in a quiet corner of her mind, but at least he hadn't tried to force her compliance. I should have. Alexandria smiled at his complaint. It's a good thing you didn't. You need to learn I don't mind you the way Joshua does. Another one of your annoying habits? She laughed out loud, the joyful sound carried down the beach by the wind. If it isn't, I'm going to be sure to cultivate it. You are going to do exactly what I say. His voice had dropped an octave, until it was a black velvet caress, a blatant seduction. She instantly felt the answering heat in her body. Get back to work, sex fiend, and leave me alone for a while. Just for a short while. That is all the time I can manage to be without your body beneath mine. You're wicked, Aidan. Very, very wicked. She was laughing, her head back, her heart light and filled with joy after such a long, dark journey. Miles away, the sky lit up briefly, a white flash illuminating the dark clouds, and then she heard the distant rumble of thunder. A storm was riding the waves in, feeding the sea's playful mood. She leaned back and felt a drop of water splash her cheek, rain or sea spray, she couldn't tell. She didn't care. Her life was coming back together. She was finding her strength again. And now that she was accepting what she had become, she would find a way to deal with life again. In the darkness, a shadow shifted overhead. She blinked, sat up, and tilted her head to scan the skies. She detected no movement. Perhaps it had been merely one black cloud gliding in front of the others. Still, she felt uneasy. She was alone on the dunes, close enough to the water that she could detect the finned predators beneath the surface. And that realization suddenly unnerved her, that beneath the beautiful waves glided prehistoric creatures, forever seeking prey. A slow smile curved her mouth. She was beginning to let anything spook her. Who would be out on a night like this? The ocean roared, slammed into the rocks, and sent plumes of froth into the sky. Her uneasiness increased with the wildness of the storm. Perhaps it would be better for you to listen to your life mate and be alone in the house or on the balcony rather than out in a storm. His taunt was irritating, and she scooped up another handful of sand in defiance. Still, despite her determination, Alexandria felt a heavy, oppressive weight on her chest, and she anxiously scanned the sky, trying to remain calm enough to feel her surroundings, to detect another's presence. Suddenly, without any real reason, she was certain she wasn't alone, and whatever was stalking her was evil. Get out of there, Aidan commanded at once. His voice was cool and determined, and in response to the increasing strength of her instincts, she sensed he had taken to the air. She stood, her eyes searching the immediate area. The wind tugged at her hair, whipping it across her face. She dragged the long strands away and saw a man teetering high on the cliff. The wind was vicious, and she could see he was in trouble, the edge of the embankment crumbling beneath his weight. Alexandria shouted and began to run, instinctively reaching out as if she could somehow prevent his fall. How could she not have seen him earlier? Felt his presence? Why had she been so selfishly certain that she was the one in danger? How long had the man been up there and in danger? What is it, Kara? Aidan's voice was calm and soothing, and he was closer now, which was reassuring. She grabbed onto him like a lifeline. Hey, man on the cliffs. He's falling. If only she hadn't wasted time feeling sorry for herself, for what she had become. She could have saved him. She should have been learning from Aidan, everything he could teach her. She could have moved with his blinding speed and caught the man before he hit the jagged rocks below. I am coming. Stay away from him. It was a demand, but one she couldn't obey. Though she had little hope of saving the stranger, she had to try. She ran barefoot over the wet sand, her gaze riveted on the cliff. For one moment she thought the world darkened. Then a burst of lightning danced and sizzled, and a fireball exploded through the night, heading right toward the man. Alexandria screamed as he tumbled forward, his fall seeming to happen in slow motion, a torturous descent of 40 feet or more. The wind whipped her shout back into her face like a slap. She was still a distance away and far too late, but she ran anyway. Without warning, at a full run, she hit something invisible. The impact knocked her to the ground. Heart beating fast, she sat up, shoving the wild, wind-whipped tangle of her hair from her face. She didn't see an obstacle. The impact hadn't hurt, yet when she reached out, her hand met something solid. How could you, Aidan? She was bewildered that he would restrain her this way, stop her from going to the stranger's aid. She slowly got to her feet, shaken. The fog rolled in swiftly from the sea, carried on the wild winds. Out of it, on the other side of the invisible barrier, a man began to materialize. At first, he was shimmering, translucent, but then he solidified further, becoming a dark, shadowy being. He was tall, like Aidan, with the same roped muscles. His hair was as black as the night, long and held with a leather thong at the nape of his neck. His face was beautiful, his mouth both sensual and cruel, his jaw strong. But it was his eyes that captured her attention. They were pale, almost light itself, a quicksilver brilliance impossible to ignore. Alexandria was suddenly very afraid. Aidan exuded power, but this man was power. No one, nothing, could ever defeat such a creature. She was certain he was not human. One hand crept protectively to her throat. The stranger casually waved a hand, and the barrier was gone in an instant. She had never seen the obstruction, yet now she knew it was gone, that nothing stood between them but air. She was terrified, for herself and for Aidan. "You are Aidan's woman. His life mate. Where is he that he would allow you to wander unprotected?" His voice was the most hypnotic, compelling sound she had ever heard. So pure. So enticing. No one could resist that soft, musical voice. If he told her to throw herself into the roiling ocean, she would do so. She curled her fingers tightly into fists. "Who are you?" she asked. Silently she warned. "Aidan, be careful. There is another here. He knows I am with you, your life mate." She tried not to allow the trembling that was seizing her body to creep into her voice. "Look at him. Piccola. Do not be afraid. I am close. I will see what you see. Keep your mind open." As always, Aidan sounded calm and in control. The stranger's beguiling mouth curved, but there was no warmth in the slashing silver of his eyes. "You speak to him. Good. I am certain he can see me now. But he is a fool to allow his feelings for you to blind him to his duties." Her chin lifted. "Who are you?" she repeated. "I am Grigori, the Dark One. Perhaps he has told you of me. He is the most knowledgeable, the most powerful of all our kind." Aidan confirmed. "He was very near. He is the greatest healer our kind has ever known and my teacher. He is also a master of destruction and bodyguard to our prince. He terrifies me. He terrifies everyone. Only Mikhail, the prince of our people, knows him well. I trust Aidan has good things to say about me." He was facing her, those brilliant eyes seeing right into her soul, but Alexandria had the feeling his attention was elsewhere. His voice was so pure, so perfect, she wanted him to go on speaking. A rush of wind stirred up a whirling eddy of sand that spun and swirled until it enveloped Alexandria, driving her backward. When she finally regained her balance and uncovered her eyes, Aidan was directly in front of her. "Very impressive, Aidan," the stranger said with a trace of satisfaction. "I have not seen one of my own people for many years," Aidan said softly. "I am pleased it is you, Grigori. Do you now use your woman as bait?" The tone was mild, but the reprimand was clear. Alexandria stirred, furious that this man would try to make Aidan feel guilty about her independence. Aidan's fingers unerringly found her wrist behind him, closing around it like a vice. "Do not," he warned. She subsided immediately, sensing danger thick in the air. "This one, this betrayer to our people." Grigori nodded toward the man lying so still on the rocks where he had fallen. "He sought to take her from you." "He could not have done so," Aidan said softly. Grigori nodded. "I believe that to be true. Still, she takes a risk that should not be permitted." A network of iridescent white veins lit up the sky, sharp, brilliant, a powerful display. The arcing lightning cast a peculiar shadow across the dark, handsome face and flashing silver eyes, making Grigori look both cruel and hungry. The fingers around Alexandria's wrist tightened even more. "Do not move, do not speak, no matter what," Aidan cautioned softly in her mind. "Thank you for your assistance, Grigori," he said aloud, his voice gentle and true. "This is my life mate, Alexandria. She is new to our people and knows nothing of our ways. We would both consider it a great honor if you would accompany us back to our house and tell us the news of our homeland. Are you out of your mind? Alexandria protested silently, horrified. It would be like bringing home a wild jungle cat. A tiger. Something very lethal. Grigori inclined his head at the introduction, but the refusal to join them was clear in his silver eyes. It would be unwise of me to join you indoors. I would be a caged tiger, untrustworthy, unpredictable. His pale eyes flickered over Alexandria, and she had the distinct impression he was laughing at her. Then he turned his attention once more to Aidan. I need to ask of you a favor. Aidan knew of what Grigori would speak, and he shook his head. Do not, Grigori. You are my friend. Do not ask of me what I cannot do. Alexandria felt Aidan's sorrow, his distress. His mind was a turmoil of emotions, fear among them. The silver eyes flashed and burned. You will do what you must, Aidan, just as I have done for over 1,000 years. I have come here to wait for my lifemate. She will arrive in a few months to do a magic show. San Francisco is on her schedule. I intend to establish a house high in the mountains, far from your place. I need the wild, the heights, and I must be alone. I am close to the end, Aidan. The hunt, the kill, is all I have left. He waved a hand, and the ocean waves leapt in response. I am not certain if I can wait until she comes. I am too close. The demon has nearly consumed me. There was no change in the sweet purity of his voice. Go to her. Send for her. Call her to you. Aidan rubbed his forehead in agitation, and his obvious upset alarmed Alexandria more than anything else. Nothing ever seemed to get to Aidan. Where is she? Who is she? She is Mikhail and Raven's daughter. But Raven did not prepare her for what was to come on the day of the claiming. She was but 18 years. When I went to her, she was so filled with fear, I found I could not be the monster I needed to be to claim her against her will. I did not press her. I vowed to myself to allow her 5 years of freedom. After all, joining with me will be rather like joining with a tiger. Not the most comfortable of destinies. You can no longer wait. Alexandria had never heard Aidan so agitated. She stroked her thumb in a small caress across his wrist to remind him he would not have to face the future alone. I made a vow, and I will keep it. Once she is joined to me for all eternity, her life will not be an easy one, so she runs from it, and from me. Grigori's voice was so beautiful, so clear. There was no trace of bitterness, no regret. Does she know what you suffer for her? The silver eyes flashed at the implication of his life-mate's selfishness. She knows nothing. This was my decision, my gift to her. The favor I ask is that you do not hunt me alone if such becomes necessary. You will need Julian. He is of the darkness. Julian is like me, Aidan instantly protested. No, Aidan, Grigori corrected in his mesmerizing voice. Julian is like me. That is why he seeks out the high reaches, why he is always alone. He is like me. He will help you defeat me should there be need. Go to her, Grigori, Aidan pleaded. Grigori shook his head. I cannot. Promise me you will do as I have requested. You will not attempt to hunt me without Julian. I would never be so foolish as to hunt the most wily wolf without the aid of another. Stay strong, Grigori. There was real sorrow in Aidan's voice. I will hold out as long as I am able, Grigori replied, but in the waiting, there is much danger. I will be unable to destroy myself should it become too late. I will be too far gone. You understand, Aidan. The burden of this decision could fall on your shoulders, and for that, I ask your forgiveness. I always thought it would be Mikhail, but she is here in the United States. And she will be here in San Francisco when my vow has been honored. Aidan nodded, but Alexandria could feel the tears burning in his mind, in his heart. She made an effort to comfort him, to send him warmth, but she remained as still as he had asked her, not completely understanding what Grigori was saying, but knowing it was grave. I will attend to this one, destroy all evidence of his existence. Grigori gestured toward the body at the bottom of the cliff. But, Aidan, he was not alone. There was another. I thought it best to stay and protect your lifemate rather than hunt him down. So close to turning myself, I did not want a chance 2 kills in one evening. The soft, musical voice could have been discussing the weather. Grigori, I thank you for the warning and the help. You need not worry over the betrayer. That is my job, though I admit I have been attending to other things than hunting recently. As you should have, Grigori acknowledged with a gentle smile. A lifemate comes first in all things. Why is it you fear yours will not have an easy life? Aidan asked. I have hunted too long to ever stop. I am used to my own way in all things. I have waited too long, fought too hard, and suffered too much to allow her the freedom she will desire. Her life will never be her own, only what I make of it. Aidan smiled then, and Alexandria could feel him relaxing. If you do as you believe, put her before your own comfort, you will have no choice but to allow her freedom. I am not like Mikhail or Jacques or, it seems, you. I intend that her protection come above all else. Grigori's voice held an edge. Aidan grinned at him, laughter spilling from his golden eyes. I can only hope I have the chance to see you, Grigori, under the spell of your woman. You must promise that you will bring her to meet us one day. Not if I end up like you or Mikhail. I will not have my dangerous reputation destroyed in such a way. A hint of humor seemed to creep in, and then was quickly gone, as if the wind had carried it away. I will see to the vampire, Aidan said. You should avoid confronting death. I killed him from a distance. You will find it unsettling, Grigori warned. You are even more powerful than I remember. I have acquired much knowledge over the years, Grigori conceded. His pale eyes rested thoughtfully on Aidan's face. You will find your brother much changed, also. He is a fast learner, that one, and unafraid of reaching too far into the shadows. I tried to tell him the cost, but he would not listen. Aidan shook his head. Julian always said rules were made to be broken. He has always gone his own way. But he did respect you. You were the only real influence in his life, maybe the only one he ever listened to. Grigori shook his head. He could not listen any longer. The wind called, the mountains, the far-off places. I could not hope to stop him. He was dark inside, and nothing would ever satisfy him. You call it darkness. But it was that quality in you that made you open the world for us. It made you seek out the healing techniques that you have passed on to me to others. It allowed you to perform the miracles that you have performed for our people. It has done the same for Julian, Aidan replied softly. The silver eyes paled to steel. Cold, bleak, empty. It led both of us to things that should never have been learned. In the acquisition of knowledge comes power, Aidan. But without rules, without emotions, without a concept of right or wrong, it is far too easy to abuse that power. All Carpathians are aware of that, Grigori, Aidan argued. You, more than most, know the concept of right and wrong. And so does Julian. Why have you endured, resisted wrong, when others turned? You fought for justice, for our people. You had a code, and you have always lived up to it, as you are doing now. You say you have no feeling, but what of the compassion you felt for your life mate when she was so frightened? You cannot turn. Every moment is an eternity for you, I know, but you have an end in sight. Grigori's cold eyes seemed to impale Aidan, but the younger Carpathian did not flinch. He held Grigori's gaze until Alexandria could have sworn she saw a flicker of fire, a flame, springing from one to the other. Grigori's hard mouth softened slightly. You have learned well, Aidan. You are a healer of both body and mind. Aidan inclined his head in acknowledgement of the compliment. The wind howled, the waves crashed, and Grigori launched himself into the dark, roiling clouds. A black shape spread across the sky, an ominous shadow staining the heavens, and then it moved north and faded away as if it had never been, taking the storm with it. Aidan sank into the sand, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking, as if he was trying to control some great emotion that had overcome him. Alexandria circled his head with her arms. She could feel sobs tearing at his throat and chest, yet he made no sound. Only a single, blood-red tear marked his great sorrow. I am sorry, Kara. But he is a great man, one our people cannot afford to lose. I could feel his bleakness, the inner demon waiting to devour him. To have to honor my promise to him, to have to hunt him. He shook his head. It is such a disservice to one who has dedicated his life to our people, to our prince. Alexandria's breath caught in her throat. She had thought Aidan invincible. capable, even, of hunting vampires and triumphing over their evil power. But Grigori was a different proposition. Even with 2 hunters such as Aidan, it didn't seem possible that he could be defeated. "Can't you contact this woman, the one who could save him?" Aidan shook his head regretfully. He would continue to honor his vow, and her presence would only make things worse. She touched his hair with gentle, loving fingers. "As I made it worse for you." She rubbed her chin thoughtfully against his hair. "I can understand that girl's being afraid. You scared me. You still do. But Grigori, he's terrifying. I would never want to be tied to such a being. And she's only a child. Why would you still be afraid of me?" Aidan lifted his head and touched her face reverently with his fingertips, with a tenderness that turned her heart over. "Your power. Your intensity. Maybe when you teach me a few things, I won't be so nervous of it, but now it seems you have too much power for any one person to wield. Your mind holds the same powers as mine. You simply have to think of what you want, Alexandria. If you wish flight, you simply hold the picture in your mind, and your body is light, and you float." His arms circled her waist, and they rose slowly into the air. "Merge with me. See it for yourself. There is no need to ever fear me." He set them gently back to earth. "Tell me about the claiming he was talking about. What did he mean? And who is Mikhail?" "Mikhail is the oldest of our people, our prince. He has led us for centuries. Grigori is only a quarter of a century younger, so in our terms, they are nearly the same age. Our people have been persecuted over the years, driven into hiding, and many were massacred. Our women have become so few, the men cannot find lifemates to bring light to their darkness, and more turn vampire. Though no one has yet discovered why, the few children born to us are male, and most do not survive the first year of life. Those women who give birth and lose the child grow despondent and refuse to try after a time. So the men without lifemates are lost, without hope. They either greet the dawn and perish or succumb to the demon within. Become vampire, true predators. How terrible." She meant it, sorrow filling her mind and heart. "Mikhail and Grigori have been trying to find a way to avoid the inevitable, the extinction of our race. They discovered that a small group of human women possessing psychic abilities were capable of bonding chemically with our males. Like me." He nodded. "You did not find human men physically attractive. For some unknown reason, you were not born into our race, but were made for me specifically. Your body and mine have a need to be one. Your heart and soul are the other half of mine." Mikhail and Grigori believe that those psychic women of human descent are capable of producing female children, and that those children will also be capable, or at least more likely to produce female children. So you see why you are so treasured. What is the claiming? Aidan let his breath out slowly. Alexandria. There was hesitation in his voice. She stepped away from him, her chin rising. I guess there's a lot you haven't told me. Am I expected to have a child? A girl? What are the odds that my child will live? He reached out, framing her face in his large hands. I do not want you for a breeder for my race. Piccola. I want you for myself. I do not know the odds that our child will survive. Like you, I can only pray. We will have to cross that bridge when we come to it. So we have a girl. She survives her first year and grows up. What happens then? Her sapphire eyes were steady on his golden ones. All female children are claimed on their 18th birthdays. The males come from all over to meet the girl. If the chemistry is right, she is claimed by the male. That is barbaric. Like a meat market. She has no chance at living any kind of life for herself. Alexandria was shocked. Carpathian women are raised to know they hold the fate of their life mate in their hands. It is their birthright, as is bearing the children. No wonder the poor girl ran away. Can you imagine facing a life with that man at such an early age? How old is he? To her he must seem ancient. He's a man, for heaven's sake, not a boy. He's tough and probably cruel, and evidently he knows more about every subject under the sun than anyone alive. How old do you think I am, Alexandria? Aidan asked softly. I have lived over 800 years now. You are irrevocably bound to me. Is it such a terrible fate? For a moment there was silence. Then she was smiling at him. Ask me again in 100 years. I'll tell you then. His eyes burned a liquid gold, molten, sexy. Go home. Cara mia. I will finish my work here and join you. I brought the car, she said. When my Volkswagen wouldn't start, I took the little sporty-looking thing that no one ever uses. Stefan said it would be all right. I knew, and you did not hear a complaint. There is nowhere you go and nothing you do that is not known to me. We are one. Piccola. He ruffled her hair as if she was a child because his body was starting to make demands, and a vampire's remains were but a few yards away. Drive home, and I will meet you there. As he walked her to the car, she fit beneath his shoulder so that his body was sheltering her. Alexandria was ashamed of herself for liking the feeling it gave her. She was determined to hold on to her independence with both hands, especially in light of what he had told her might be the fate of her daughter. She had to be strong enough to stand up to Aidan if she wanted a daughter who was able to choose her own way. She had the feeling Carpathian males had never caught on to the 20th century women's liberation movement. Aidan watched the taillights of the little car disappear around the curve leading up to the main road. He shoved a hand through his thick mane of hair and turned to face the mess on the rocks. Several weeks earlier, 5 vampires had arrived in the area. They had moved across the United States on a killing spree, believing no hunters would follow them so far from their homeland. Still, it was known among their people that Aidan Savage resided in San Francisco. Why had they chosen to come here, to take such a risk? Was it because Grigori's woman was coming? But that was months away. What then? What had drawn the vampires to one of the few places in the United States where a true hunter resided? He walked across the sand, his strides long and fast. Had they sensed Alexandria's presence when he had not? Was something else drawing them to San Francisco? He knew several renegades had chosen to go to New Orleans because the city had such a reputation for debauchery, for being the murder capital of the United States. Los Angeles, too, drew them because its frequent violence would hide their handiwork. He hunted there, though, when he recognized their doings. When he reached the vampire's body, he found it blackened and singed, the hair smoldering. It gave off the unmistakable stench of evil. If this one had stalked Alexandria, no doubt their home was being watched. He looked up at the night sky and sent his challenge. Clouds raced forward, dark and ominous, heralding retribution. Come for me. You sought out my city, my home, my family. I am waiting for you. The wind carried his words over the city, and somewhere, far off, like a distant clap of thunder, a bellow of anger answered him, the frenzied barking of dogs adding to the din. His white teeth gleamed like a predator's as Aidan sent his silent laughter winging its way to his adversary. The challenge made, he bent over what remained of this vampire. Though he had spent much time with Grigori, he had never seen anything like this before. The vampire's chest was blown away, but his tainted blood had not seeped out because the wound was cauterized by the blast. The heart had turned to black, useless ashes. He shook his head. Grigori was nature at its most lethal. Aidan stepped back from the abomination with a sense of sadness and inevitability. He had known this fallen creature, had grown up with him. This man was nearly 200 years younger than he, yet he had turned. Why? Why did some of them hold out and some give in so quickly? Was it strength of character in those who endured? A loss of belief in any future for those who turned? Mikhail and Grigori struggled endlessly to bring their race hope, yet this man was proof they weren't succeeding. Too many of them were turning. The numbers increased with every passing century. It was no wonder Grigori was tired of hunting, of fighting the demon that was always within him. How did one hunt former friends, century after century, without becoming as hopeless as those he pursued? Aidan had to go home. He needed Alexandria's arms around him. He needed her warmth and compassion. He needed her body burning around his, telling him he was alive and had not become death. But he had become death to many of his kind, those who had turned, those he had hunted, and he knew it. Aidan, come home to me. You are not deadly. You are gentle and kind. Look at you with Joshua. With Marie and Stefan. Grigori has made you melancholy. So many of my people are lost. He mourned. All the more reason to fight, to keep going. There is hope. We found each other, didn't we? Others will, too. She sent him an image of herself, of her sweater floating to the floor of the third-floor bath, the master's sweet steamy from the frothy jacuzzi. He began laughing softly, his spirits rising as quickly as they had plummeted. Alexandria was waiting for him, sexy and sweet. Light to his darkness, a beacon to guide him home. "That's not all I am." Her voice was provocative. A wisp of lace floating to the floor filled his mind. Her breasts were bare, full, enticing. She was smiling, a siren's invitation. "You're keeping me waiting. Show me." Holding the picture of her in his mind, he moved away from the scarred corpse and began to rebuild the storm's intensity. Her hand went to the fly of her jeans. With infinite slowness, she slipped each button from its hole. His breath caught in his throat as she hooked her thumbs in the waistband and inched the denim over her hips. "Come home and see." There was need in her voice, a little catch that sent his blood surging hotly. He lifted his face to the heavens, sent clouds whirling and darkening at his command. Like the roar in his blood, the waves leapt and slammed into shore, dousing the cliff with spray and foam. Thunder rumbled ominously, and veins of lightning flashed inside the clouds. "Come to me, Aidan." She was temptation. She was light while he created the darkness. Lightning flashed to the ground, lit the sand with a shower of sparks, red tongues of flame licking at his very feet. He could feel her moving in his mind, her mouth on his skin, the sensation taking away the pain of death, the death of an old friend. Losing so many of his people nearly drove him mad. Aidan raised a hand higher and began to gather the sparks into a fireball. He lifted his face to the wild winds. He could not fathom ever doing this to Grigori. Even if he could defeat Grigori, he could not do this. Yet how many times had Grigori been forced to hunt a friend? A relative? A childhood playmate? How many such stains could one's soul bear before there was no redemption? "I am with you, Aidan." Alexandria's voice was a breath of fresh, clean air, untouched by the evil in front of him. "Your soul is not black. I can see it, feel it, touch it with my own. What you do out of necessity, not out of desire. Your friend fights to save himself. If his soul was black, he would not have stayed to protect me. He would have gone after the second vampire for the joy of the hunt, the kill. He stayed, Aidan. And he has gone to be alone where violence cannot touch him, where he has a chance to wait out his vow. That vow alone should tell both of you something. He is no selfish vampire, not even close to becoming one. He thinks of her. Finish your task, ugly as it is, and come back to me. Think of me. I will often have to come to you with blood on my hands." There was a small silence. Then he felt the brush of her hand and was astonished that she had reached out to him when she had never been trained. Her fingertips lingered on his jaw and trailed down his neck, conveying tenderness. "I have been in the hands of a vampire, Aidan. You forget, I know the ugliness of evil. It is not in you, as you seem to think you hunt because you must, not from a need to kill. Perhaps at one time those who became vampires were good men, but the men you once knew are long gone from this earth. Perhaps Grigori and you give them peace." Aidan allowed her words to rinse the sorrow from his mind, the terrible fear and dread that her very presence in his life had allowed him to feel. He shook his head over the irony of that. He had felt no emotion for so many centuries, and now, because Alexandria had come into his life, he knew the terrible burden, the sorrow of the hunter. He sent the ball of fire racing toward the dead vampire, his attention now focused on his task. The ball entered the mine chest, and before his eyes the betrayer blackened, withered, became the ash of the earth once again. His gaze on the ashes, he built the wind with one hand. The gust came not from the sea but from the land, scattering the ashes into the waves that would carry them out to a fitting resting place. Aidan whispered an ancient chant to cleanse himself as well as his fallen friend. Squaring his shoulders, he stood tall and straight, then turned to face the direction of his home. He could hear the sound of water, Alexandria's murmur of pleasure, as she stepped into the sunken tub. He could smell her scent, beckoning him. Smiling, he took to the air, feeling it move over his body, cleansing him. Chapter 16. Alexandria sat in the huge marble tub, her hair swept up into a topknot, bubbles brushing her skin like 1,000 tiny fingers. Aidan paused in the doorway, his face drawn, his eyes holding shadows and a sad, haunted expression she wanted to erase for all time. When she had felt his deep, disturbing sorrow, she had deliberately sent him erotic images, wanting to help him, wanting to comfort him. From a distance, knowing she didn't have to face him, it had been easy to allow her imagination free rein. She had been shy at the thought of his return, when she would have to face whatever repercussions her vivid, wanton images had created. Now though, seeing his beautiful eyes shadowed, haunted, holding such sorrow in their depths, washed every vestige of shyness away. She would do anything to remove that grief. There was such a weariness in Aidan, he felt he might never move again. He could only stand in the doorway and stare at Alexandria, unable to believe his good fortune, unable to believe she was really with him, really forever in his life. Why him? Why was he the one staring into enormous sapphire eyes overflowing with joy at seeing him? Why not Grigori, who had given so much to their people, who had suffered so much and lost so much of himself in the process? Why not Julian, his soulmate, his twin, so dark and twisted with loneliness? Why was it that the gods had chosen to favor him? Because we were meant for one another, she said softly, reading his thoughts. Grigori has his life mate, Aidan, and he has chosen to give her time to grow up. He'll hold out. He has hoped to keep him strong. As for your brother, I know him from your thoughts and memories. He has your strength, and he will endure forever if necessary. Aidan raked an unsteady hand through his windblown hair. He leaned his weight against the door jamb and simply watched her with his unblinking golden gaze. She was so beautiful, so brave. Had he really done anything in his lifetime to deserve her? The happiness she brought him, the joy? Alexandria shook her head, a slow smile curving her mouth, deepening the dimple that so intrigued him. Of course you don't deserve me. I'm so good and brave and perfect. Her smile was teasing, frankly sexy, and as she shifted slightly beneath the fizzing bubbles, her full breasts broke the surface, inviting his suddenly heated gaze. And so beautiful. Do not forget beautiful, he said softly and straightened abruptly, his muscles rippling. She felt her heart jump in anticipation. Maybe. You certainly make me feel beautiful. She tilted her chin, her sapphire eyes sexy, speculative. The look made his blood race. His hand went to the buttons of his shirt, and he slowly slipped each one free, his eyes holding hers. She didn't look away or look scared. Instead, she smiled that slow, sexy smile of blatant invitation. You have something in your mind. Piccola. He murmured softly, his body tightening in anticipation. She shrugged, a lazy movement that sent ripples along the bubbling surface of the water. I decided now would be a good time to try out something from one of those fantasies of yours. The shirt floated to the floor unnoticed. She had eyes only for him, an urgent singing in her blood, a fire sweeping through her. Do I have fantasies? He asked softly. His body tightened, hardened, wanted, and needed. He could barely speak, barely move. Her laughter slid over his skin caressingly. I'd say some pretty interesting ones. But don't get too excited. We're going to start with something easy. His eyebrows rose as he reached down to remove his shoes and socks. His every movement was unhurried and lazy, but his eyes were molten with heat as his gaze devoured her. Alexandria's breath caught in her throat. He was bending over, that was all, a casual, everyday movement, but his face was so sensual, his body so fluid yet controlled. She bit her lip, her lashes falling to hide her sudden surge of desire. I want you to want me, Alexandria, he chided softly. I need to know you want me. Do not hide from me. In spite of herself, her mouth was already curving in response, her dimples deepening. It's just that you're so beautiful, Aidan. Women are beautiful, not men. You are beautiful, she corrected him. Look at yourself through my eyes. It was a teasing challenge. He found it hard to resist. And there was something sexy about seeing himself the way she saw him. The wanting, the needing, the hunger. His hands went to his slacks, pushing them from his hips with a deliberate slowness that sent anticipation curling through her. See? She shifted to her knees in the tub, the bubbles fizzing around her narrow ribcage, her breasts bare and gleaming with beaded water. Her eyes were on his lean hips and hard, jutting masculinity as he stepped into the sunken tub, the bubbles swirling around his legs like tiny tongues lapping at his skin. Alexandria let out her breath slowly. His thighs were strong, muscled columns covered with fine golden hair. Her hands slid up his calves, urging him closer. She felt the tremor that ran through him, and she smiled seductively. Her fingertips moved slowly over the sculptured muscles, and her breath was warm and tempting along his heavy erection. Aidan closed his eyes in ecstasy as her tongue moved in a slow, languid caress over his velvet tip. His stomach muscles tightened as her mouth, tight and hot and moist, closed around him. A groan was torn from somewhere deep inside him. He caught her hair in his fists, dragging her even closer to him, and his body nearly exploded with pleasure as her hands sought his buttocks and urged him more deeply into her. With her mouth tight around him and her soft breasts pressed against his thighs, the bubbles tugging at his calves, and her silken hair in his fists, every thought was pushed from his mind until it was filled only with her, with pure sensation. Her fingers massaged his buttocks, pressing hard into the heavy muscles, urging him on. He moved, a slow, long stroke, gritting his teeth against the pleasure that nearly consumed him. Her mouth moved over him, again and again. His hands bunched in her hair so hard he was afraid he might hurt her, but he couldn't control the involuntary response. His mind sought hers, and he found excitement, need, a total sharing of his pleasure. She was aware of what she was doing to him and reveled in it, in her power over him. Every sane thought disappeared, every care, every worry. There was only his body, her mouth, and the feel of her satin skin and the bubbles bursting around them. Fireworks. Earthquakes. White lightning. He found himself helplessly thrusting against her, his head thrown back, his joy and rapture not only physical but a part of his very soul. Aidan's hunger rose until the demands of his race overcame him, insisting he put her pleasure before his own. With a soft, possessive growl, he pushed her back into the water, his gaze running over her bare skin like lava. She had time for only one inarticulate cry before his mouth was on her throat, her breasts, his hands all over her body. She felt so small, so delicate under his palms, her skin warm and slick with water. He explored her everywhere. Then his fingers found her creamy with need for him. He pushed inside, watching her eyes, and her body responded with a fresh wave of liquid desire. He pushed deeper, his mouth on her now, his teeth scraping her breasts, her stomach. He could feel her muscles clench around him, velvet and hot. He kissed her hips, the little indentation that always drove him crazy, then raised them out of the water. Slow down, slow down. His mind repeated, but his body had other ideas. He was on fire, his very skin burning. His mouth replaced his fingers, wanting to bring her to the same fever pitch he was experiencing. She moaned, the sound making him wild. She tasted like hot honey, spicy and addicting. He attacked, on fire with need and love and violent, insatiable lust. Beneath the onslaught of his mouth, she writhed, cried out. Water splashed over the sides of the tub. Her body clenched, released, wave after wave of sensation spiraling through her. She clutched at him for anchorage as she spun out of control, a terrible, wonderful ride that went on forever. Aidan finally lifted his head, his eyes hungry, his mouth sensual. He pulled her body to his, wrapping her slender legs around his waist. You drive me wild, Alexandria. You make me completely insane with wanting you. His voice was husky, and he was pressed against her, hard and thick, pushing so aggressively that her body was slowly opening, allowing him entrance. The feeling was exquisite, a slow burn, hot velvet clutching him, tightening around him, the friction almost unbearable. His hands pinned her small waist, holding her firmly while he buried himself slowly, deeply in her hot, moist sheath. Look at me, Alexandria. Know that I am your life mate, and that you are always in my care, he commanded softly, his golden gaze holding her blue one, forcing the ultimate intimacy, wanting all of her, every inch of her, wanting them to merge completely, body to body, mind to mind, soul to soul. He began to move then, a slow thrusting of his hips, burying himself deeply with each surge. She bit her lip, the tiny pinpricks of blood triggering the fangs in his mouth. His hands urged her closer yet, so that she arched her body, her head back, her throat vulnerable and exposed, her breasts equally inviting. His tongue took the water from the rosy, hard tips and moved upward, tracing swelling curves until his mouth rested over the pulse in her neck. He felt her body clench in anticipation, and his teeth scraped gently back and forth until she moaned and caught at his head with both hands. Satisfaction gleamed in his golden eyes. His tongue stroked her pulse as his body moved in hers. He thrust his hips harder and harder. "Aidan!" Her soft cry was a plea. "Not yet. Kara. Not yet." With his great strength he stood, taking her with him, the water sluicing down into the tub. Her legs circled his body, her hands around his neck, and he thrust harder still, over and over, wanting every inch of him inside her. Her nails dug into his shoulders, an exquisite pain. He leaned her against the wall for better leverage, his hips savage, relentless, frenzied. His teeth scraped, nipped. Then she cried out at the piercing pain, so sweet and sensual, as his fangs buried themselves deeply, claiming her blood as voraciously as his body was claiming hers. She had driven him wild, and his predatory nature took over, the untamed male of his species, dominant possessive, claiming his mate. His mouth worked at her throat, taking her very essence as her body took his, dragging at him, tightening around him, clenching and demanding until he had to cry out with the intensity of the pleasure. Ruby droplets trickled down the swell of her breast, and his tongue followed the trail. Alexandria was spiraling into the night itself. The ferocity of Aidan's lovemaking should have terrified her, but she matched his intensity, beat for beat, her fists wrapped in his blonde hair, her body wrapped around his tightly, her cries muffled against his shoulder. His shout, husky with passion, rose to the heavens, carried on the wind. And as he held her, breathing hard, leaning both of them against the wall, from far off in the night came a reply. Of anger. Rage. A howl of the suddenly ferocious wind. The sound clawed at them, filled with hate. Frightened, Alexandria looked toward the window. "Did you hear that?" Slowly, reluctantly, he lowered her to her feet, his arms still circling her waist. "Yes, I heard," he admitted grimly. Outside, the clouds began to darken ominously, malignantly. Hail the size of fists beat at the roof and windows. Instinctively Aidan turned her, standing protectively in front of her lest the ice break through and harm her. "Is it Gregory?" she whispered, remembering the awesome power clinging to the man, seeping from his very pores. Aidan shook his head. "If Gregory wanted us dead, Alexandria, we would be long gone from this world. No, this is the last one of the group of undead who entered the city together, for what purpose I do not know. With the incredible hearing of our race, I guess he did not like the joy we shared. He sounded dangerous," she said. "Like a wounded bear." Aidan tilted her chin up, his golden eyes moving over her face possessively, tenderly. "He is dangerous. Piccola. That is why I must hunt his kind and see to it that they do not cause the world misery." Looking down at her upturned face, her lips swollen and her cheeks flushed from his lovemaking, he couldn't resist lowering his head to hers, claiming her mouth with a gentle kiss. "Thank you, Kara, for ridding me of my own particular demons." She sank back into the tub, its jets now silent, and looked up at him with her enormous eyes. "Could he kill you?" "I suppose, if I became careless." He sat down opposite her, the water rising with his weight. "But I will not be careless. Piccola. Not even for a moment. Tomorrow night I must hunt him. He is waiting for me." "How do you know?" He shrugged casually. They might have been discussing the weather. He would never have sent a challenge if he had not devised a trap. "I have acquired a certain reputation among the undead." She drew up her knees and rested her chin on them. I wish he would just go away, find another city to terrorize. He shook his head, his golden eyes loving. No, you do not. Besides, I would never allow him to kill wantonly anywhere nearby. My work often involves travel, you know. He's the serial killer who's been in the papers recently, isn't he? She guessed shrewdly. One of them. The others are dead now. She twisted her fingers together in agitation. Aidan laced a hand through hers reassuringly. Do not worry, Alexandria. I will protect you from him. It isn't that. I know you will. It's just that now that I know you, now that I've met Grigori and I know what causes someone to turn vampire, isn't there any way to cure them? He shook his head sadly. I know you feel sorrow for them and for those of us who must destroy them, but in most cases, it is a conscious choice on their part. And once a kill has been made during the taking of blood, there is no way back. She met his eyes squarely. Grigori has done so. His golden gaze was suddenly cold and speculative. That is impossible. I know he has. He regrets it bitterly, and it eats away at him, but he has killed someone evil using that method. I know, Aidan, really. I sometimes see things in people that others can't. Is he turned? His voice was quiet, lacking inflection, and he was very still as he awaited her answer. She shook her head. He thinks he's evil, but he has tremendous compassion in him. But he is dangerous, Aidan. Very dangerous. Vampires are adept at hiding the truth. They are consummate liars. You are certain Grigori has not turned? She nodded. I was afraid of him. He's afraid of himself. As he said, he's like a tiger, unpredictable and dangerous. But he's not evil. Outside, clouds were blackening the gray dawn sky. Aidan smiled smugly and waved a hand, and instantly the clouds began to disperse. The remaining vampire thinks to intimidate me with a display of power, and I allow it to lull him into a false sense of security. But the dawn is upon us, and he must seek the shelter of the earth. Alexandria relaxed a little. She didn't like to think the vampire could be just outside their window, listening to their conversation. Aidan shook his head. If he were that close. Piccola. I would know. She laughed. I still forget you can read my thoughts. Sometimes it's very disconcerting. Sometimes it can be very interesting. His strange, brilliant eyes gleamed at her, sending a blush spreading over her entire body. Your mind is interesting, too, she agreed, a smile curving her mouth. It has all sorts of interesting ideas. We are just getting started, he said softly. He leaned toward her, cupping one breast in his hand, his thumb feathering over the hard peak. I love touching you, being able to touch you whenever I wish. His fingertip brushed her throat, the mark he had deliberately left on her. She felt his touch through her entire body. You should be outlawed, Aidan. You know, all my recent sketches for Thomas Ivan's characters took on your look. I couldn't help myself. Do you think Thomas will notice? His eyes glittered at her. Thomas Ivan is an idiot. His concepts are both innovative and popular, and he happens to be my boss, she said firmly. You're just jealous. One of my more annoying habits, no doubt. I do not intend to share you, Alexandria. Abruptly, he released her. I do not want another man touching you. Working together does not mean sleeping together, she pointed out patiently, secretly knowing that she would readily break off even the work relationship with Ivan if it truly caused Aidan deep distress. And you believe he will accept that? He'll have no choice. I'll tell him you and I are engaged. He'll have to accept it. I will make arrangements to marry you tomorrow morning. I have a few friends who can speed up the process, and we will take care of the license and have done with it. She sat back, her sapphire eyes suddenly spitting fire. Have done with it? Have done with it. She repeated his words, unable to believe he had actually said them. Right now she wouldn't marry him if he were the last man on earth. I wasn't asking for any favors or a commitment from you, Aidan. Nor do you have to protect my honor. He was watching her carefully, all at once still. We have the ultimate commitment between us, Alexandria. We are life mates for all eternity. We will remain together until together we choose to meet the sun. But your very imaginative, idiotic boss would not respect that bond, would not even understand it. He will, however, understand the human ceremony of marriage. I don't understand this life mate business either. Yet, like Thomas, I do understand the sacrament of marriage. Not that you asked me. Not that you respect the institution I was raised to believe in. I find your attitude extremely insulting, Aidan. She was working at hiding her hurt from him, but her expressive face, the glittering sheen to her eyes, would have given her away even if he had not been able to read her thoughts. He shook his head sadly. We share everything, Alexandria, including our thoughts. I have unintentionally hurt you, and I certainly did not mean to do so. She stood up, water pouring from her skin. We may share our thoughts, but we don't seem to understand one another. Grabbing a towel, she wrapped it around her like a sarong, her eyes studiously avoiding his. I think perhaps we do. You would have liked me to ask you to marry me in the human way. He reached out, a lazy rippling of muscles, and shackled her ankle with his fingers, a steely vice preventing her escape. The oddly intimate act sent flames racing through her bloodstream. Alexandria resented his ability to turn her body to liquid fire with just a touch, just a look. She could feel the electricity arcing between them, see the hunger in his gaze. She shook her head. Don't, Aidan. This is important. You can't just hurt me anytime you like and then make love to me until I can't think straight. At once his expression changed. He stood up so abruptly, she stepped back, intimidated by his sheer size. Do not do that. Cara mia. His voice was a caress, a plea. Do not ever fear me. I would never willingly hurt you. We are already one. I thought you understood that. You are irrevocably tied to me for all time. It is a much deeper and stronger tie than a marriage ceremony. I must admit, I should have considered that you would have thought the marriage ceremony important, but I was assuming, as you are now Carpathian, you would realize that we are already married, bound together for all time. It was done the moment the ancient words were spoken. The ritual was completed when we shared our blood, our hearts, our body and soul. But the words alone were irrevocably binding. It is the marriage ceremony of our people. His arms swept around her stiff, resisting frame. Forgive the presumption, Cara. And know that I want to marry you in the human ceremony because it is important to you. His mesmerizing voice washed over her like water, cleansing away her resentment as if it had never been. Alexandria rested against him, pressing close for comfort. This life is so scary, Aidan. I want as many things as possible to be normal, or almost the same as they were. Just simple, familiar things. I can handle it better that way. You know, Piccola. He teased, brushing her cheek with gentle fingers. Carpathian men never ask their mates. They simply claim them. But shall I ask you formally? She rubbed her face against his chest. It would mean a lot to me if you would, she admitted. So I guess I had better do it right, he said softly, taking her hand and going down on one knee. Alexandria, my only love, will you marry me tomorrow morning? Yes, Aidan, she replied demurely. Then she spoiled the effect by laughing. But we have to have blood tests. You can't just get married in a minute. He rose. You forget the power of mind persuasion. We will be married tomorrow morning. Now get dressed. Cara. You are tempting me all over again. His hands wandered down her slender body to caress her bottom. Her smile was slightly wry. You're going to give me all kinds of trouble with your chauvinistic ways, aren't you? He laughed in answer. I was just thinking you were going to give me all kinds of trouble with your independent thinking. She tilted her chin. You have heard the word compromise before, haven't you? You do comprehend its meaning. He looked thoughtful, taking his time before replying. As I understand it, compromise means you do what I say as soon as I command it. Is that about right? Alexandria pushed at the solid wall of his chest. You wish, Mr. Savage. It's never going to happen. He pinned her arms to her sides and nuzzled the top of her head. We will see, my love. We will see. Laughing, Alexandria pulled away from him and began to dress. The dawn was brightening the sky, and with it came the terrible lethargy she was becoming familiar with. She wanted to see Joshua, to have normal mornings with her brother. Dress him, feed him, spend time with him before he went off to school. Aidan allowed her to escape him, letting her keep her illusions of normalcy as long as possible. He liked to see the happiness in her, and he had a bad feeling about the vampire's blatant challenge. The creature was up to something. He was the last one remaining from the group that had come to the city, terrorizing the population and leading the police on a wild goose chase. The vampire was not stupid. He would have studied Aidan and his strengths and weaknesses before issuing such a challenge. What was the undead up to? He glided through the house silently, inspecting each entrance, window, and pathway leading to the house. Every safeguard was in place. The house was impenetrable, even with him sleeping beneath the earth in his secret chamber. No, the vampire could not strike at the house. Where then? He followed the sound of hoeing and found Stefan in the huge garden. Whenever he was upset or tired, Stefan gravitated to tending his plants. When Aidan joined him, he leaned on the hoe and regarded his master steadily. So, you feel it too? I had trouble sleeping last night. He spoke in their native language, another sure sign of his state of mind. The vampire howled last night. A distinct call for vengeance. I thwarted their plans, whatever they were, and now the one remaining undead intends to destroy me. How he will attempt it, I do not know. It will be through one of us, Stefan said sadly. We are your Achilles heel, Aidan. We always have been. He can bring you down using Marie, the boy, or me. You know he will. Aidan frowned. Or Alexandria. I fear her reaction to what must come. She is very strong, Aidan, very courageous. She will be fine. You must have faith in your chosen life mate. Aidan nodded. I know what is in her heart and mind, but I want her happiness above all else. He gave a humorless smile. I remember a time many years ago I went to the aid of Mikhail. He had found his life mate, a human woman. She was very strong-willed, and I remember thinking that he should better control her, make her do his bidding at all times so that she would remain safe. We cannot afford to lose even one of our women, you know that. She was so strange to me, so unlike the women of our race. She showed no fear even of me, a Carpathian male she did not know. I vowed if I found my life mate, I would not do as Mikhail and bow to her wishes. Yet now I cannot stand to see sorrow in Alexandria's eyes. I feel sick when she is hurt or upset with me. A grin spread across Stefan's face. You're in love, my old friend, and that is the downfall of all good men. Even Grigory, the Dark One, allowed his life mate her freedom because of her fear of him. How does one strike a balance between keeping a woman happy and protecting her? Aidan mused aloud. Stefan shrugged. You're in the modern world now, Aidan. Women rule their own lives. They make their own decisions and generally drive us all crazy. Welcome to the 21st century. Aidan shook his head. She thinks she is going to work with that madman, Thomas Ivan. Yet I know what he wants to do with her. If she wants to work, Aidan, have you any choice but to allow it? The golden eyes flashed. I have a choice, Stefan. Still, perhaps the line of least resistance is to have a little mind-to-mind chat with Mr. Ivan. I am certain I can make him see things my way. Stefan laughed. I wish I had that particular talent, Aidan. It would come in handy with some of my business dealings. Do not allow Joshua to go to his school this day. The vampire will, in all likelihood, try to strike at us through him. I agree, Stefan said. The boy is the most vulnerable. Use Vinny and Rusty again. Keep them around for the next few days, Aidan advised. He glanced up at the sky through his dark glasses. The trouble will come today. Stefan nodded in agreement. I will keep a close watch. There will be no fire this time to destroy all we have built. He looked down at the ground, still ashamed of a past catastrophe even though it was not his fault. Aidan clapped him on the shoulder. Without you, Stefan, no one would have survived that day, perhaps not even me. He had been safely buried beneath the soil, but the loss of his family would have been devastating. Because of that time, so many years earlier, when a vampire had used a human to try to trap them in an inferno, and he had lain helpless beneath the soil, he had redoubled his studies and his safeguards, strengthening his power and abilities. Never again would he be caught unable to aid those he cared about. Joshua's laughter reached him, and the soft, carefree sound did something to his heart. The child touched him in ways no other had. He was so like Alexandria, so filled with the joy of living, and he had the same beautiful blue eyes. No one will harm the boy, not if I live, Stefan said firmly. Aidan turned away. He did not want Stefan, who knew him so well, to realize how those words filled him with dread for all his powers. Aidan was vulnerable in the sunlight, and a vampire could use human puppets, minions, to capitalize on the weakness the day brought. Even with his ability to project during the daylight hours, a feat few of his kind had accomplished, Aidan would still be leaving Stefan without his physical aid, and Stefan was no longer a young man. Aidan did not want to lose his friend any more than he wanted to lose Joshua. Joshua burst from the kitchen laughing, his blonde curls bouncing. "Help me, Aidan, she's after me," he hollered as he charged toward them. Stefan stepped squarely in front of his prized tulips, while Aidan glided in to wall off the roses. He caught Joshua's flying figure with one hand and swept him up to his shoulders. "Who is after you, young Joshua?" he asked, pretending not to know. "Don't you protect that little scalawag?" Alexandria came running after her brother, her hair bouncing in a ponytail, her sapphire eyes dancing with mischief. "You won't believe what the little monster has been hiding under his bed." Joshua ducked behind Aidan's neck. "Run, Aidan. She's gonna torture me, I just know it." Aidan obliged, trotting the boy into the shelter of the garage, knowing Alexandria would follow. "Huh," Alexandria said, unaware that she had placed herself in danger from the early morning sun. "You wish I'd torture you. I'm going to do a lot worse than that," she threatened. "Put him down, Aidan, and let me box his ears." Joshua clutched at Aidan's thick mane of hair. "No, I'm telling you, Aidan, we gotta stick together on this." "I do not know." Aidan pretended to think about it, winking at Stefan as he twisted and turned to protect Joshua from Alexandria's jumping attempts to reach the boy. "She looks pretty mad to me. I do not want her coming after me like that." He shifted slightly, as if he might really turn the child over to his sister. Alexandria pretended to spring at him, laughing wickedly. At the last second, Aidan turned to keep his body between her and Joshua. Joshua grabbed him even tighter, squealing in feigned alarm. "I'm gonna tell her," Joshua cried. "If you don't save me, Aidan, you're gonna go down too." His eyes were alight with mischief. Alexandria stopped in her tracks and glared at Aidan. "You're a party to this mutiny?" He attempted innocence. "I have no idea what the child is trying to accuse me of to save his own life." His golden eyes were laughing, belying his words. "Remember, Alexandria, that a man will say anything to save his own skin." "Huh," Joshua snorted. "You tell her, Stefan. It was all Aidan's idea, and you helped, right?" Alexandria faced the older man accusingly. "You too? You were in on this blatant disregard for my orders." She put her hands on her hips. "And it was an order." The three males hung their heads in unison, looking for all the world like naughty little boys. "I am sorry, Kara." Aidan took the blame squarely on his broad shoulders. "I could not resist the little creature." "Little? You call that little? It's a moose." Stefan pushed out his chest. "No, Alexandria, it wasn't Aidan. I saw the little thing, and young Joshua's face was so bright, I just had to get it." "Little? Are we talking about the same animal here?" "That dog is not little. It is huge. Did either of you two pushovers take a look at the paws on that thing? They're bigger than my head." Joshua burst out laughing. "No way, Alex. He's really cute. You're gonna let me keep him, aren't you? You just have to." "Stefan says he'll be a good guard dog someday. He says he'll look after me and be a friend if I treat him right. And in the meantime, he's going to eat like a horse every day." Alexandria swept a hand through her hair, her smile fading. "I don't know, Josh. I barely make enough money to feed the two of us, let alone whatever that thing is." Aidan lifted the boy to the ground and circled Alexandria's waist with one arm. "Have you forgotten, Kara? You promised to marry me. I think I can cover the cost of the dog food." "You mean it, Aidan?" Joshua shouted, jumping up and down. "You mean it, Aidan? You're really gonna marry Alex? And I can keep my dog. You'd sell me out for a dog?" Alexandria demanded, catching Joshua around the neck in mock aggression. "Not just a dog, Alex, but this neat house and Stefan and Marie too. Plus, you won't have to work for that bozo." bozo? Alexandria turned slowly and regarded Aidan with glittering blue eyes. Now, how would an innocent little boy come up with a descriptive word like that? Aidan smiled at her, a sweet, innocent smile that should have made her feel like laughing, but instead sent heat curling through her body. She tilted her chin. "You're lethal," she accused him. He framed her face with his large hands and lowered his head slowly, purposefully. "I would hope so," he murmured right before his mouth claimed hers, sweeping her into their own private world. But Alexandria was soon reminded they were not alone. "Holy moly," Joshua said in a loud whisper. "Can you believe that, Stefan?" "Never saw such a display," Stefan admitted. Chapter 17. The sun was unusually large in the sky, gleaming a strange red. There was little wind, few clouds, and the ocean itself was tranquil, the surface like glass. Beneath the earth, a heart began to beat. Soil shifted, churned, then spewed like a geyser from the secret chamber beneath Aidan's house. He lay still, his great body drained of strength. Beside him, as silent and still as death, lay Alexandria. Aidan's eyes snapped open, fury burning in their depths at the disturbance to his sleep. Outside his home, somewhere close, something evil lurked in the bright sunlight on the peaceful afternoon. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, his arms folded across his chest. He sent himself seeking outside his body and into the air itself. It took intense concentration and focus to be bodiless, completely without form. He moved upward through the chamber and passed through the heavy trapdoor. Passing through solids was disorienting, a strange wrenching of atoms and molecules, and Aidan mentally shook himself. He had experimented with this process and often found the complete separation of body and mind difficult. In the other forms he took, his body was different but still with him. With only his mind and soul, his senses were altered. Sounds were strangely distorted, as he had no ears, and he couldn't actually touch anything, passing straight through it if he tried, causing a slightly sickening sensation. As he had no stomach, the nausea was even stranger. Yet it was imperative to stay completely focused. It was essential not to allow himself to be disturbed by the unwanted sensations. He traveled along the rock tunnel deep within the earth. It always seemed so narrow, his shoulders nearly brushing the sides, but without his body, the space was enormous, another sensory distortion. He passed through the door leading to the basement. Already the dark, oppressive evil that had awakened him deep within the earth was filling the air with its stench. Aidan proceeded through the basement door into the kitchen of his home, warped vibrations and tones seeming to bounce through his being before he could identify them as Joshua's laughter, Marie's musical voice, Stefan's deeper baritone. The knowledge that the three were still safe gave him a measure of comfort. Whatever was in the air, whatever was stalking those he loved, had not penetrated the safeguards of his home. The sun blazed through the huge windows, and Aidan instinctively veered away from the rays. He had no eyes, no skin to burn, but he felt the wrenching agony all the same. When every survival instinct screamed at him to go back to the safe, cool earth, far from the burning sun, the stench of evil impelled him forward. Over the centuries, he had often lived in proximity to humans, more so than most of his kind, yet it never failed to astonish him that they had so few warning systems, or, if they did, that they completely ignored them. The air was thick with the stench, the disturbance so great it had penetrated his chamber below the rich earth, intruding on his deep sleep. Yet Marie was singing in the living room as she dusted his jade collection, and Stefan was humming as he tinkered with an engine in the huge garage, one of his many hobbies. Aidan wanted to call to him, to warn him, but in his energy-consuming formlessness, he didn't dare try. He moved through the garage and back into the house, homing in on Joshua in the kitchen. The child was the obvious target of the madness aimed at both Alexandria and Aidan. Aidan sped toward him, the bright sunlight sapping his energy. His mind rebelled, flinching from the brilliant rays, but he forced himself through the light to reach the boy. Joshua was playing with the puppy, his eyes dancing, his blonde curls bouncing, the picture of boyish joy. He had no idea he was in deadly peril. Even as Aidan observed, the dog ran to the door, whining softly, and Joshua glanced about, looking for Stefan or Marie, who had told him in no uncertain terms not to go outside. Snapping a leash on the puppy, he opened the door and rushed into the garden. The heat of the sun pierced Aidan's very soul. He felt as if he were on a skewer, roasting, burning. He followed the boy anyway, putting aside the pain. "Come on, Baron," Joshua insisted. "Hurry it up." The little boy looked around again to make sure he was alone. "Baron's a dopey name, but Stefan really wanted you to be called that. He says it will make you noble, whatever that is. I'll ask Alexandria. She knows everything. I wanted to call you Alex. That would have made her laugh." "Joshua." Vinny Del Marco appeared, his large frame intimidating, his arms folded, his face stern. "Weren't you given orders? Soldiers get court-martialed for less than this." The air was thick with the stench now. Aidan could see that Vinny felt safe in the garden as he teased the boy, the high wall around them, the security system in full force. He had no perception of the danger lurking so close. Vinny bent to scratch behind the puppy's ears. A rush of wind, sound, and movement displaced Aidan, knocking him sideways as a blurred mass leapt the fence. A furred, powerfully muscled beast hit Vinny squarely in the chest, its huge gaping jaws going for his throat. "Run, kid. Get in the house." Vinny yelled just before the animal tore open flesh and sinew. Blood sprayed into the air, showering Joshua and the puppy as they stood frozen to the spot. The boy said one word, whispered it softly like a prayer amid the ugliness. "Alexandria." A second animal hurtled over the wall and rushed at Vinny, and its dripping fangs closed over his leg. With a vicious twist of its massive head, it audibly snapped bone, and Vinny's screams filled the air. Rusty charged around the corner, gun in hand, but Joshua was in his line of fire. A third animal sprang from the wall onto his back, teeth clamping tightly around his shoulder. Aidan could hear Stefan running, but he knew the vampire had laid his trap all too well. The beasts were sacrificial pawns. Stefan would shoot them to save the two men from the crazed animals, but by then the human puppet moving over the wall had scooped up the terrified child and tugged him back over the wall. The air reverberated with gunfire, then with Stefan shouting to his wife. "Call an ambulance, Marie, and get out here now. I need some help." Stefan knelt beside Vinny and tried to clamp the worst of the wounds, pumping out the man's life onto the ground. "Joshua. Where is Joshua?" Marie cried when she joined him. "He's gone," Stefan reported grimly. "He was taken." Marie's sobs faded behind him as Aidan followed the human and child. Joshua was thrown into the trunk of a car, and the puppet walked with the characteristic jerky motions of a vampire-induced trance to the driver's seat. Aidan streamed in through the open window and hovered, but the puppet could not detect his presence. The vampire could not direct this assault while he lay beneath Earth in the daylight hours, but he had implanted his orders into his minions' minds before he had sought the safety of his lair. The car swerved along the winding road, the driver drooling and staring vacantly ahead with the gaze of the possessed. Aidan moved away from the abomination and into the trunk. Joshua lay in a stupor, the left side of his face swelling, his eye already turning black. Tears rolled down to his chin, but his sobs were silent. Aidan concentrated, calling on all of his strength to communicate silently with the boy. "Joshua, I am here with you. I will have you sleep. You will stay asleep until I come for you. When I say to you, Alexandria needs to see your blue eyes, you will know it is safe to awaken. Only then will you do so." The mind meld was draining, and he had so little energy during this terrible time of the day. He also needed to cast spells, the most intricate, dangerous ones Gregory had taught him. If the vampire was somehow able to rise before Aidan could return to the boy, it would take a time to unravel the spells, and Joshua would be safe from harm and further trauma in his sleep. Aidan wove his spells as the car moved northward, toward the mountains. Toward Gregory's new home came the unbidden thought. It couldn't be Gregory. Aidan wouldn't believe it. The vampire simply had no idea Gregory was anywhere in the vicinity. It wasn't Gregory. Gregory was so powerful, he would not need the deceitful tricks, the beasts, the mindless puppet doing his bidding, or even the child. Gregory would need no help. This was not Gregory. Aidan held on to that certainty while he wove the spells. Ancient, binding, dangerous to any who tried to harm the boy. When he was finished, he rested, exhausted. He had done all he could. Once he knew the child's exact destination, he would have to make his way home. He dreaded the journey in the bright sun. There was no pain quite like it, nothing more sickening to one of his kind. The puppet stopped the car at the entrance to an old, run-down hunting lodge with rotting timbers and overgrown with vines and bushes. Aidan knew at once that the vampire was close, most likely beneath the decaying planks of the floor. Rats scurried visibly, the sentinels for the undead. The walking marionette, the minion of the undead, already drained of his mind and free will, opened the trunk and reached in to pull the child out by his sure front. The protective spell instantly sent fire racing up the puppet's arm to his shoulders and enveloped his head. The thing, no longer really alive, programmed to do one thing only, continued to try to clutch the boy even as his flesh burned. Aidan was thankful Joshua was asleep. The putrefying stench was incredible, even to one without a nose. The blackened carcass fell to the ground, bits of charred flesh dropping away. The puppet issued a low, keening vibration, his death slow and difficult, the macabre caricature still trying over and over to drag the boy to the vampire. Aidan hated the torment resulting from the vampire's twisted schemes. But then, the undead liked his minions to suffer as much as possible. When the thing was finally still, the last breath dragged from its lungs, Aidan inspected the remains to ensure it was truly dead and to leave no smoldering ember that might accidentally ignite any vegetation. Satisfied that he had done as much as he was able, Aidan had to leave, to travel through that terrible sunlight, back to his home. His strength completely drained, the journey took the better part of the afternoon, and he feared that when he did reach home he might not have energy enough to rise with the setting sun and return to the vampire's lair. He was growing ever weaker, his being becoming even more insubstantial, a feather blown about in the elements. Only the thought of Alexandria sustained him, and a welcome dense, blanketing white fog eased his passage home. Once there, with his last ounce of energy, he made his way unerringly to his resting place beside Alexandria. The wrench of reuniting with his body contorted his very bones, his muscles contracting and locking in hard, swollen masses. Vulnerable and without strength, his great power drained completely. He lay as one dead, the cool earth closing over him. A soft hiss escaped, the last breath from his lungs. Upstairs, above Aidan and Alexandria, Stefan could only try to comfort his wife as they huddled together awaiting the setting sun, awaiting the moment Aidan would arise. The sun seemed as if it wanted to stay up for all time, but unexpectedly a slow, thick fog began to roll in just before 6 o'clock. Stefan felt some of the terrible tension leave his body, though the guilt remained as he waited. Deep below the earth, Aidan arose, voraciously hungry to replenish starving cells and sinews depleted from his earlier task. Yet his first thought was of Grigori. There could be only one answer. The Carpathian had intervened. He was great enough, powerful enough to feel the disturbances in the land even from beneath the earth itself. He had sent the fog to aid Aidan when he knew Aidan was far too drained to build it himself. And the fog remained, here before the sunset, giving him a head start on what he must do. Aidan had studied for centuries, believing, as Grigori did, that knowledge was power, yet he could not do all the things Grigori was able to do. He would not have detected a bodiless being while sleeping in the ground, and Aidan was certain Grigori had not only done so, but had also sent the fog to aid him. Aidan found himself smiling. The vampire was not Grigori. Glancing down at Alexandria's face, he brushed his fingers tenderly through her hair before floating them upward to the underground chamber. Alexandria always went to sleep on a bed and awoke on one, but as long as a vampire preyed in their city, Aidan always brought her beneath the healing soil, where she was impossible to detect. "Wake, Piccola. Wake and look at your life mate." He whispered the words softly, dreading her coming pain, a lump forming in his throat. When she took her first breath, a soft sigh, it went straight to his heart. Her blue eyes opened, her gaze locked on his. At once her warmth surrounded him, seeping into the cold pores of his body. She smiled, a loving, sweet smile that was an arrow piercing his soul. "What is it?" she asked. Very gently, tenderly, she lifted a hand and traced his mouth with a fingertip. "What have you been doing to yourself? You're gray, Aidan. You need to feed." Her voice was a soft invitation. "Alexandria." He said her name, nothing else. She surprised him as she always did, her eyes darkening to a deep blue, her voice a mere thread of sound, her body very still. "Is he alive?" There was no hint of condemnation, no anger that he had not kept the child safe. He closed his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. He simply nodded. Alexandria took a deep breath and caressed his jaw with her palm. "Look at me, Aidan." "I cannot, Alexandria. I will face you when I have returned Joshua safely to our home, to your arms." "I said look at me." Her fingertips were on his chin, raising it. He could do no other than her bidding. She was tearing him up inside with her acceptance, her understanding, her gentleness. His golden eyes blazed at her. Then he felt her, merging instantly with him, so swiftly and completely that he had no chance to hide any of it, the beasts attacking those guarding her brother, Stefan and Marie's anguish, Joshua's terror, his own efforts and pain in the sun. The charring of the human puppet. It was all laid out in front of her in stark, ugly detail. When she heard the soft whisper of her name on Joshua's lips, she made a single sound. Her pain went so deep, Aidan felt the demon rise and rush through his body, taking control. A slow, murderous hiss escaped from deep within his throat. His golden eyes glowed with deadly intent. "How dare he try this?" His voice was as lethal as his expression. "How dare he use the boy as a challenge to bring me out into the open?" "Should, Aidan." She put a finger over his mouth. "You have no need to blame yourself. Come to me. Take what you need to do this thing, to get Joshua back." She was slowly pushing aside the silk shirt she wore, her slender arm circling his neck, bringing his head down to her breast. "I will hunt. You have need yourself." He clenched his teeth against the hunger beating at him. She moved her breasts against his skin, her scent enveloping him, a creamy invitation, a temptation impossible to resist. "You're gray, Aidan, weak. It is my right and responsibility to aid you, isn't it? I am your life mate." Her fingertips were massaging his neck, her mouth moving over his hair, his temple. "Give me this gift, Aidan. Let me help you." He swore eloquently, but the demon in him demanded blood, demanded strength, and his body was aroused and painfully full. Cursing his own weakness, he bent his golden head to her skin. So soft, so perfect. Her blood beckoned him with its heat, with the promise of addicting spice. His body clenched as his tongue swept over her pulse. She was heat and light and the promise of paradise. His hands moved over her hips, her tiny waist, her narrow ribcage. Her breasts filled his palms with their softness. "Cara mia." He whispered against her creamy skin, "I love you." His tongue touched, caressed, sending a tremor through her. Her arms tightened around him. "Please, Aidan, do it now." She whispered in his mind, her lips in his hair. "I need to make you strong again. I need to take away your pain." And she did. Alexandria knew his every moment in the terrible sun, what he had suffered for her, for Joshua. She had never needed to do anything more in her life than supply him with nourishment, to show her overwhelming love and support for him. She cried out, her head thrown back, her body arching into his as his teeth pierced her breast. Tears came to her eyes as she cradled him to her. He was unbearably gentle, holding her with love and tenderness, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. She could feel her strength waning even as his grew. She could feel it in his mind first, then in the beating of his heart, in the ripple of power in his muscles and sinews. It was an incredible feeling to provide Aidan with such strength and purpose. Her entire body clenched and protested when his tongue lapped across the wound in a rough caress, closing the link between them. He dragged her into the circle of his arms. "That is enough, Cara." His hands stroked her hair. "I must go now. I am counting on you to soothe Stefan and Marie. Stefan always blames himself when he cannot stop whatever a vampire sends against us. I have to go with you." She clutched his arm. It's me the vampire wants. How do I find him? Tell me what to do, Aidan. I'll do anything to get Joshua back, anything at all. There were tears shining in her eyes, but her chin was up courageously. The nightmare had caught up with her all over again. Little Joshua in the hands of a cold-blooded vampire. I will get him back, Aidan quietly assured her. No, I won't take chances with either of you. He wants me. I'll go myself. See if he'll exchange Joshua for me, she said desperately. This isn't your fault any more than it is Stefan's. This isn't your responsibility. I will go to him. Aidan looked down at her then, his face cold. I will not allow you to take such a risk. This is my fight, he vowed. How can you say that? Joshua is all I have. He's my brother, my only family. I have every right to defend him. He brushed back her hair, his hand gentle. Joshua is also my brother, my family. You are my life mate. There is no question. Cara mia. Who will take care of this problem? You will stay here in this house and do as I say. I will not argue with you about this. His voice, black velvet and tender, could turn her heart over, but she would not be seduced this time. Alexandria tilted her chin. No, Aidan, I'm going with you. If you can save only one of us, it will be Joshua. His eyes caressed her even as he shook his head. You will give me your word that you will do as I say, or I will send you to sleep until I return. And, if you are sleeping the sleep of the immortal, you will be unable to aid me should I have need of it. I must go now. I am wasting valuable time Gregory earned for me at great cost to his own strength, I am certain. His mouth brushed hers. What shall it be? Do you sleep while I go? Or will you remain here awake to aid me should it become necessary? Alexandria shifted away from him, but nodded her compliance. It isn't as if you're leaving me a lot of choice, Aidan, she said softly. Go then. But nothing had better happen to you, or you'll see what a human woman can do when she's good and mad. Former human woman, he corrected. And he was gone. Just like that. One moment he was solid and real, the next he was a rainbow of light streaking through the narrow tunnel of rock upward toward the fog-shrouded sky. Alexandria sat for a long time, her hands folded in her lap. Aidan would be all right. He would have to be. And he would bring Joshua home to her. She believed it because she had to believe it. When she tried to get to her feet, she found herself shaky, her legs weak. It took determination to find and pull on her jeans. It was difficult to believe that just last night Aidan was making love to her, and now he was out fighting a monster. She made her way slowly along the tunnel, holding onto the wall, her hand trembling as she opened the entrance leading to the kitchen. She could hear Marie's quiet weeping, the low murmur of Stefan's voice as he attempted to comfort her. The couple was on the sofa in the sitting room, Marie's head on Stefan's shoulder, his arm around her. They both looked older somehow. Alexandria knelt in front of them and put a hand over their linked ones. Aidan will bring Joshua back. He knows where he is and managed to weave some kind of protective spell for him. We both think another hunter is in the area and will come to Aidan's aid if need be. Her voice was pitched low and was compelling. I believe in Aidan, and you must too. We won't lose either of them tonight. She could feel the power of what she had become rushing through her. Despite the fact that she was weak and pale and needed to feed, she still felt the power. Her mind was strong, and she had assets she had never dreamed of before. They could be used for good, as now, to ease the suffering of the loyal older couple. Stefan and Marie had grown to love Joshua, and both believed themselves to be in some way responsible for his abduction. Stefan's large frame shuddered. I'm sorry, Alexandria, we let you down. The attack was so unexpected, but I should have been with Joshua, kept him by my side. I thought he was safe while he was in the house, Marie moaned softly, lifting her apron to cover her face. Alexandria pushed the apron down and circled both of them with her slender arms. She could hear the blood pumping through their veins, the ebb and flow of life. The scent of nourishment beckoned, but she knew now that she could control herself, trust herself. No one is to blame for this, Marie. Not you and not Stefan. We'll get through this thing together, as a family. You two and Aidan and Joshua and me. There can be no blame. Stefan's hand came up to touch her hair. Do you mean that, Alexandria? It's what you really feel inside. She nodded. Joshua belongs to all of us. It was wrong of me to try to hold him to myself. Now, when he is in danger, we all blame ourselves. Aidan does, because he thinks he failed me. I do, because somehow I let all this happen. You do, because Joshua is a little boy and didn't do as you instructed. The truth is, what happened just happened. And Aidan will bring our boy home to us. She said it with absolute conviction. Stefan's faded eyes held hers steadily. And if something goes wrong. She felt the blow in the pit of her stomach, but didn't visibly react. She kept her sapphire gaze locked with his. Then we will all deal with it together, won't we? I will not fail you. Kara. Aidan's voice in her mind, the reassurance, brought her a measure of comfort. Don't think about me right now, Aidan. Be careful. I will be here, merged with you, if you need to draw on my strength. And she meant to monitor the skies for him. To ferret out any trap the vampire had laid. Aidan would not be alone in this. If something went wrong, he would not carry the load on his own shoulders as he had done for so many centuries. She was determined to share it with him. You're very weak, Alexandria, Stefan said softly. If you're to help Aidan, you must have something too. He trailed off. For the first time, Alexandria smiled. It's all right, Stefan. I'm not going to be so silly as to fling myself out the door again. I would willingly volunteer, he offered. She was already shaking her head when a black fury swirled in her mind. Aidan's resistance to the idea had more to do with jealousy than with his vow never to use those who served him, she realized. Alexandria tucked that knowledge away for examination at a better time. I could never, Stefan, but thank you. Aidan keeps emergency supplies. He gave you some once. It is not as good, but it would help. She shook her head. Not that yet, either. If there is great need, I will take it. For now, tell me of the others, the guards. Aidan is quite worried about their well-being. She had picked it out of his head, his anxiety for Vinny and Rusty. Vinny was hurt badly and lost a lot of blood. He had well over 100 stitches in his neck alone. Rusty fared a little better, but both will be out of commission for a long while, Stefan answered. I saw to it that they obtained the best doctors available, including a plastic surgeon for Vinny. I assured both men we would pay them medical bills and compensate them handsomely for their lost time. Alexandria squeezed Marie's hand gently. Thank you both. You make things so much easier for us. She slowly got to her feet and made her way to the recliner, where she curled up, drawing her knees up to rest her chin on them. She closed her eyes and allowed the room to fall away so that she could merge herself completely with Aidan. It was where she wanted to be, where she belonged. Aidan was well cloaked in the fog Grigori had produced. The Dark Healer had such an impressive command over nature. The heavy mantle of fog blocked the sun's rays, enabling Aidan to travel without discomfort and to gain an advantage over the vampire still underground until sunset. Most of all, a terrible weight had been lifted from his heart. Alexandria was with him, accepting of him, of all of him. She could clearly see the beast roaring for freedom, struggling for control, and she didn't back away from him in horror. She didn't blame him for the vampire's desperate challenge or the way Joshua had been abducted. She was afraid for Joshua and for him, but she was not falling apart. She had done as he had asked and tried to reassure and comfort Stefan and Marie. Alexandria was becoming his partner, truly his partner. As he sped through the fog, he realized he loved her unconditionally, too. He had never known such a deep, passionate emotion. She had crawled so deeply into him, he was totally lost. He was hopelessly, completely, shamelessly in love. In his wildest fantasies, he had never imagined it would feel this good. He sent up a quick prayer that everything would go as he planned, that the safeguards he had woven around the boy would hold until he could destroy the vampire. Aidan was moving swiftly, attempting to race the setting sun. The fog had given him a fighting chance, a head start, and he was determined to make full use of it. He streaked through the sky, streaming through the clouds, disturbing a flock of birds and sending them wheeling sharply away from the iridescent light. Gray shaded the trees below, indicating he had only minutes before the sunset. The old hunting lodge was in sight now, deep in the shadows of the tall pines. Chapter 18. Aidan knew the instant the vampire rose. Earth and rock and moldy wood spewed upward in a geyser through the thick, soupy fog. Rats squealed, racing to abandon the rotted timbers. Cockroaches boiled from the decaying wood, a moving carpet swarming over broken planks. The dilapidated building shuddered. Evil incarnate burst into the air, screaming hatred and defiance, laughing horribly as it sped to the car and its waiting prize. The shimmering rainbow glittering in the white fog slowly took the shape of Aidan's tall, powerful frame striding through the mist. The vampire leaned over the trunk of the car, prepared to grab the sleeping child. He stopped abruptly, suddenly wary, his thin lips drawn back in a snarl, exposing long, yellowed fangs. His head undulated back and forth on a skinny, wrinkled neck like that of a reptile. His cold eyes suspiciously examined the trunk, then the blackened ground. He followed the trail of charred bits of flesh. A long, slow hiss of foul breath escaped his mouth, and his red-rimmed eyes swung to take in Aidan's approach. The vampire stepped back from the open trunk and the sleeping child. "You think to trap me with so cheap a trick, Hunter?" he growled accusingly, a clicking sound accompanying his once beautiful voice, now putrefied by his decaying soul. Aidan halted a short distance away. "We both know I have no need of tricks, dead one," he said softly, his tone so pure it physically hurt the vampire's ears. "That is more your style, using small children as pawns. You have fallen far, Diego. You were once a great man." The voice had dropped an octave lower, and, despite his hatred of its purity, the vampire strained to hear the rippling notes. "Man," the vampire sneered. "Do not insult me by naming me such a weakling. You have been brainwashed by Mikhail. For centuries he has lied to us, made us sheep. He has driven our people into the ground, attempted to take our rightful power from us. Open your eyes, Hunter. See what you do. You kill your own kind. You are not my kind, Diego. You have chosen to debase and murder those less strong than you. Women, children, innocent humans. I am not like you." The vampire sucked in his breath, an audible sound of hatred. "It is easy for you to say so, when the son of your woman clings to your every pore. I am 2 centuries older than you. Even before my lifemate came and brought me light, I did not turn as you did to make my life easier," Aidan said quietly. "Do not abdicate responsibility for your actions. It is not Mikhail or your lack of a lifemate that brought you so low. It was your choice to become what you are." The thin lips drew back, exposing receding gums stained with red. The white skin of Diego's face was drawn tightly over his bones, giving him a skeletal appearance. He lifted a bony hand tipped with razor-sharp nails and pointed toward the open trunk. "You think you are too powerful for me to defeat, but I am not without my own powers." Aidan kept his fear for Joshua locked away in some deep, secret part of his soul. His face remained impassive, even serene. In his mind, he felt Alexandria gasp as snakes began to swarm up over the car. Aidan didn't move or speak, not even to reassure his lifemate. He was proud of her silence, of the fact that she remained as still and as trusting as ever. If the vampire was creating an illusion, it was a perfect one. Aidan could actually detect life in the wriggling reptiles. They seemed real enough, although how the vampire could have called so many of them to him so quickly, Aidan didn't know. He attempted to call to the snakes, to draw them away, but they were creatures of the vampire, completely enslaved. The first viper made its way into the trunk. Almost immediately, several others fell in after it. Their hollow trunks were followed instantly by a hot sizzling, and the smell of cooking meat filled the air as snake after snake went to its death. Finally, the vampire raised his hand, and the remaining snakes slithered back to the ground, curling around his ankles. "What do you say we dispense with these childish games?" Aidan said. "Come to me, Diego, and remember the man you once were." His voice was so compelling, so enthralling, so hypnotic that the vampire nearly stepped forward. Then Diego snarled, the sound harsh and ugly in contrast to Aidan's voice. "I will kill you, then the boy, and take your woman." His smile was grotesque. "She will suffer long and much for your sins." Aidan shrugged carelessly. "Should you do the impossible and defeat me, my lifemate will choose to follow me, and you will have no chance to get her in your hands. The child will be safe, because there is another hunter in this area, one far greater than myself. You cannot defeat me. No one can defeat him. He said it complacently, with complete confidence. The vampire screamed again, a hysterical fury that threatened to consume them both. Grigori, how dare he come to this land? What gives him the right? That is a perfect example of Mikhail's hypocrisy. Then the voice turned appeasing, cunning. Grigori is not like you, Aidan. You are a fair man. Morality rules your actions. Misguided your hunting may be, but nevertheless you do as you do because you think you must. The vampire looked around and lowered his voice. Grigori is a cold-blooded killer. He feels no remorse. I have heard tales, rumors, that others swear are true. The healer has killed illegally. Pretending to be the best of our people, he is the worst, and Mikhail sanctions this abomination. To an untrained ear, that insidious voice would have been beguiling, persuasive. But Aidan could see the gray skin shrunken over the skull, the dried blood beneath the long, yellowed fingernails, the receding gums and exaggerated fangs. Most of all, he was very aware of the small, vulnerable boy in the trunk of a car, placed there as the instrument of the vampire's revenge. You seek to buy yourself time, dead one. Why? What plan do you have that you would pretend to be my friend? Even as Aidan spoke, the vipers hissed hideously and swarmed toward him, a slithering mass of writhing bodies. As the snakes neared his feet, they changed shape, became women crawling toward him, obscenely sexual, hissing, their long, forked tongues flicking at him. Using the fog to cover his movements, Aidan reappeared behind the vampire. As Diego turned this way and that, Aidan struck a swift, killing blow designed to end the conflict quickly. But at the last moment the vampire leapt away, and his creatures, half female, half snake, growled and spat venom at Aidan, scrambling toward him on their bellies and hands and knees. Do not pay attention to his illusions. Never take your eyes off the vampire. He waits for your inattention. Alexandria's voice was soft and sweet in his mind, clearing away any cobwebs the illusionist was weaving to confuse him. He is skilled, this one. Kara, he acknowledged. Not skilled enough. She responded with complete faith in him. The women on the ground set up a wail, a low, keening, mournful whine that rose on the wind. Aidan smiled at the vampire with a lazy, self-confident smile. You are trying to call Grigori to our little battle? You are much more foolish than I thought. Even I, who have nothing to fear, would not want to disturb Grigori's solitude. With this racket, he is certain to join us. His golden eyes slashed at the vampire, found the dull, dead gaze, and locked onto it, holding the other man in their molten depths. I worked closely with Grigori for several years. Did you know that, Diego? What he does coolly and efficiently. There is no other like him. Perhaps in your final moment you wish to test your meager skills against his greatness. The vampire's bullet-shaped head was undulating again, the skull swinging back and forth rhythmically. He hissed a command, and the obscene creatures of his invention moaned and slunk away. Chanting, he waved a hand at them, and the wailing women slowly shapeshifted back to snakes. Ordinary, harmless garden snakes. The vampire began to move in a slow, careful, sinister dance. He circled Aidan, the hard shells of the cockroaches crunching beneath his shoes. His head continued to move slowly back and forth, his fangs gleaming and dripping saliva. Aidan faced the vampire stoically, refusing to look at his dancing feet noisily crushing the insects or at the garden snake approaching from his left. The snake isn't harmless, Aidan. Alexandria's warning was calm. That's another one of his illusions. It is no garden snake. I can sense the vampire's triumph. Aidan held his ground calmly, his golden gaze never once shifting from the vampire's swaying figure. He didn't so much as glance at the snake gliding toward him or betray in any way that he was aware of the danger it presented to him. The vampire's actions were hypnotic, a strange series of steps and motions designed to dull the senses and capture the mind. As the snake coiled itself to strike only a few inches from the hunter, the vampire stopped, his eyes boring into Aidan's, seeking to mesmerize him. Then, with unbelievable speed, the vampire launched himself forward in an all-out attack. The snake, too, flung itself forward, seeking to bury its fangs in Aidan's leg. But Aidan was no longer where he had been. Even faster, he had leapt to meet the vampire. His hands caught at the bullet-shaped head and wrenched. There was a sickening crack, and the vampire howled, the razor-sharp claws raking Aidan's broad chest. The talons bit deep, leaving 4 red furrows. Aidan melted away from the illusionist and reappeared beside the trunk of the car. He risked one quick glance at the sleeping child. The sight of the little boy covered with charred snake carcasses was unnerving. He wanted to fling the repulsive, evil creations as far from Joshua as possible. "Aidan, do not take your attention from the vampire," Alexandria cautioned. "He is still dangerous. He gathers himself for the kill. Are you all right?" "I feel your pain." "I do not feel anything." Aidan's reply was abrupt, clipped, his attention back on the vampire. Diego's head listed to one side, his grimace a twisted parody of an ingratiating smile at the hunter. Red flames flickered in his eyes. He was gasping for breath, but Aidan was not deceived. The vampire was more dangerous than ever. Aidan would see that danger in the red haze of his eyes and the nails digging blood from their own palms. "Let me die in peace, Aidan. You have finished me," the vampire said softly, persuasively. "Take the child and go. Leave me my dignity. I will meet the dawn and die as our kind should." Aidan remained very still, his body appearing relaxed, almost indolent, his shoulders loose, his arms at his sides, his knees slightly bent. The picture of serenity. The golden eyes did not so much as blink. He watched the vampire's movements like the predator he was. The vampire erupted into cursing, an obscene, guttural expression of his frustration. "Come and get me then," he challenged. Aidan merely stared at him, unmoving. He did not allow pity for the misguided creature into his heart or mind. That way lay disaster. The undead felt no remorse for their actions. Diego would drain Joshua dry, torture him to get to Aidan, to Alexandria, then cast the child aside like so much garbage. There was no bargaining with a vampire, no reasoning. The hunter merely waited patiently. He didn't have long to wait. The undead had no such patience. He leapt at Aidan, shape-shifting as he did so, his head, grotesquely askew on his skinny neck, lengthening into a thick, compact muzzle with long, protruding, razor-sharp eye teeth. In midair, the saber-toothed tiger roared as it sprang. Aidan waited until the last possible moment. Avoiding the long fangs and the massive weight of the animal was easy enough, but it was impossible to get close without those lethal claws tearing at him, trying to gut him. He closed his mind to all pain and cut himself off from Alexandria so that she could not possibly share his suffering. Then his arm was around the creature's broken neck, and he was astride the animal, where the vicious claws could not reach him. Even with his enormous strength, it was difficult to control the howling, writhing beast tearing to get at him. Slowly, with great care, Aidan was able to apply enough pressure around the tiger's neck to cut off the air supply. The animal went crazy, thrashing and bucking, trying to unseat him. Ferociously it bit and screamed, a high-pitched, unearthly yell. Tenaciously Aidan hung on. His hand slipped lower, seeking the heartbeat. Even as Aidan nearly reached his goal, the vampire twisted enough to sink one venom-tipped claw deeply into his neck, just missing his jugular. Blood spurted, and he could feel it running down his skin. The beast was so strong and agile that for a moment Aidan was unsure he could defeat the creature. Then something moved in his mind. A quiet certainty filled him with confidence and strength. Although he had attempted to shut her out, to keep her from the brutality, Alexandria had never left him. She was there, feeding his strength with her own. Aidan's searching hand found what he was looking for. He plunged his entire fist deep into the maddened tiger, past muscle and into the soft, vulnerable organs. The vampire raged and screamed, raking at Aidan with his last dying strength, determined to take the hunter with him. As Aidan extracted the pulsating heart, the saber-toothed tiger contorted, shape-shifting until the withered, gray-skinned vampire lay beneath him, still and silent. Aidan tossed the decaying matter away from him and hastily put distance between himself and the abomination that had once been a decent Carpathian male. He allowed himself a deep, cleansing breath and sagged against a tree trunk. The wind rustled, picking up strength to carry the putrid scent of the vampire away from him. The night was full upon him, dark and mysterious and beautiful. "Should we come? Do you have need of blood, Aidan?" He could hear the weariness in her, matching his own. It was a difficult task to maintain mental contact when she had just recently learned to do so, especially through so violent a struggle. And she was weak from lack of nourishment. She had allowed him to feed greedily, and she had lent her waning strength to him without hesitation. Even now, her concern was for him. "Stay, Piccola. I will be home soon, and I will bring Joshua with me. Tell Marie and Stefan all is well." He struggled to keep his voice even so that she would not be afraid for him. Her soft laughter warmed his heart. "I'm in your mind, my love. You can't hide your wounds from me." There was the merest disturbance in the air, just a flutter, no other warning. A large raptor landed on the branch above Aidan's head and slowly folded its wings. Aidan should have known another of his kind was close by, yet he hadn't. As it hopped easily from the perch, the bird's form changed, and it was Grigori who landed lightly on his feet. He glided past Aidan to survey the grotesque sight on the ground. "He was good, was he not?" he asked softly. His voice was beautiful, a soothing sound that seemed to seep into Aidan's tired body and renew his strength. Despite his darkness, Grigori brought purity and light with him. It clung to him like the aura of power. Diego studied with the most evil of the vampires. They began banding together in our homeland, thinking to defeat Mikhail with their numbers. When that did not work, they enlisted the aid of human butchers. Now they are turning to travel and trickery. They use many methods to try to defeat us, Aidan. You have done well this day. With your aid." Aidan straightened, one hand pressed hard to the flowing wound at his neck. Grigori glided over the cockroaches and blackened snakes, his feet never touching the carnage as he approached the open trunk of the car. Aidan could not prevent himself from giving the healer a warning, just in case. "I used your safeguards to keep the boy free from harm." He couldn't believe the healer would ever turn, but he was watchful all the same. Grigori nodded. "You added a touch of your own. You have grown these years, Aidan. Come here to me." He turned his head then, his strange, pale eyes a compelling silver, his voice low and mesmerizing. Aidan moved forward despite Alexandria's low cry of alarm. She didn't believe the other Carpathian was evil, but the healer believed his soul was already lost. That made him unpredictable. "Don't go near him. He's so dangerous, Aidan, and I can feel your weakness." "It's his voice. Can't you tell that his voice is calling to you? He is a great man. Kara, trust my judgment." Her lifemate reassured her. Grigori touched Aidan ever so lightly, but the hunter felt heat spreading throughout his body. The healer closed his eyes and sent himself seeking outside his own body and into Aidan's. At once the ancient tongue of their people echoed in the air, through their bodies, a healing ritual as old as time. Aidan felt the pain moving from his body, pushed aside by the greatest healer of them all. The chant went on for some time, but Alexandria continued to share his mind, firmly refusing to relinquish her rightful place. She knew Grigori could feel her presence, was aware that he could read her distrust of him, but she was more concerned with Aidan's safety than with Grigori's feelings. Grigori slowly returned to his own body, the strain of the healing process revealed by the lines etched into his face. But he casually tore his wrist with his teeth and held out the offering to Aidan. Aidan hesitated, knowing Grigori was offering far more than nourishment. He would now be linked to Grigori, able to track him at will, should there be the need. The thick wrist dripping precious ruby droplets pressed closer to his mouth. With a sigh, Aidan gave in to the inevitable. He needed sustenance, and Alexandria waited at home, needing it also. It is beautiful, this land, in its own way, is it not? Grigori did not wait for Aidan's reply or indicate in any way that the blood loss was affecting him. It is not wild and untamed like our mountains, but there is promise here. He did not wince as Aidan's teeth sank deeper into his skin. Strength such he had not known in years poured into Aidan's body. Grigori was an ancient, his blood far more powerful than that of men of lesser years. The nourishment revived Aidan instantly, took away pain and weariness, and brought a vitality he had not previously experienced. He closed the wound carefully, meticulously, with great respect. "I am in your debt, Grigori, that you have aided me this day," he said formally. "You did not need my aid. I only made things easier. Your safeguards for the child would have bought you the necessary time even without the fog. And you had enough strength to survive the sunlight in your disembodied state even without me. You owe me nothing, Aidan. I have been lucky in my life to have a few men I could call friend. You are one." Grigori sounded as if he were already far away. "Come to my home, Grigori," Aidan insisted. "Stay for a while. It might help to ease you." Grigori shook his head. "I cannot. You know I cannot. I need the wild places, the high reaches, where I can feel freedom. It is my way. I have found a place many miles from here. I will build there to await my life mate. Remember your promise to me." Aidan nodded. He felt Alexandria moving in his mind, offering closeness, comfort. "See to the child, Aidan, and your woman. Even from this distance, I sense her anxiety for you, for the boy. And she needs to feed. Her hunger beats at me. Do not waste your time worrying about me. I have taken care of myself for centuries." Already his solid form was wavering, shimmering, dissolving into droplets of mist. His voice came back, disembodied, strangely hollow, yet still beautiful. "That was quite a feat you performed today, and in broad daylight. Few can do what you did. You have learned much." Aidan watched him disappear, the mist streaming into the surrounding forest until it, too, was gone. Grigori's acknowledgement of his achievement made him proud. He felt like a child receiving praise from a revered parent. And since it was from masterful Grigori, who chose to live alone and befriend but few, he felt especially honored. Very carefully, with infinite patience, Aidan unraveled the safeguards around Joshua, then gently lifted the boy from the trunk. Blackened snakes fell onto the ground, scattering around Aidan's feet. He had much work to do, but he could no longer bear leaving the boy in that awful trunk with the creatures of the vampire's making. Aidan carried Joshua to a grassy knoll beneath a pine tree and laid him on the ground, tenderly brushing back his blonde curls. "He is fine, Alexandria, just sleeping soundly as I commanded. I will wake him when I return him home. Then we can deal with what he saw. Just hurry. I want to see him, hold him in my arms. And Marie can scarcely believe me when I tell her Joshua is out of danger." There was eagerness in her voice, but also fatigue, indicating her waning strength. Worried, Aidan left the boy sleeping peacefully while he returned to the revolting battleground to complete the distasteful task of destroying the vampire for all time. The separated heart and the body, along with all the tainted blood, had to be burned to ashes. Looking skyward, he built the electricity, weaving the veins of lightning and increasing the friction until it arced and crackled. He directed a bolt to the vampire's body, spinning a ball of fire from the resulting sparks. The vampire's body writhed repugnantly, the stench rising to fill the night air. A few feet away, the heart seemed to move, a subtle, deadly pulsating that gave Aidan pause. Uneasy with the unknown phenomenon, Aidan directed the flames at the heart and incinerated it quickly, reducing it to a handful of ashes. The body contorted grotesquely, nearly sat up, and a long, mournful wail rose on the wind. The sound was hideous, and as it faded into the night, the notes changed to ugly, taunting laughter. Immediately, Aidan swung around, his golden eyes restless, searching the land, the trees, the sky for a hidden trap. His body was still, listening intently for any betraying sound. In his mind, Alexandria was holding her breath. And then he heard it. A soft, insidious rustling. Stealthy. Furtive. A brush of scales sliding through pine needles. Joshua. Alexandria's burst of revelation, of horror, came on the heels of his own. He moved with supernatural speed, faster than he had ever moved in the centuries of his existence, crossing the distance to the grassy knoll where he had left the child. His hand found the snake, grasped it, and jerked it away from its goal. The thing hissed and coiled around his arm, desperately squeezing his muscles, sinking fangs into the fleshy part of his thumb. It bit again and again, injecting poison into his body, its every instinct commanding it to carry out the vampire's revenge. Aidan tore the snake apart, flinging it into the flames, consuming the body of the undead. Noxious fumes rose into the air, green gases that spun and whirled, then disappeared into the black smoke. Aidan sank down beside Joshua and pulled the child into his arms. He made a slow, careful inspection of every inch of skin to assure himself the boy was unharmed. He waited for a reaction from the snake's venom. Within minutes, his lungs began to fight for air, and he felt nauseated, but it was not nearly as bad as he expected, considering the venom was aided by the vampire's hatred. It took him a moment to realize it was Grigori's blood that was neutralizing the poison's effects. He could feel the struggle taking place in his body, but Grigori's blood was far stronger than anything the vampire could produce. Within minutes, Aidan was fine, his heart and lungs as strong as ever, the venom oozing out of his pores. He lifted the boy into his arms and launched himself into the air, wings spreading as he made his way across the sky toward his home and his waiting life mate. He had hardly landed on the third-floor balcony before Alexandria was attempting to pull the child into her arms, laughing and crying at the same time. "You did it, Aidan. I can't believe you did it." She was deathly pale, her arms trembling with weakness. Aidan could hear her heart laboring, her lungs wheezing, struggling to function though her blood supply was low. Despite his desire to sweep her up and care for her needs, he placed Joshua in her waiting arms. "Look at his poor little face." She was crying, the tears falling on Joshua's bruises and swollen eye. "Oh, Aidan, look at him. He looks wonderful to me," he said softly as his arms circled her waist. He took most of the boy's weight himself. "Let's get him into bed and wake him up." He could hear Marie and Stefan clambering up the stairs to join them. Alexandria's hunger was beating at him. Everything male, everything protective and Carpathian in him, rose up to demand he care for her. Joshua was safe. It was time to see that his life-mate's strength was restored. "Oh, Marie, look at his little face," Alexandria cried to the older woman. That horrible creature hit him. Marie was openly sobbing, taking the child from Alexandria. Stefan, too, had to hold the little boy. "He is fine, just asleep," Aidan reassured them all. His concern was for Alexandria now. "We will put him in his bed and awaken him. He will be told this was a kidnapping attempt to extort money. He will accept that explanation and understand having guards any time it becomes necessary." Stefan carried Joshua to the small room off theirs. Marie dressed him in pajamas and produced a cold cloth to bathe his black eye. Alexandria sat on the edge of the bed, Joshua's small hand in hers. Aidan knelt beside her, an arm around her waist. "Joshua, you will awaken now. Alexandria needs to see your blue eyes." He whispered the words softly, his voice compelling, seeping into the boy's mind and beckoning him back into their world. Joshua erupted into violence, fighting hard to free himself. It was Aidan who subdued him, protecting Alexandria with his own body despite her efforts to get to the boy. "Listen to me, Joshua. You are home with us. You are safe. The kidnappers no longer have you. I want you to be calm so that you do not hurt Marie or your sister." His voice, as always, was serene and beautiful, so compelling that the boy ceased his struggles and peeked up at them cautiously. When he saw Alexandria, he burst into tears. She burrowed past Aidan's large frame and caught Joshua to her, dragging him into the protection of her arms. "You're safe now, little buddy. No one is going to hurt you." There were dogs, big dogs. There was blood everywhere. Vinny was being eaten. "I saw him." "Vinny was very brave and tried to save you from the kidnappers," Alexandria soothed him, stroking the blonde curls from his forehead. "He's in the hospital, but he's alive and is going to be fine. So is Rusty. We'll take you to see them in a few days. We should have told you about the possibility of someone trying to take you away from us." She touched his eye with a gentle fingertip. "I'm sorry that I didn't confide in you. You're old enough to know these things. Is that why you were afraid to live here?" "Partly. Aidan is a very wealthy man. Because he loves you, loves both of us, we will always be at risk. Sometimes we will have to have guards. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Joshua? This is my fault, that I didn't make you understand the danger we could be in." "Don't cry, Alex." All at once Joshua was using a grown-up voice. "Aidan came and got me, didn't he?" She nodded. He sure did. No one is going to ever take you away from us. Not ever. Next time, when Marie and Stefan tell me to stay in the house, no matter what, I'm going to do it, Joshua decreed. He examined Alexandria with anxious eyes. What's wrong with you? You're so white. This has been very scary for all of us, Joshua, Aidan said. Marie and Stefan will look after you while I put Alexandria to bed. She needs to rest. And do not worry about Baron. Stefan kept him safe for you. Your puppy can stay with you while I take Alexandria to bed. Alexandria shook her head. I'm not going to leave him, not for a minute. I'll stay here until he falls asleep. No, you will not. Cara mia. Aidan said firmly. He stood, a graceful, fluid movement that set her teeth on edge. His hands caught her easily, lifting her and cradling her against his chest. She needs to rest, Joshua. I will bring her to you later. That's all right, Aidan, Joshua said, man to man. She needs to be in bed more than I do. Aidan grinned at him and took her out of the room, heedless of her squirming. He is right, you know, he murmured against her neck. You do need to be in bed. My bed. His breath was warm and teasing, an invitation she found nearly impossible to resist. I think you're insatiable, she accused him, but her arms crept around his neck and her body relaxed against his. Where you are concerned, it is true, Aidan agreed. He was moving quickly through the house, into the tunnel, his body already tightening in anticipation. Her hands slid inside his shirt, caressing his chest. Her mouth moved over his neck, found the streaks on his chest, and her tongue wandered, caressed, a loving tribute to his courage. Once in their chamber, Aidan lowered her to the bed. With his gaze holding hers, he began to unbutton his shirt. Alexandria slipped her sweater over her head and tossed it aside. He reached out, his hands spanning her ribs, dragging her close, nearly bending her backward so his mouth could take advantage of the invitation her body was offering. She smelled good, fresh, her skin like satin. At once his body raged for release, an urgency he was becoming familiar with. Her hands were at his slacks, sliding aside the button, the zipper, pushing the fabric from his hips. He groaned when she cupped him in her hands, caressing him. His own hands were rougher as they tore aside her clothing so that her skin was hot against his. You make me crazy. Piccola. Absolutely crazy, he whispered, and he lifted her into his arms. Put your legs around my waist. Her head was bent, her mouth wandering across his chest, her tongue lapping at his pulse. Feed me, she whispered back, her tone so sensuous, his legs nearly gave out. His hands were on her hips, holding her still so that he could push into her velvet sheath. He cried out when her muscles slowly allowed him entrance, when she clenched around him, hot and tight and velvet soft. Take what you want from me, what is rightfully yours, he murmured, buried deep, welding them together in fire and passion. Do it, Alexandria. I want you to do it. His entire body blazed into light, into pure feeling, as her teeth pierced his skin. He surged into her, hard and urgent, reaching, straining, wanting to fly high. Her hair draped around them, brushing at his sensitized skin like 1,000 strands of silk. Her hands slid over his back, tracing each muscle. Her mouth on him aroused him further. Aidan slowed his pace, his thrusting hips strong, his hands tight, binding her to him. She was his. The lifemate he had endured centuries of emptiness waiting for. She was his world. The light. The colors he thought he had lost forever. She was the ecstasy he never knew existed. And she was with him for eternity.